In a time when the world was still discovering itself, there existed a land unlike any other. A land the world would come to know as Bharat, where temples touched the sky and every stone whispered stories of devotion. And when the time came to protect this sacred land, warriors rose, not for power, but for honor.
So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition and we are going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height 180, frame rate is 30, duration we are going to choose 3 minute long, or if it's not, then let's choose 1 minute long duration. Not much more is needed. Okay, and background color is white and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and hit on title selection. Now I'll simply import my image, which is one is a stadium image, which is this one, and I'll simply import it. Now if you check it out, this the size of this image is higher, because I need to zoom in this images. For example, if I increase the scale, it's going to get zoomed out in. Okay, so first let's adjust it. And one thing I have noticed, that whenever we are going to on it, it's gonna get blurry. So what I did, I have created two images. For example, I have created this image first, like that. Okay. Then I have zoomed in up to this one. Then in simply search option, search for snipping tool, and let's remove this title selection. We will get this snipe tool, and simply with the help of these, try to take a screenshot of this image. Okay, like that. Okay, like this, and simply save it in your PC. After that, simply go to the chat GPT and import this image, and simply type enhance this image or create a high resolution image out of it. Okay, so after doing that, I got this second image and I'm going to import this in After Effects. And then now, as you guys can see, we have this high res image. Now what we need to do is that we need to match those. So what I'm going to do, I'll select this second image and I'll try to adjust the scale of it in such a way that it should match. Now, as you guys can see over here, these lines are matching properly, which means it's a proper match. Now, I'm going to make this fit, and let's select this stadium and let's make it apparent with this second layer. Okay, like that. Sorry, this track mat, we need to choose parent and linking. So let's make it apparent with this second layer. So now whenever I'm going to move this, it's gonna get moved. So initially let's adjust the scale, and whenever we are going to zoom, we will get. But as you guys can see over here, we are getting this borders, so we don't want that. So I'm going to select this first layer, and I'm going to select my rectangle selection, and I'll create a simple mask over here like that. Then go to the mask options and we will increase the mask feathers. So we will get that blending over there. So now we will get this properly. Now let's select the stadium, press S. Let's decrease the scale little bit up to this one. Press S to create one keyframe, and let's save this file. Zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 2 seconds, and let's increase the scale to somewhere up to this. Okay, so if you check it out, this we will get something like that. Now let's select these and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these, and by holding shift, let's move this handle over here, and let's move this handle over here. Okay, we'll get something like that. Okay, now let's go over here, and now I need a goalkeeper. So I'm going to use this image, and this is the following prompt to create this image. Okay, let's simply import this and press S, and let's decrease the scale of it like that. Okay, and somewhere around over here, I'll bring this, I'll hit W and I'll rotate it like this, and I'll try to adjust the scale of this. And let's make it apparent with this third layer like that. So if we check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Now what I want animation over here, that it should come from here to here. So let's select these and hit W, and let's try to rotate it like this. Press P for position, then press R for rotation to create one keyframe, hit U, then go at the start, and I'm going to zoom in, I'll rotate it like this, and I'm going to move it over here. So I'll get something like that. And if I make this fit over here, and if I check it out this animation from the start, I'll get something like that. So we got this kind of an animation. Now let's save this file. Now let's add our another image, which is this texture. This is the prompt that you need to apply and create the image. So let's import this image in After Effects. Okay, and we got this texture. Now what I'm gonna do, I'll select these and I'll press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose. Sorry, I got this one. Let's close this. Okay, so let's select these and press Ctrl Shift C, and I'm going to choose move all attributes into the new composition, and I'm going to call it as texture. Okay, and hit OK. Let's go inside this, select this, hit enter, and try to adjust the scale in such a way that it should touch the areas like this. Okay, let's try to adjust it. Let's make these 260 maybe. Yeah, this looks good to me. And now let's hit Control K to open the project settings, and let's call it as let's call it as football, and hit OK. Now let's go to the main animation and let's select this football. Go to the effect and presets panel, and we are going to search for CC spare effect and double click to apply. So we got this football structure. Now let's go to the shading option and let's decrease this increase this ambient value, also decrease the diffuse like that. Okay, then go to the rotation option, create one keyframe at Y rotation, then go to the radius, create one keyframe, then go to the offset, create another keyframe. Okay, or let's not create keyframe on offset, we will create keyframe on position. Okay, then hit U. So now we have one keyframe on rotation and one keyframe on radius. Then press P for position to create one keyframe at position and hit U. Now we will try to animate that. Now initially I want it should be over here. So create one keyframe at position. Also increase the radius of it like that. Then somewhere around at this point, I'm going to move this over here, and let's try to decrease the radius of this somewhere around like this, and try to adjust the position over here like that. And somewhere in the middle, it should be over here like this. Okay, and hit F9. So if you check it out this, we will get something like that. Okay, and let's move this keyframe to somewhere around over here like this. So we will get something like this, but this looks a little bit weird. So what I'm gonna do, I'll select this position keyframe and I'll hit F9. I'll go to the graph editor and I'm going to select these. Let's move this handle a little bit over here and this handle a little bit over here, this over here like that, and let's move this over here. So we will get something like this. Okay, now let's select all of this keyframe including this one. So simply hit U so you can check it out all the keyframes, select those, and by holding Alt let's reduce it up to 1.2 frames. Okay, like that. So we'll get something like this. Now let's go somewhere around over here, and rotation I'm going to choose -3. Okay, so we will get that rotation over here. Okay, if you want, then you can bring this position value up to this one as well. Okay, so you'll get something like this. Okay, now we got up to this one. Now let's right click new and create one adjustment layer. Okay, and we are going to go in effect and presets panel, and we will search for noise effect, and let's double click to apply, and let's choose noise 25%, or you can choose 20% as well. So what will happen, we will get that little bit amount of noise texture. Then we'll go to the effect and presets panel and search for posterized time effect, and we are going to choose 15 frames. Okay, like that. So we will get that proper effect over there. Okay, along with that, now I need to apply one texture, so I'm going to choose this abstract brush stroke. I got this from freepik, link is available in the description. Okay, you can select these and hit R for rotation, and let's rotate it on -90 degree. Okay, so we'll get something like that. And track matte, let's go and choose screen. Okay, and let's remove mute this. So if you check it out this, we will get something like that. Now, along with that, I need aspect ratio as well. So I'll press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and I'm going to call it as black. And background color, let's choose black and hit OK. Then select these and hit Ctrl D, hit enter, and let's call it as mask. Then select this black and let's go to the track matte option, and we are going to choose alpha mask. Then we will choose alpha inverted mask, and then we will select this mask layer and press S for scaling option. We will unlink this and we will make this value 90. So now we will got those aspect ratio. So if we check it out this, we will get something like that. Okay, so this is how we will get those texture and that look over here that we need. Okay, so now we will select all of these layers and we will try to hide them, because currently we want to focus on our animation portion. Okay, so now when this ball is gonna come and touch over here, I want transition should happen. So for that, I'm going to select my ellipse tool, and for the fill I'll choose white color, and let's choose and remove this stroke. Okay, and now we need to create a transition over here. So by holding shift, I'll create one ellipse, and let's press Control Alt Home. Okay, and select these, and with the help of open square bracket, move this over here like that. Now press S, and initially scale I'm going to choose like that only. Okay, and let's save this and go few frame forward, and let's increase the size of this in such a way that it should cover up the entire composition like that. Now let's select these and hit F9. Go to the graph. Let's select these, and by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. So we will get something like that. Okay. And I think it should get started somewhere around at this point only. Okay, so we got this and then we got this. Now over here as well, we need to do our next animation. So for that, we can do over here, let's hit Control 0, and I'm going to bring that football texture over here and press S, and let's increase the scale in such a way that it should cover up the entire composition. And let's move this over here. Okay, somewhere around up to this. Then select the shape layer and hit Ctrl D, and let's bring this at the top, and let's choose track matte to the shape layer. Select these and move this over here. Okay, so we will get these. Then select this and hit Ctrl D and move this over here and enable this layer again. So we will get that just for a small interval of time. Okay, now we need to adjust our scenes into proper composition. So let's bring this over here, and I know all of this stuff over here is my part of my scene one. So I'll press Control Shift C and I'll call it as scene 01. And okay, let's name it properly and hit OK. Then somewhere up to this one, I'll hold Alt, close square bracket to trim up to this. And then this one is just transition. So let's select all of these and press Control Shift C and let's call it as transition and hit OK and hold Alt open square bracket to trim up to this. Okay, like that. And this transition should add somewhere around over here. So hold Alt close square bracket to trim up to this. Now let's hit Control N and let's call it as scene 02 and hit OK. Now we need to import our logo over here. So let's bring that FIFA logo over here like that and press Control K to open the project settings, and let's choose black color, and let's select these, press S, and let's adjust the scale like that. Then select this logo and hit Control D, select this second layer, press S and create one keyframe. Then go somewhere around 1 second and let's increase the scale of these like that. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect and double click to apply like this. So let's select those keyframe and hit F9. So we'll get something like that. Okay. Then let's select these and hit Control D, and let's take a gap of 5 frames only and try to adjust this over here. And for the color, let's choose different color. Then again hit Control D and move this over here. Go to the fill option and let's choose a different color. Then again take a gap of 5 frames, hit Control D, go to the fill option and let's pick up this bluish color. Again hit Control D, move this, sorry, Control D, move this over here, and let's change the color of this one to this. Again hit Control D, move this over here. Let's change the color of this one to this, go over here, again hit Control D, move this over here. Let's go and change the color of this one to this. Hit Control D, let's move this over here. Sorry, Control D, move this over here. And let's change the color of this one to somewhere around like yellow. Again hit Control D, move this, and let's change this color complete red. Okay, like that. And somewhere around at this point, I'll select these and I'll press P for position to create one keyframe and press S to create another keyframe and hit U somewhere around over here. Let's increase the scale of these and try to bring this somewhere in the middle. Okay, select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these graph, and by holding shift, move this handle over here and select these and move this handle over here like that. So now we will bring that the scene to somewhere over here. Okay, hit Control 0 and let's bring the scene 02 over here like that and move this over here. Now press Control Y to create one solid white color background and bring this at the backward. Okay, so now we'll get this animation over here like that. Okay, and then somewhere around at this point, I want my another animation should start to appear. So for that, we need to bring our first image. I'm going to bring this image over here like that. Press S and try to adjust the scale. Okay. I have removed the background and I have this logo, not logo, but PNG image over here. Okay. And somewhere around over here, press P, create one keyframe, go few frame forward, create another keyframe, and at the start, let's bring this downwards. Select those position keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift, bring this handle over here, and let's bring this handle over here, like that. Okay, so we get something like that. Okay, then select these and create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's move this from here to here. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these, and by holding shift, move this handle over here like that. So we'll get something like this. Now, after this, we need to bring our colors as well. So for that, I'm going to press Control Y, and for the color, I'm going to pick up this blue color only because of its jersey color. And hit OK, and bring this backward. And let's try to adjust it over here. And let's enable this choose grid and guide option again, like that. Press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool, and try to adjust this over here. Then press S, unlink this, and let's increase the scale from here as well as increase the scale from here like that. Okay. Then somewhere around at this point, I'll move this over here and press P for position to create one keyframe. Go somewhere over here like this only and create another keyframe. And at the start, let's move this over here. Okay, and let's make this fit somewhere around over here. I create one keyframe again. Then press R for rotation, create one keyframe at this point, hit U, and let's make this rotate like 180-degree. Okay, and go somewhere around over here and move this from here to here. Then select those position keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph. Let's select these and by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle at this point. So if you check it out, this we will get something like that. And let's select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these, and by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Okay, so if you check it out, this we will get something like that. Then select these and move this keyframe over here and move this keyframe over here like that. Okay, so we'll get that effect over there. Okay, now we need to add a text over here, but we will try to add that a little bit later. First, we will try to animate our images. So at this point, all of these images are ending. So let's select these and hold Alt close square bracket to trim up to this. Okay. Now somewhere around at this point, I want my second image should come. So I'm going to bring this image over here like that. Okay, and press S for scaling option, and I'll try to scale this image. Okay, and I'll bring this image over here. Okay, press P for position to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward to create another keyframe. At the start, let's bring this over here. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Then we will take a gap of few frames like this. Okay, create one keyframe and go few frame forward like that, and let's bring this over from this to this side. Okay, like this. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these, and by holding shift move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. So we will get that image over here like that. Now let's somewhere around over here there should be something at the back. So for that I'm going to select my rectangle, and we will choose this reddish color over here, and we will create one rectangle and press Ctrl Alt Home and bring this at the back. Okay, somewhere around over here bring this, and let's bring this anchor point at the top. So let's select your pen behind tool, and by holding control bring this over here. Then try to adjust it properly at this point. Then press S, and initial scale should be 0 to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward, and let's make this value 100. Okay, select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. So if you check it out this, we will get something like that. And this animation should start somewhere around at this point over here. And select this, hit Control C, Control V, right click, keyframe assistance, and time reverse keyframe. So it's gonna be gone. Okay, if you want this animation to be faster, you can select these graphs and try to touch these handles to each other. So animation is going to be a little bit faster. Okay, like that. Now let us select this image and hit Control D, hit U, and let's remove all of these keyframes on this second layer, and let's try to bring this image over here. Press S and adjust the scale of these somewhere over here like that. Okay, and let's choose track matte to this one and enable this layer as well. Select this image, press T, and let's decrease the opacity little bit. Okay, like that. So if you check it out this, we will get something like that. And this animation is ending somewhere around at this point. So let's select all of them and hold Alt close square bracket to trim up to this. So if you check it out this, we got this, then we got this, and then at the last we need our this image, which is like this, and it should come like over here. So let's bring this, and let's somewhere around at this point move this over here. Press P for position to create one keyframe, then press S to create another keyframe and hit U. Somewhere around over here, create one keyframe each, and try to adjust the scale and try to adjust this in the middle like this. Okay, try to adjust it over here. And initially, I'm going to bring this over here, and I'll try to adjust the scale. And it should, I want to create an illusion like it's coming from this middle portion. Okay, like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these, and by holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Okay, like that. So we'll get something like that. Okay, and it should be a little bit closer to each other. So and press F4 and enable the motion blur. Okay, so you'll get something like this, and we'll get something like that. Okay, like this. Let's select these and go to the graph. Okay, and make sure it's properly adjusted over here like this. Okay, you can try to adjust the scale a little bit. Okay, but it doesn't look that much effective. Okay, so let's try to adjust up to this one only. Now we can create some around the layers. For example, like let's create something like this over here and press Ctrl Alt Home, and let's make this fit and go to the fill option, and go to the fill, and we will pick up this orangey color. Let's try to pick up this orange color. Hit OK. Go over here and move this over here. Hit Control D and try to adjust this. And let's try to move this over here. Okay, like that. Now, we will try to animate this. Press P4 position to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward, create another keyframe. And at the start, let's try to bring this handle over here and bring this handle over here. Okay, and try to adjust it over here. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph and try to adjust the scales like position like this and graph and try to adjust it like this. And let's make this fit. So if you check it out this, we'll get something like that and enable that motion blur effect. Okay. So now if I check it out my entire animation, I got something like this, then we are getting this, and then we are getting this, and then we are getting this. Okay. Now after that, what I'm gonna do, I'm going to go and select my scene 02 and hit Control D, and we will create scene 03. And let's bring this over here and move this over here. Okay, and like that. And let's go to this over here and double click to open this. We will select these and we will press we will select this one first, which is at the top. Press S and let's remove the keyframe and create one keyframe at the start. Go 20 frames forward, create another keyframe, and at the start let's make this value 0. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these, and by holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Select all the other layers, and somewhere around at this point let's try to bring this over here. So first we will get this animation like that. Okay, select this, hit view, and let's remove that position keyframes. We don't need that. Okay, like this. Okay, zoom in. Let's select these and bring this up to 10 frames only. Let's select these all and try to adjust it up to this one. Okay, so we'll get this animation, and I want this animation again. So I'll hit Control D to this layer and I'll try to bring this up to this one. So this animation will repeat itself. Then again hit Control D. I'll try to bring this and let's try to bring this over here like that. Then at last we have this trophy PNG. So we will bring this over here, press S and try to adjust the scale in the middle. Okay. And then I'll press P4 position to create one keyframe. Then go somewhere around 20 frames to create another keyframe. Or I think instead of position, let's press S, create one keyframe, create another keyframe at 20 frames, and initially let's make this value 0. Select those scaling keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select these graph, and by holding shift try to adjust it like this. So you'll get something like that. Now let's go to the main animation, and we got that football over here. Then along with that, inside this, when this is going to happen, I'll press Control Y to create one white color solid. Okay, and let's bring this at the background. Press S, unlink this initial, make this 0, create one keyframe somewhere around 20 frames. Let's make this value 100. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these, and by holding shift move this handles over here. So you'll get something like that. Okay, so we'll get this revelation. Now over here, if you check it out, this animation, we got this football animation correct. We got this animation as well, but this area looks empty because we haven't added our text. So to animate that text, what I'm gonna do, I'll hit Control N to create another composition, and I'm going to call it as text over here. And width of this, I'm going to choose 1920. Height, I'm going to choose 200 and hit OK. Then I'm going to choose text and I'm going to type random text. You're free to type any text you want. I'm going to type football only. Okay. And for I'm choose white color and I'll try to choose some sport related font. Okay. So I'll pick up this Brilliance expanded and let's increase the scale of it. I mean font size. Try to bring this properly at the center. Then we will try to animate this text. So let's go to the add and let's go to the position value and let's try to adjust the position downwards. then go to the range selector, and make sure to choose this paragraph center, and then go to the align tab, align it horizontally. Then go to the start value, and we can create something like that. Create one keyframe at the start, and let's go somewhere around 20 frames, and let's make this value 100. Then go to the add menu property and choose tracking. Okay, and let's decrease this somewhere in the middle, and tracking amount should be somewhere around like this. Okay, then select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here. So we'll get something like this. Now let's select these and hit Control D, and let's go over here, text, and let's remove this animation, and let's bring this over here. Then let's select these and go to the expanded, and we will remove this fill, and we will choose white color for the stroke, and stroke width I'm going to choose 2. Then select this football, then go to the animate, and we will choose opacity. Then go to the opacity, and initially opacity should be 0. Then we will go to the start, and we can animate this, and we'll create one keyframe, hit U, and go 10 frames forward only, and increase this value. Okay, like that. So if you check it out, this first we got this, and then somewhere around it over here, I want this animation should be gone. So I'll right click new, and I'll create one uh, null object. Sorry, right click new and create one null object. Select all of this text and make it apparent with this null. Somewhere around at 2 seconds, I'll create one keyframe at position of this null, then go 20 frames forward, and let's bring this out of this composition. Select this, hit F9, go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift try to adjust it over here, and hit N over there, and in work area right click and choose trim comp to work area. So if you check it out, this animation we got something like that. Now let's go to the main animation, and now we can focus on this area over here. So now we have this background, so let's bring this text over here, and it should start to get animated somewhere around at this point. Okay, it should get animated over here, and it should get ended somewhere up to this point. So I right click time and choose time stretch, and we will choose this value 70. Okay, and my I want my animation should get started over here like that, and should end over here. Okay, so now let's focus on this area only, and hit Control K for a while to open the project settings, and we will choose black color over here. Then let's select this text and hit Control D, and let's try to bring this over here. Again hit Control D, let's bring this over here. Okay, then again hit Control D, let's bring this over here with the help of arrow keys. Try to adjust. Again hit Control D and try to adjust this over here. Now this one obviously in the middle, so let's go at the start. Hit page down button 2 to 3 times and try to adjust them one by one like that. Okay, so what will happen, we will get that animation over there. Okay, like this. So if we check it out, this we'll get something like that. Now I'm going to select these, and I'll hit Control D, and I'll bring this at the top, and I'm going to select any one of them, and I'll go to the effect and presets panel, and I'll apply that fill effect, and I'm going to choose this blue color. Then I'll copy this fill effect, and I'm going to select all of these other layers, and I'll hit Control V. I'll select all the layers which I have applied that blue effect, and I'll press F4, and let's choose this track matte to this royal blue solid layer, and don't forget to enable that solid layer, and then select all of these, and we are going to choose alpha inverted matte. So now if you check it out, this we are going to get that effect over there. Now same text I want over here as well, so I'm going to hit Control 0, and I'm going to bring this text layer over here like that. I want it should get animated over here. I'll go to the fill option, and I'll choose red color only like this. Okay, and I'll press S for scaling option, and I'll try to adjust the scale of it over here like this. I'll hit Control D, and I'll create duplicates of it up to this ones. Okay, like that. Let's try to adjust the position of it properly. Okay, and again right click time and choose time stretch, and I'm going to choose this value 70, and there should be a distance between these animations. So I'll try to adjust them like that. Okay, so if we got this and we got this, then let's select all of these text layers and hit Control D, and let's bring this over here at the top, somewhere around up to this animation, and try to bring this over here like this. And let's select these and go to the fill animation, I mean fill effect, and let's choose this color. Copy this fill effect, select all of the other layers and hit Control V like that. Then same procedure, select all of them and hit Control D and bring this at the top. Okay. And for this shape layers over here, these are two different layers. So I'm going to select these and I'll press Control Shift C, and I'm going to call it as orange layers. Hit enter and hold Alt close square bracket to trim them up to this one, and then select all of these over here, and let's make it a select all of these and let's bring them or let's select this orange layer and let's try to bring this at the bottom. Select them and make it a track matte with this one orange layer. Enable this orange layer again, and let's select these, and first thing first, we need to remove that fill effect. We don't need that. We'll keep that fill effect over there. Okay, like this. And tada, our animation is almost ready. Let's check it out, this animation for the final time. We got up to this, then we got up to this, then we got up to this, and then we got up to this. Now let's bring our extra layers, which is this adjustment layer, this texture, this aspect ratio, and let's try to bring these layers at the top of this animation. Okay, over here, and this texture is ending over here, so I'll hit Control D and I'll try to bring this up to this one. Let's enable our adjustment layer, then we will enable our texture layers, and we will enable our aspect ratio as well. So our final output is ready. Now just we need to it will take a time to render out this animation. Okay, like that. So as you guys can see, we are getting this animation as well as that texture effect over here as well. So now if I check it out, this animation completely, I'm gonna get first this animation, then we get this, and then we get this, we get this, then we got something up to this, and then we got something up to this. So this is how you can create this kind of an animation. If you want this project file, the project file is available on my Patreon page. You can become a Patreon member over there, or if you want to purchase it, you can purchase it as well. So here we are in Adobe Photoshop. I have this Fiverr logo over here, and just like our all other tutorials, I want each and every stuff on different layer. So first thing first, we will select our rectangle selection tool, and I'm going to pick up somewhere up to this portion. Okay, like that. Hit Control X, create a new layer, and press Control Shift V to paste in place. And let's hide this. And then we need this V over here. So for that, I'm going to choose my lasso tool. So simply press L on your keyboard to enable the lasso tool, and we will select these V. Hit Control X, create a new layer, and press Control Shift V to paste in place and hide this. Then I'm going to select these E. Hit Control X, create a new layer, and press Control Shift V and hide this. Then we will select these R. So I'll again choose lasso tool, and I'm going to select these R. Hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V and hide this. And then we have this circle. Now let's enable all of these and make sure to save it as Photoshop file. Then we will go to the After Effects. We will create a new composition, and I'm going to call it as main animation. Width, I'm going to choose 1920. Height, I'm going to choose 1080. Frame rate is 30, and duration, I'm not going to choose much more duration. So I think up to 35 seconds is okay. And let's choose white color and simply hit OK. Go to choose grade and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Now let's press Ctrl I, and I'm going to select my Photoshop file, Import as, I'll choose composition, return layer sizes, and simply hit import and hit OK. Now keep this layer as it is. First, we will try to create our base animation. So for that, I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and by holding shift, I'm going to create one small rectangle. Now let's select these and press Ctrl Alt Home to bring this anchor point at the center. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally, and then align it vertically. Now let's select these and go to the rectangle and go to the rectangle path, and size over here is 65. So let's select these and hit Control D, press P over here. Now over here I'm going to type plus 75, let's say, and we will get this at this point. Then again hit Control D, select them, go over here and type plus 75. Okay, so we'll get another one over here. Then I'm going to select the, sorry, or then right click new and create one null object. Select these three and hit Control D, and let's bring this at the top and let's make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press P, and over here in Y position, I'm going to type plus 75. Okay, then let's select these and hit Control D. Let's bring this at the top. Select those bottom one and let's remove their parenting. Select this null object, and over here let's type plus 75 again. So we will get these, and now we will delete this null object. We don't need that. Now let's select all of them and let's move this over here like that. Okay, and let's make this fit. Now, what we can do over here, I'm going to select these, select all of them and press P for position to create one keyframe. Then go somewhere around 1 second, or let's say 1.15 frames to create another keyframe. Then go to the start over here. Let's select these and let's move this handle over here. Select these, let's move this handle over here. Select these, let's move this handle over here. Select these, let's move this handle over here, move this over here, move this over here, move this over here, and move this over here like that. Okay, now we have this middle one. So let's bring this at the top. Okay, and hit U, and we will remove this position keyframes, and we will hide all of these. Let's select all of these and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift, move this handle at this point. So we'll get this animation one by one, and this animation looks very slow. So I'll bring this keyframe up to 1 second. Okay, like that. Now there should be a gap between these. So hit page down button 2 times. Let's try to adjust this one by one. So it will come not at a one time, but there going to be a interval. Okay. Now let's try to animate this one only. Okay, select this, press P, create one keyframe, go somewhere around 20 to create another keyframe, go in the middle to create one keyframe, and in the middle, let's bring this over here, and again over here, let's bring this totally upward. Select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, and let's select these, and by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here, this handle over here, and move this handle over here. Okay, and let's try to adjust this like that. Okay, now press S to create one keyframe, hit U, go over here to create another keyframe, and at the start let's make this value 0. Okay, then press R for rotation to create one keyframe, go over here and let's make this one complete rotation. Okay, like that. Let's enable this, and then after some time I'm going to select these. Okay, and then I'll get something like that. Okay, now let's go inside this fill this layer over here, and I'm going to pick up this color. So for that I'll press Ctrl Y, and with the help of picker I'll pick up this color. I'll double click on it and I'll copy this color code and hit OK, and let's cancel this. Then select all of these and go to the fill option and pick up that color code. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. Now what we need to do over here, we need one rounded rectangle over here, and let's zoom in and let's make this full. Now somewhere over here up to this one, okay, not this ellipse but this rounded rectangle, I'm going to pick up this kind of a ellipse. We have to create something like that. Okay, and make sure this at the center, and let's make this fit. Okay, and bring this over here. Okay, like that. And let's do one thing, we'll pick up this middle one as well, and we will apply the same color to this one, not no different one. Okay, like that. And then I'm going to right click new and create one null object. Let's select all of these and make it apparent with this null. Okay, like that. Now when they are becoming something over here, I need to rotate it. So let's create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's rotate it one complete rotation. Okay, select those keyframe and hit F9, go to the graph, select these, and by holding shift, bring this handle over here and bring this handle over here, like that. Okay, then select these and move this handle over here and make it apparent with this null. Okay, and let's hide this. Okay, now somewhere in the this point, I'll select all of these and I'll press S to create one keyframe on each and every layer. Okay, go few frame forward and let's increase the scale until they are going to cover up each other, like that. Okay, now let's enable this layer over here, which is this one. Okay, somewhere around at this point, press T for opacity to release the opacity, and somewhere around at this point, let's create one keyframe at opacity, go few frame forward, create another keyframe at opacity. Okay, like that. Then uh somewhere around at this point, let's bring this at this point. Let's select all of these, press T for opacity to create one keyframe, hit page down button two times, and let's reduce the opacity of this one. Okay, like this. Let's select all of them and enable the motion blur. Okay, so first we will get this and then we will get this. Okay, then select these and go to the search option and search for round corners, create one keyframe at roundness. Okay, hit U, go few frame forward, and let's make this complete round. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, now in logo I have this Fi. So or say you can simply select all of these and hit Control C, go to the main animation and hit Control V, then right click new and create one null object. Select all of these and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press S, sorry, and try to adjust the scale. And let's try to bring this in such a way that this Fi should be at the center. And then let's remove this null object and we will hide all of these except this Fi. Okay, let's select all of these and move this over here. Now somewhere around at this point, I want this Fi should be in the center. So press P for position to create one keyframe and somewhere around at this point to create another keyframe. Now let's go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect and double click to apply, and let's make it white. Select these, press F4 and choose track matte, and we will choose to the shape layer, and let's enable the shape layer. Select this Fi and try to bring this over here, and select these and hit F9. Go to the graph and select these, and by holding shift move this handle over here. So we will get something like that. Okay, like this. Now we need to bring all of these again properly. So for that, I'm going to select these layer and hit Control D. If this time I'm going to choose inverted matte and bring this after the shape layer, and we are going to remove this fill. Okay. And now we will try to animate this shape layer and all of these. So okay, so what we can do, I can select these and select all of these other layers as well, and press P4 position to create one keyframe. Also select this white layer, create one keyframe at position, select all of them, create one keyframe at position. Okay, so we need to select all of these alphabets, so hit U. Okay, go few frame forward and let's try to bring this properly at the center like this. Okay, select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, like this. Then go to the graph editor, select these graph by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here like that. Okay, now these upper ones, which are this layers, they should come out of this composition. Okay, like that. So we will take a gap of 2 to 3 frames for them. Okay, move this over here, again move this over here, again go few frame forward and move this over here like this. Okay, and then this shape layer, press P, create one keyframe, then press S, create another keyframe, then go to the last keyframe, which is this one. Let's select these and let's decrease the scale of these. Okay, and let's bring this downward and let's try to adjust the keyframe somewhere around like this and try to adjust this over here. Okay, like that, and let's make this like that. Okay, let select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, go to the graph, select these and by holding shift move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. Okay, like that. So if we check it out this animation now, first we are gonna get this, and then we are gonna get this, and then we will get this. Now over here, if you check it out this, we are getting this portion because we haven't trimmed this black color one. So let's trim this up to this one. Okay, so if we check it out this animation now, first we are getting this, and then we are gonna get something like this. Now for the shape layer, which is this one, let's hit U. Let's select these round corners over here, and these round corners, the reading thing is I think too much, so that's why let's make it only necessary readings. Okay, like this, and let's bring this round corner readings up to this one. Okay, select those, go to the graph, select this graph and try to adjust this somewhere up to this one. Okay, like this. Okay, then press F4, select all of them and enable the motion blur. Okay, so now if you check it out this animation, we'll get something like that. Okay, let's select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C. Press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as logo animation and hit OK. Then let's see where this animation is ending. Somewhere around at 6 seconds, I'll create one keyframe at scale. Go to the start and let's make this 1.15. Okay, like that, and then like that. Okay, then go to 6 seconds and hit N. Then select these and hit Control D. Select this second layer, apply this fill effect, and we are going to choose this black color. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC radial fast fox blur and double click to apply. And let's make this value 98. Then select this center and let's bring this over here like that. So now if you check it out this, we will get this animation, but along with this, we are going to get something like that as well. Then select the shape layer, press T and let's make this opacity to 30. Okay, like that. So we are gonna get something like this, and then we'll get something like that. Okay, Then just to add a little bit extra one, select this layer and press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for light sweep effect. Okay, not this one, but this one. And bring this handle at this point. Create one keyframe at the center, hit U, go somewhere over here, and let's move this from here to here. Okay, so we will get this extra portion. So if you check it out this now, our logo animation is ready. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of a logo reveal animation inside of After Effects. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. First thing first, we will import our logo. So I have already collected this logo over here. I'm going to simply import, but before that we need to create a composition. So let's create a new composition, and we are going to call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, and duration I'll choose somewhere around 1 minute, and background color is white, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title section, and then I'm going to import my logo over here. Now I'm going to divide this logo in several parts. So first of all, let's select this logo, and I'm going to select my ellipse tool, and by holding shift I'll create one mask over here. Then select this mask, and let's try to bring this at the center, and let's try to adjust the size of this like that. Okay, let's try to increase the scale, and with the help of arrows, let's try to adjust it properly. If you want to check it out whether it's adjusted or not, simply invert this and you will get to know. Okay, like that. Then after that, I'm going to select these and I'll hit Control D, and I'm going to press M, and then I'm going to choose invert. Then I'm going to get this kind of a structure. So now if I check it out this, I got this animation for not animation, but this layer first, which is in the middle, and then this one. Now over here, I don't want this BMW to be get revealed at the start. So what I'm gonna do, I'm going to select these and I'm gonna go and apply fill effect on it. Okay, but obviously it's gonna get reduced like that. Okay, so to do that, what we can do, I'm going to select my ellipse tool. I don't want any fill, so I'll remove this fill. Okay, also select these and let's try to adjust this properly like that. Okay, let's select these and try to adjust this, so this blue I don't want over here. Okay, then I'm going to create one ellipse over here like that, and choose black color for the stroke. Okay, and press Ctrl Alt Home to bring this anchor point at the center, and let's try to bring this. Then press S and let's increase the scale over here like that, and then increase the stroke width. Okay, not too much, we just need to, you know, reduce it in such a way that this should be gone. Okay, let's make this 21. Okay, like that. So let's make this fit now. Okay, and this one should be parent with this layer. Okay, so now we have this over here, and then we have this over here. And if I hide this, then I'm going to this BMW logo. Okay, then I'm going to select these two and I'll hit Control D and I'll bring this at the top. Okay, then select this layer and press F4, and we are going to choose track matte to this alpha matte to the top one. Okay, so now if I enable this, I'm gonna get this only BMW text. So let's select these and press Control Shift C to pre-compose, and let's call it as BMW text. Okay, then hide this. Then we will select these and press Control Shift C, and we will call it as BMW ring. Okay, and let's call it as middle. Okay, like that. Now, first thing first, I'm going to select my ellipse tool, and I don't want any fill. And for the stroke, I'll pick up this one, and let's make this fit. Now, by holding Shift, create one ellipse and press Control Alt Home. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally, and then align it vertically. Let's choose black color for now. Press S and let's increase the scale. and let's increase the size of this in such a way we'll get something like that. Zoom in a little bit. Okay, try to adjust it and try to adjust the scale. Now go to the stroke option, go to the fill, and we'll pick up this color. Okay, and let's make this fit now and try to adjust the scale in such a way that it should cover this. Now let's go to the add menu and choose trim path. Okay, go to the trim path and let's make this end value 0. Okay, let's hide this middle one. Okay, then create one keyframe at start, zoom in a little bit, let's go somewhere around 3 seconds and let's make this value 100. Then go to the start and let's make this value 100. Okay, let select the start and let's try to bring this over here like that. Okay, so we are getting something like this. Let's select these and hit F9, and by holding Alt try to adjust this. Okay, now if I right click keyframe assistance and choose time reverse keyframe, I'm gonna get that same animation in opposite direction. Okay, now I need more kind of a rotation over here, so let's create one keyframe at offset, go over here, and we need to increase the duration in negative value, so let's make this -4. Okay, so if I check it out this, I'm gonna get something like this. Okay, so let's select this again, hit Control D, move this over here like that, and let's choose a little bit darker one, and let's decrease the stroke width of this. Okay, like that. Now let's enable this middle one and let's bring this. Now this animation should be revealing at this point. Okay, like that. Then press R for rotation to create one keyframe, go somewhere around at this point, and let's make this -8 or something. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these by holding shift, bring this handle over here, and select these and bring this handle over here. Okay, so if we check it out this, we will get something like that. Okay, let's select these and hit U, and select these last keyframes and try to bring them a little bit closer because this animation should be a little bit faster. Okay, like that. Also there is a lot of rotation over here, we don't need that much, so I'm going to make this -6. Okay, like that. Okay, press F4, select all of them and enable the motion blur. Okay, like this. Okay, then we have this BMW ring over here, so we need to create animation for this one. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select the same thing and hit Control D and bring this over here and press S for scaling option, and I'll increase the scale. I'll select this BMW ring, press F4, and let's make it a track matte. Okay, like this, and then select these, and with the help of open square bracket I'll move this over here. Okay, like that. Then I'm going to select these over here and hit Control D and select the shape layer and hit Control D. Select this BMW, bring this at the top, and let's make it track matte with this one. And I want this animation should get started somewhere around at this point. Okay, and select these and hit U. And for this animation, I'm going to remove this end start keyframes. Okay, like that. And this animation I want should get started when this portion is gonna get ending. Okay, so if I check it out this, we are going to get something like that. Okay, like this. If you want, you can select these and choose white color over here as well, so you'll get something like that. So if we check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, let's select these two and hit Control D, and let's bring this at the top and let's bring this over here. Let's select these and let's decrease the stroke width of this, then press S and let's try to adjust the scale and try to adjust the strokes over here like that. Okay, then select these two and hit Control D. Let's bring this over here Let's select these again and try to adjust this over here. I'm going to select these and go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect, and we are going to choose white color. Okay, let's select these and we will choose stroke width to somewhere around 1 over here. Okay, like that. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Let's select this shape layer and hit Control D and let's enable this. Okay, and change the stroke width, stroke color to white. Okay, then press S and try to adjust the scale. Hit U, select these and try to adjust this over here like that. Try to adjust this somewhere over here. Okay, hit Control D, try to adjust this and press S for scaling option and try to adjust the scale. Hit U and let's increase the duration of it. Okay, again hit Control D, hit U, let's select these and by holding Alt, let's increase the duration of this again. So we are going to get that tire mark effect like that. So if you check it out this now, we will get this kind of a structure. Okay, now for this one over here, the stroke width is very big, so let's make this one only. Okay, like this. Now the only thing remaining is that BMW text. So let's select this text and press R for rotation. Okay, and let's see when this tire is can get revealed. So let's move this over here like that. Okay, then we have this stroke over here. So hit Control D and let's bring this at the top at the BMW text over here, and let's move this over here. Okay, and let's make it a parent, not parent, with track mat with this text. Hit U and let's remove this last thing. Okay, like that, and try to adjust this over here. And initially I'm going to create one keyframe at the stroke to create one, and somewhere around over here I'm going to increase the what you can say stroke width. Okay, so you get something like that. Okay, now along with that I need rotation for this text as well, so let's press R to create one keyframe, go somewhere around 5 frames, and let's make this uh -4. Select those rotation keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these, and by holding shift bring this handle over here and bring this handle over here. Okay, like that. Okay, so hit F4 and select all of them and make sure to uh, enable motion blur. Then right click new and create one null object. Select all of them and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press S, and let's make this 1 to create one keyframe. Then go somewhere around at the end when this animation is gonna end, and let's make this value 100 and hit N over there. So if you check it out this, let's make this quad resolution. We have got something like that, but somewhere in the middle when it's getting rotated, I want there should be some kind of a BHE effect. Okay, so for that I'm going to right click new and create one null object. Let's select these, make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press P, create one keyframe, hit page down button 2 times. With the help of arrow keys, I'll move this over here. Okay, so if I check it out, this it's just a small, you know, uh, position wiggle effect. I'm going to copy these keyframes for a while. Okay, up to this, and let's make this full resolution and let's see this animation now. Okay, you can hit Control V again to get more of these animation like that. Okay, let's select all of them and press Control Shift C. Okay, like that. If you want, then press S over here, go few frame forward, and let's increase the scale of these. Okay, a little bit. Then select this, hit Control C, Control V, right click, keyframe assistance, time reverse keyframe. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, and go to the graph, zoom in, select those keyframe, go to the graph and try to adjust the handle like this. Okay, like this. So you will get something like that. Okay, and if I go to the 6 second, I hit N. So if you check it out this, we will get something like that. Okay, now there should be a small amount of addition over here, like there should be some kind of a wind going on over here. So for that, I'm going to press G. From here to here, I'll create one stroke and I'll choose black color. Okay, and press Control Alt Home. Let's select these, go to the Align tab and choose Align over here. Press P and let's bring this over here. And with the help of open square bracket, try to adjust this over here. Okay, and let's move this at this point. Then go to the Add menu and we are going to choose Trim Path. Go to the Trim Path and let's make this end value over here. Create one keyframe. Go few frame forward. Let's make this 100 and somewhere in the middle create one keyframe at the start, go over here and let's make this value 100. Okay, like that. Select these and by holding Alt try to adjust this over here. Okay, like that. Okay, create one keyframe at the start over here, go few frame forward, create uh, another keyframe. Alt click on the stopwatch and let's apply loop out expression on it. Copy that expression and apply over here as well. Okay, so you'll get that animation continuously. Hit Control D, try to adjust this over here, hit Control D and create multiple duplicates of it like that. Okay, select all of them and hit Control D, bring this and try to adjust this over here. Okay, now let's select these alternate layers. Okay, and let's their stroke width to 3 maybe. Okay, and then select all of them and try to bring this at the bottom. Okay, and somewhere around at this point I want it should be gone, and enable the motion blur for all of them again. It like that. Okay, and now if you want all of this should be fast, so you can select these lines. Let's increase the duration and press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as lines and hold Alt open square bracket to trim up to this. Right click, time stretch and let's make this value 60. Then what will happen that this animations lines are going to be a little bit fast and you can end it up to at this point. Okay, and then press Control Y over here and bring this downwards. So we got this another solid layer. Okay, so if we check it out this now, we got this kind of an animation over here. So this is how you can create this kind of a logo reveal animation inside of After Effects. So here we are in Adobe Photoshop. Now I have this Yahoo logo over here, and one thing I want over here that each and every stuff should be on different layer. So what I'm gonna do, I'll press L on my keyboard, which is a shortcut key for lasso tool, and we will try to create this Y. I mean not create, but select this Y. We'll hit Control X. We'll create a new layer and we'll press Control Shift V to paste in place. Let's double click on this and let's call it as Y, and we will hide this layer. Now I'll press M, which is a shortcut key for rectangle selection, we will select this A, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, double click, and let's call it as A, and let's hide this. Then we will select this H, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, double click, and let's call it as H and hide this. Then we have this O. We will hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, double click, and let's call it as O. Then we have this O over here. Let's hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, double click, and let's call it as O. And for this portion, I'm going to select this one and I'll hit Control X, we'll create a new layer and press Control Shift V, and let's call it as 01. Okay. And we will call it this last portion as 02. Okay. And now let's save these files. Okay. Now we already got all of this. Now each and every one is properly on different layers. So now we can animate this in After Effects. So let's go to the After Effects, create a new composition, and we are going to call it as main animation. Width, I'm going to choose 1920, height 180, frame rate is 30, and duration is 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then I'll press Ctrl I to import my logo PSD file. Go to the import as, instead of footage, we will choose composition, return layers and sizes, and we will simply hit import and hit OK. Then double click to open this, select all of them and hit Ctrl C. Go to the main animation and hit Ctrl V. Now let's press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and let's bring this downwards. Right click, new, and create one null object. Select all of these layers and let's make it apparent with this null object. Do not select this white solid. Let's select this null, press S, and let's decrease the size. You can adjust the size the way you want. Okay, I'll make this up to 35% and let's delete this null object. Now we got all of this over here. Now we will try to animate this ball over here. Okay, but before that, we will select all of these and we will hit Control D and let's bring this at the top. Okay, and we will select these all bottom layers. We will change the color of them to yellow and we will hide them and we will lob them. Okay, because we don't need to animate them, they are just as a reference. So now what I want is that this edge should come from here to here like that. So let's do one thing. We will select these and press P for position, right click and choose separate dimension, then go to X and Y and create one keyframe. Go to around 1 second to create another keyframe. Then go to the start and let's bring this somewhere around over here like that. Okay. Then somewhere in the middle, let's bring this Y position upward like that. Then go few frame forward, take a gap of 10 frames, create one keyframe, and in the middle of that, let's bring this a little bit upward. Okay, select those Y position keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph, right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Select this graph by holding shift, move this handle at this point and this handle at this point. Okay, then select these, hold shift and bring this over here. Select these and bring this over here. Okay, then let's select this portion, move this handle over here and this handle over here. Select these, move this handle over here, select these and move this handle over here like that. So if we check it out this, we will get something like that. Now we will rotate it as well. So press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Hit U. Let's go over here and let's make this one complete rotation. So we will get something like that. Now somewhere around at this point, I want this A and this O should come in a play. So let's select these A as well as this O. And with the help of open square bracket, move this over here and let's bring this at the top. Let's bring it totally at the top and press P. Select those, right click and choose separate dimension on their position and let's minimize this. Create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. Take a gap of 20 frames to create one keyframe each. Go a few frames forward to create another keyframe at Y. And somewhere in the middle over here, let's bring this. Okay, let's move this a little bit upward like that. And over here, let's try to bring this X position over here like this. And over here, what I want is that I'm going to select this A and I'll try to bring this over here. I'll select this O and I'll try to bring this over here. Then I'm going to select this Y position and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these and by holding shift, move this handle over here. Select these and move this handle over here. Select these and move this handle over here. select these and move this handle over here. Then select this one as well and zoom in a little bit, enough to see handle, and try to adjust this like that and this like that, this like that and this like that. Okay, so if you check it out, this we'll get something like that. Now this is quite too much going upwards, so let's bring it like that. Then press R to create one keyframe, hit U, select these and let's make this positive rotation and this one should be -1. Okay, like that. Okay, so if we check it out, this will get something like that. And let's select these O keyframes, and by holding Alt, let's increase the duration of it. Okay, so there is going to be a gap. Now this A is touching at this point. So let's hit U and let's select these Y position and bring this over here. Okay, and with the help of open square bracket, try to adjust this. Then we will select these and all of these structure and try to bring this over here like that. And with the help of open square bracket, try to bring this over here. Now let's select all of these and press E. Let's select their respective positions again. Right click and choose separate dimension. And now we will try to animate them. So let's create one keyframe at X each. Let's take a gap of 20 frames again, like that, or somewhere up to this one. Okay. Create one keyframe each. Go few frames forward to create another keyframe, and somewhere in the middle I'll change the Y position of them over here. Then somewhere over here let's increase the Y position again. Okay, like that. Now at the start, this Y should be at the position of this A. Then all of these stuff should be at the position of this one, as well as this one should be over here. Okay, with the help of align tab, choose align vertically, so all of them are going to be here like that. Okay, now let's select all of these and in search option search for Y only, and let's select those Y position keyframes and hit F9. Then go to the graph editor, select this graph, and by holding shift try to adjust this over here and move this over here. Select these by holding shift, move this over here. Select these by holding shift, move this over here. Select these by holding shift, move this over here, and by holding shift move this over here. Hold shift and try to adjust this like that. Okay, so we will get something like that. Now we will press R for rotation. We will select these Y or select all of them and press R. Hit U and let's go somewhere up to this one. Let's select these three and let's make this positive plus rotation. Then let's select these and let's make it -1. Okay, like that. So we will get that. And when this O is going to touch over here, then I want all of this should start to get animated. So select these top three and move this over here. Okay. And select their respective positions. And by holding Alt, increase the keyframes length. Make sure to hold Alt and then increase this duration. So we will get something like that. So let's make this fit. If I check it out, this animation, I'll get something like this. Okay. And at the end, when each and every animation is gone, I'll select these and I'll press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer. And let's bring this at the top and press P for position. Let's remove all of these keyframes and create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. Then let's go to the start. And if you check it out, this our animation is starting from here. So initially, let's select this edge and hit U and press S to create one keyframe. Hit U and go somewhere around over here, create another keyframe. And at the start, the scale of this one should be like that. Okay. Now let's go over here and let's go to the start and let's select this edge and hit Control D and let's bring this at the top and hit U and let's remove all of this keyframe because this is going to be our reference. Then let's select these and go over here. Select these portion, hit U. Okay. Let's remove this rotation keyframe as well. Then go few frame forward over here and I'm going to move this from here to here by holding shift. Okay. And let's try to bring this somewhere over here like that. And somewhere in the middle, let's create one keyframe at Y. Okay. Again, go few frame forward, create another keyframe. Okay, like that. Now initially at this point I'm going to bring this over here, then somewhere around at this point I'll bring this downwards. Okay, then somewhere around over here, let's or I think I did one mistake over here. Initially it should be going upward, and then it should be going downward. So let's move this over here like that. Then somewhere around over here, let's bring this downward like this. Select those Y position keyframe and hit F9. So if you check it out this, we will get something like that. Okay, and now we will try to adjust the scale. So press S to create one keyframe and hit U, and let's increase the scale of this a little bit. And somewhere around at this one, let's try to adjust the first scale. Okay, like this. Now let's select those Y position keyframes, and we will start to adjust this graph from the end, because over here what I want, it should come a little bit faster like this. So let's select these, and by holding shift try to adjust this over here and try to adjust it like that. Then somewhere over here I'll try to bring this over here like this. Okay, zoom in, select these, and by holding shift try to adjust it like that and try to adjust it like this. Okay, so let's see how it's going to look. We will get something like that. Let's try to adjust it to like that. Okay, we are getting something like that. And now I want this animation to be faster. So let's select these, and by holding Alt, I'll move this up to this one. Okay, like that. Now let's make this fit. Now somewhere around at this point, I'll hit N over there, and let's move this portion. Okay, so now if I check it out this, so we will get something like that. Okay, and then we are getting something like this. Now let's select these and go to this graph editor of this Y position. And I think initially let's hit F9, because I want there should be a smoother animation over here. Okay, like that. Now after that there should be a scaling animation for them. So let's select all of these, press S to create one keyframe on them. Select this O, press S, create one keyframe. Let's select all of the other alphabets and enable the scaling keyframe. Okay, including this one, and go few frame forward, and let's select them, and let's decrease the scale to 0. Okay, and let's select those scaling keyframes and hit F9. Then hit page down button two times. Select these uh, this O, and let's move this over here. Okay, again few frame forward. Select these O. Select this with Control X, Control V again two times. Let's select these H. Hit Control X. Sorry. Select this keyframe. Hit Control X, Control V again two times. So we will select these. Hit Control X, Control V again two times. Select this Y. Hit Control X, Control V. So we will get that, animation. And now let's select all of these layers and enable the motion blur. So now if I check it out this animation, I'm gonna get something like that, and I'll get this kind of animation. Okay, and now we don't need this stuff, so we will remove that extra layers. Okay, we don't need that, and let's save this file. So now if I check it out, all of this animation, we have this, and then we are going to get this animation continuously. So this is how you can create this kind of a looping animation inside of After Effects. Okay, so here we are in Adobe Photoshop. Now I have this fruits images over here. Whenever you are going to purchase the project file or download it, you are gonna get these files separately. Okay, and I have created this from ChatGPT, and then I have this logo over here like that. And along with that, what we are going to use over here are these paper textures for our animation. Whenever you're going to download the project files, you'll get this raw footages and images as well. Okay, but now let's start from the scratch. Now I have this fruits images. So I'm going to select my rectangle selection tool, and I'll select this apple and hit Control X, create a new layer, and press Control Shift V to paste in place. And let's hide this. Then I have the strawberry, and hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, paste in place, and hide this. Same procedure I'm going to do for this one as well. Hit Control X, create a new layer, press Control Shift V, and let's hide this thing. I'm gonna go for this one. Hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, and hide this. Then we will select these and hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, and let's hide this. Then we will select these, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, and let's hide this. Then we are going to select the speech, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, and let's hide this. Select these, Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, and now we have each and every stuff properly on different layer. And now let's save this as Photoshop document. Now we have this Tropicana logo over here. If you want, then you can choose any fruit related brand. Right now, I'm going to choose this one. And let's unlock this layer. And let's select E, which is a shortcut key for eraser tool. And I'm going to click on this white portions of this logo like that. And then I'm going to select my rectangle selection. And first, I'll select these relief. I'll hit Control X. I'll create a new layer and I'll press Control Shift V. And I'm going to call it as leaf and hit enter, and let's hide this. Now let's press L, which is a shortcut key for lasso tool in Photoshop. We will try to select these T over here like this. Hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, double click, and let's forward it as T, and let's hide this. Then we will press M, which is a shortcut key for rectangle selection. We will select these R. Hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Let's double click and let's call it as R. Then we have this O. Let's select these O, hit Control X, new layer, and press Control Shift V. Double click and let's call it as O, and let's hide this. Then we will select these P, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, double click, and let's call it as P. Then we have this I, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, and let's call it as I only. Let's hide this. Then we have this C again, and hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V, and let's call it as C and hide this. Same procedure for this A. Simply select, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Same for this N. Hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Let's call it as A and let's call it as N. Okay. And we have this A. Simply select these, hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Let's call it as A and let's call it as R only, and let's bring this downwards. So now we have each and every layer like that on different layer. Let's save this as Photoshop document only. Okay, so now each and every stuff is properly on different layer. Now we will try to animate that in After Effects. Okay, so here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition and we are going to call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, and duration is 1.6 seconds, and background color is white, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Now we need to create one BG. So I'm going to create Control N and I'm going to call it as BG. And width is 1920, height is 1080, and all of the settings are seen, and simply hit OK. Now over here, I'll hit Control I to import my images of this paper textures. I'm going to select these and I'm going to hit import, and I'll simply bring them over here. Okay, then I'll take a gap of up to 2 to 3 frames. So hit page down button 1 2 3 times, select these, move this over here with the help of open square bracket, again 2 to 3 times with the help of open square bracket. Try to adjust this up to this one, hit page down button 2 to 3 times and hit N. So now if you check it out, this we are gonna get this kind of a paper texture in animation. Now let's select these and press Control Shift C. For this notification. Okay. Let's select these and press Control Shift C, and we are going to call it as paper animation. Okay. Let's go inside this paper animation comp. Inside this, zoom in, and let's go somewhere around at this point and hit N. Okay. Up to let's close this composition up to this. Then in work area, right click and choose trim comp to work area. Then go to the BG and over here right click time and choose time enable remapping. Okay. And before this last keyframe, create one keyframe and let's remove this last keyframe. Then alt click on this stopwatch and let's apply loop out expression over here. Okay. And deselect this. Then right click go to the time and go to the time stretch, and I'm going to make this value 200. So now this animation would be a little bit slower. Okay. Now, along with that, I need a kind of a grid over here. So I'll hit Control Y, which is a solid layer shortcut, and let's call it as grid and hit OK. Go to the Effect and Presets panel and search for grid and double click to apply. And for the color of this grid, I'm going to choose black color. Let's decrease the corners up to this one and decrease the corners up to this one. And let's make this border to 0.3. Okay. And if you check it out, this we are getting this grid, but this is very small, so let's increase this value. So we are gonna get this kind of a grid. Now let's go to the main animation and hit Control 0, and let's bring this BG over here like that. So we will get this continuous background element for our animation. Now let's hit Control I, and we are going to bring our logo over here. Import as, instead of footage, choose composition, return layers and sizes, and simply hit import. Okay, and hit OK. Then go inside this logo. Let's select all of them and hit Control C to copy. Go to the main animation and hit Control V, and let's try to bring this over here. Then right click new and create one null object. Select all of them and let's make it apparent with this null. Let's select this null, press S, and let's decrease the scale, and we will try to adjust it at the appropriate size. And we will try to bring this at the center like that. And we will remove this null object. Now we need to animate each and every one. So let's select all these text layers over here and press P. Then we will select all the positions by holding shift. I'm going to select those position properties. Okay. Then right click and choose separate dimension and create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. Then press S to create another keyframe and R for rotation keyframes of each and every one, and hit U. Then zoom in and let's go somewhere around 1 second. Create keyframes on all of that, and somewhere in the middle, let's bring this Y position to select all of these. Okay, and bring the Y position to upward like this. Then go to the start. Let's go to the align tab, align it horizontally and align it vertically. Then let's decrease the scale to somewhere around 3. Okay, then go over here and let's make this rotation 1 complete rotation. So if you check it out, this we will get something like that. Then after few frames, I'll again create another keyframe on the Y position of them, and somewhere in the middle, let's bring this Y position upward. Then in search option, search for Y and select those position of Y and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these, and by holding shift, move this handle up to this point. Select these and move this handle up to this point and move this handle up to this point. Zoom in, select it by holding shift, move this handle up to this, select these and move this handle up to this one. Okay. Select these and by holding shift up, bring this up to this and bring this up to this. Okay. Like that. So if we check it out, this we will get something like that. Then press R for rotation. Let's select those rotation keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these by holding shift, bring this handle over here and bring this handle over here. Okay. So basically we will get this kind of a jumpy animation for this logo. And now I want this animation to be one by one. So I'll hit page down button 2 times. I'll select these T, and then by holding shift, I'll select these R and hold Alt, close square bracket. Then right click, keyframe assistance, sequence layers and hit OK. Zoom in and let's increase the duration of it. Okay. So we will get this kind of an animation. And let's enable the motion blur for this animation like that. Now we have this leaf over here. So to animate this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to right click new and I'll create one null object. Let's select this leaf and make it apparent with this null. Then select this null, press P for position to create one keyframe. Zoom in, let's go to around 3 seconds and create another keyframe. And at the start, let's make this value up to this one. Okay. Select this null object, press R, create one keyframe, go over here and let's make this value 3. Okay. So if you check it out this now, we will get that rotation animation for this. Let's select these and hit F9. Okay. we will get something like this. And go to the graph, let's select these, and by holding shift bring this handle up to this one. Okay, and select these and bring this handle up to this one. Okay, so if you check it out, this you will get something like that. Let's select these last keyframe and bring this up to 5 seconds. So this animation would be a little bit slower. And if you check it out, this animation is basically starting from this point. So let's hold Alt, open square bracket to bring the trim up to this. Go to the start and let's bring this up to this one. Okay, so we'll get something like that. Then go to the start. Let's select this. Press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Hit U, go over here and let's make this pre-complete rotation and hit F9 to the last keyframe. So if you check it out this, you will get something like that and enable the motion blur. Okay, so because of this, what will happen? We are going to get this kind of an animation. Now this is for logo animation. So let's select all of these and press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as logo animation. Okay, so our background animation is ready, our logo animation is ready, and now we will try to animate that, which is the base of this animation, which is the animations of those fruits. Okay, so we'll try to animate that. So let's hit Control I, and now we will select our Photoshop layer of these fruits and import as. Instead of potash, choose composition, return layers and sizes, and simply hit import. Okay, and simply hit OK. Then let's double click to open this. Let's select all of them and let's go, or you can try to adjust their positions over here only. Okay, so we have this extra layer, which is this one. Let's enable, press F4, and let's try to bring this anchor point over here of this one. Okay, and let's lock this layer. Let's select these, try to bring this anchor point over here for this one. And now I'm going to arrange them properly. So I'll hit Control R to bring one ruler just to decide a base of this. And let's increase the scale of these. I'll select these and I'll try to bring this backward and try to adjust it over here like that. Let's click deep and I'll try to bring this at the backward of this one only like this. Okay, let's bring this at the backward. Let's select these. I also want this one to be at the back and I'll also rotate it a little bit. Okay, then this strawberry, I'm going to bring this over here and let's press S for scaling option. Okay, and I'll try to bring this over here. Then this portion, let's bring this totally backward. Okay, and I'll bring this over here. Then this apple, I want this one should be in the front. Then for this, I think we don't need this extra one, so I'll delete this. We need this teach, and I'll try to bring this over here at this point. Okay, like that, and try to adjust it over here. So now all the fruits are ready. Now all I need to do is to create animation for them. Okay, so first of all, I'll select these and I'll hit Control C to copy. I'll go over here and I'll hit Control V. So I'll get those here and I'll try to bring them at the center. Then right click new and create one null object. Let's select all of them and make it apparent with this null. Let's select this null, press S, and let's try to increase the size of this like that. Okay, and let's remove this. Now hit Control R to bring one ruler and try to bring this ruler over here and make sure all of them are touching the bottom of this ruler like that. Okay, properly. Now let's make this fit. Now we will try to animate them one by one. So first thing I want to animate is this pineapple, and let's bring this pineapple at the top, and I'll press L rotation, and let's rotate it on somewhere around minus 980, create one keyframe, go somewhere around 120, and let's make this value 0. Select those keyframe and hit F. Go to the graph, select these and try to bring this over here. Then press S, create one keyframe and hit U, and let's create another keyframe, and at the start let's make this value 0. Select those, hit F9, go to the graph and let's increase the size of this. I mean, adjust the graph like that. And if you check it out, this animation, we will get something like that. Okay, let's bring this animation up to 1 second only, like that. Okay, and let's increase the size of this animation and go somewhere around 20, and let's make this value 172. Okay, go to the graph, let's select this by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. So if you check it out, this we will get this animation and then we will get this animation. Okay, now for this portion I press P for position to create one keyframe, R for rotation to create another keyframes. I'll go to somewhere around 1.20 frames and hit U, and let's make this value 2 complete rotations and create one keyframe at position, and at the start I'm going to bring this over here. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Now this same animation I want for this orange as well, which is at the back, this one. So press P for position to create one keyframe, R for rotation to create another keyframe, and at the last create another keyframes. And at the start, you can hit W and you can rotate it like this. And let's bring this up to this one. And let's select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift, bring this handle over here. So you will get this kind of an animation. Okay. Now I want falling animation for this apple as well as this peach. So let's bring this both of these at the top and press P for position to create one keyframe. Go to around 20 frames to create another keyframe. Go to around 1 second to create one keyframe again. And at the start, let's bring this upward. Okay. Somewhere in the middle, let's bring this upward. Select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graphs, select these by holding shift, move this handle over here, select these and move this handle over here. Okay, then select these again by holding shift, move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point, move this handle over here and move this handle over here like that. So we will get that falling animation over here like this. Okay, now we need to create a popping animation for this one. So for that, I'm going to enable the animation composer. Okay, so we are going to use this animation composer plugin. Let's go to the motion presets, go to the 2D transition, go to the scale options from anchor point and choose overshoot. And we will choose this overshoot animation. Okay, animation composer is a free plugin. You can simply search on Google animation composer and you will get this plugin. Let's select these and press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool. And by holding control, let's try to bring this downwards and let's choose animate in. And then we will close it. So we will get this kind of a bouncy animation. Now the remaining one is this two options only. So for them, what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to right click new and create one null object. And let's select these two and let's change the color of these layers to red only. So it would be easy for us to recognize them, and let's make it apparent with this null. Now let's select these two layers and let's click on this portion so we can see only this layer, and press P for position to create one keyframe. Go to somewhere around 2 seconds and create another keyframe. Go to the start and let's select this one and bring this handle over here, and let's bring this handle over here. Let's select this null object, press R, create one keyframe and go over here, create another keyframe. And initially, I'm going to rotate this null just like this and select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these graph and by holding shift, bring this handle over here. So if we check it out this, we are going to get something like this. If you want, then you can select this null and you can rotate it a little bit more. So you will get something like that. And you can increase the duration of this layers to 4 seconds as well. So the animation would be a little bit, slower. Then I'll select this the portion and I'll bring this keyframe a little bit closer. So this animation will be a little bit slower as compared to the other another one. Okay, and now disable this. And now if I check it out this, I'm gonna get these animation for all of them. Okay, like that, and hit U. So we have this animation for all of them, and now I want them to be animated one by one. So hit page down button 3 times, or you can take a gap of 5 frames and try to arrange them like this. Take by taking a gap of 5 frames with the help of open square bracket and trying to bring them over here. and don't change the position of this null object over here. We will keep it as it is, and we will get something like that. Okay, so now we are getting something like this, and somewhere around that 3 seconds I want their scale should be gone. So let's select all of them in your except this null object, and press S for scaling option and create one keyframe at scale on each and every one of them, and go few frame forward, and let's make their scale 0, and select those scaling animation keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift, simply bring this handle up to this point. Okay. Then go over here and hit page down button 2 to 3 times. Select these by holding Control X, Control V, paste it again 2 to 3 times. Simply hit Control X, Control V again 2 to 3 times. Control X, Control V again 2 to 3 times. Control X, Control V again 2 to 3 times. Select these and hit Control X, Control V again 2 to 3 times. Control X, Control V again 2 to 3 times. Hit Control X, Control V. So we will get something like that. So if you check it out, this we are getting something like this, and we will get something like that. Okay, and let's disable this. Okay. Now, somewhere around at this point, I want my logo animation should start to appear. So I'll in this way select this logo animation comp, and I'll bring this somewhere around at this portion. Okay. So if you check it out, this animation, first we are getting this, and then we are getting something like this. Now, over here, I need some additional animation. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'll hit Control 0, and I'm going to go and select my logo comp, and I'll bring this over here like that, and press S for scaling option, and let's scale it like that, and go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect and double click to apply. And now we are going to choose white color over here. This is just an additional animation that we need to apply. For that, I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and I'll create one this kind of a line, and press Ctrl Alt Home. Then press R for rotation, and let's rotate it like this. And let's bring this handle at this point. Press P for position to create one keyframe. And as this animation is going on, somewhere up to this, I want it should be gone up to this point. So let's bring this from here to here, and select this logo and press F4, and let's choose track matte to this alpha matte. So during this animation, we are going to get this kind of a stuff, and this animation should be somewhere in the middle of these portions. Okay, like that. So let's bring this somewhere up to this portion. Okay, so it will add that additional touch to our animation like that. Okay, so this is also ready. Now along with that, there should be some extra stuff. So for that, I'm going to select my pen tool, and I'm going to remove this fill. I don't need that. And for the color, I'm going to choose let's choose black color for now, because we just want to see. And let's create this kind of a stroke shape like these. Okay, it's a simple shape, not not a simple, but easy to create. Okay, like that. And then somewhere around at this point, it should be gone. Then select these, and let's choose white color for this stroke, and let's choose 2 pixels, and let's make this fit and at the start. So if you check it out, this we are getting something like this. And then select the shape layer, and let's go to the add menu, and let's choose trim path. But the yeah, choose trim path, and go to the trim path, and let's make this end value to somewhere around 20. Okay, and not 20, but let's set 10, and let's create one keyframe at offset, and go somewhere around up to this point, up to 9 seconds, and let's make this value 2. So what will happen, we are going to get that line animation over here till this animation is going on. Okay, and we will try to bring this downwards. Okay, even after the logo animation. So this is just an additional stuff for our animation. I'm going to select these, and I'll hit Control D. I'll bring this forward. I'll select this layer, and let's make this group to 6. Okay, so now basically we have two line animations over here. Then select the topmost layer, which is this one, hit Control D. Let's go to the start and bring this over here, and this time change the color of this one to greenish or darker greenish color like these. Press R for rotation and let's rotate it on 180-degree like these, and let's choose stroke weight to somewhere around 1 pixels like this. Okay, at this point, and somewhere around at this point I want this green color should gone. So let's press T for opacity, create one keyframe at opacity, go few frame forward, let's make this value 0. Okay, like this. So our this much animation is done. Now we need to add some final touch to our animation. So somewhere around at 9 second I want this animation to end, so I'll hit N, and let's select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C, and we are going to call it as animation and hit OK. Press S, create one keyframe, and at the start let's make this scale 120. Okay, and what will happen along with this animation, we are gonna get that scaling animation to our animation like that. So if we check it out, this we will get something like that. Okay, so this animation is done. Now you can go inside this over here and let's select all the fruits animation. Okay, let's check it out from where the fruit animation is starting up to this. All of these are fruit related animation. So press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as fruits animation and click OK like that. If you disable this, all of them are gonna get gone. Also in this one, there is this logo. We will hit Control X, go to the fruit animation or go to the main animation, and let's hit Control V to paste it. Okay, it should be behind the fruit animation. I want it to be there. Then I'm going to select these fruit animation and I'll hit Control D. I'll select this bottom layer. I'll go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC radial fast fox blur, and let's make this value 90. Select this center and let's bring this over here like that. And you can make this value 99 as well. Okay, like this, or try to adjust it somewhere around like this. And let's apply fill effect and choose a darker color and press P for opacity, and let's make this value 40, and let's bring this out of this logo. Okay, so what will happen whenever you are gonna get that animation, you will get that small amount of shadow over here like that. Okay, if you want to reduce it, you can reduce it up to this. I'll bring this up to this one. Okay, and I'll try to bring this anchor point up to this one. Okay, so this portion is also ready. Now we need to add our aspect ratio and some grungy stuff to this animation so it will look like a premium motion graphics. So for that, I'm going to right click new and create one adjustment layer. Let's go to the effect and presets panel and search for posterize time effect. Okay, and let's make this value 15. Then apply noise effect on this, and let's make this value 15 only. Okay, and then press Ctrl Y to create one black color solid, and hit Ctrl D. Select these and choose track matte to this black solid, and choose inverted matte. Select this topmost layer, unlink this, and let's make this value 90. So now we have that lock aspect ratio like this to our animation. So our animation is gonna look professional, and like that. So if I check it out, my final output, it's going to be something like this. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of a logo animation. So here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's start from the basic. Let's create a new composition, and we are going to call it as main animation. Width we are going to choose over here should be 1920, and height we are going to choose 1080. Frame rate is 30, and duration we don't want much more duration, so I'm going to choose somewhere up to 1 minute. Okay, and background color I'm going to choose black and simply hit OK. Now we have this empty canvas. First thing first, we will make sure that the resolution is full, and we will enable this title safe action, so we will get this kind of a camera grid. Okay, and now we will bring our logo. Now you're free to bring any logo. I'm going to bring this PNG image of Adidas logo. Right now, because our background is also black and this logo is also black, that's why it's not visible. So I'll go to the effect and presets panel and I'm going to search for fill effect. Simply double click to apply, and instead of red color we will choose white color and hit OK. Now I'll press S for scaling option and let's scale the size. I'm going to adjust this size somewhere up to this one. Okay, you're free to adjust the size, it's totally up to you. Now let's select this logo and make sure to press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose like that, and we have to choose move all attributes into new composition. Then new composition name, I'm going to call it as logo and hit OK. Okay, so now if you hit Control 0 in project window, you will get this composition logo over here. Now keep in mind that, because that is going to be important whenever we are going to change the logo after the animation. Okay, now let's do our animation. Let's select these and press S, and let's try to adjust the scale over here. Okay, now press P for position to create one keyframe and press S to create another keyframe and hit U. Okay, then I'll go somewhere around 2 seconds, or let's say 1 second only, create one keyframe. Then somewhere around 2 seconds I'll create another keyframe. Then at the start, let's bring this over here, and scale we are going to choose 0. Then go over here and let's change this position of this one at equivalent distance somewhere up to this, and let's scale 0. So if I check it out this, I'm gonna get something like that. Now this animation looks plain, so let's select those keyframe and hit F9 to ease out, and if I hit play, I'll get something like this. Now again, it's quite smooth, but still I want some subtleness in this animation. So for that we will go to the graph editor, and over here, if your graph is not like this, simply right click and make sure that you are choosing editing speed graphs. Okay, and click on it. So we will get this kind of a structure, and whenever you are going to open this, make sure that you have selected all the keyframes and then you are going to open this. Okay, it's not like that just select position and click on this, otherwise they will not show you the scaling graph, because we need to adjust the graph of both of these properties. So let's select both of these and go to the graph, right click and make sure to choose edit speed graph. Now obviously from name itself you can understand that it is going to adjust the speed of this animation. So let's select these middle area, and by holding shift bring this handle up to this portion. Select this and by holding shift bring this handle up to this portion. Okay, so if I check it out this, I'll get this kind of an animation. Okay, so this animation is ready. We'll keep it as it is. Now let's select these and hit Ctrl D to duplicate it, and let's hide this second layer. Now this animation is obviously the same, but over here what I want is that I don't want this extra animation, so I'll delete the last keyframe. Okay, and if you check it out this now, we have two animations over here, one which is going over again at the this portion, and one is still there. Okay, so now let's select these logo and second logo and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and let's call it as animation 01 and hit OK. Then select these first logo and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and let's call it as animation 02. Okay. Now we have two animations, and in these animations we have same composition, which is logo. Okay. Now let's close this. Now let's press Ctrl Y and let's call it as fractal, because on this layer we are going to apply our fractal noise effect. And let's go to the effect and presets panel, and we are going to search for a fractal noise effect, and let's double click to apply. Okay, so we are going to get this kind of a cloud structure, and there are so many properties over here. Obviously it's impossible to, not impossible, but it's quite time consuming to talk about all of this. So we will talk about something which is important. So first is fractal type. Right now it's basic. Over here you can choose any one you want. For this animation we are going to choose turbulent smooth, and noise type, which is soft linear. Over here we are going to choose blocks. There are so many options like linear over there, soft linear over there. Okay, like this, but over here we need blocks. Also over here we can adjust the brightness and contrast just to derive the, how it's gonna get looked in terms of brightness and contrast, I think 140 and minus 31 would be great. Then uniform scaling option is over there. Oh, I'm going to adjust the scale a little bit, not too much, and also adjust the height a little bit, somewhere around like this. And complexity, let's choose 2. Okay, like that. Now if you increase the contrast, as you guys can see, these numbers are going to get increased. So let's do one thing. For the contrast value, I'm going to choose 220, and brightness, let's choose minus 30. Okay, now this animation is over here. I mean, not animation but pattern, but there is need to animate. So what I can do, I can create one keyframe at offset turbulence, and I can hit U. I can go somewhere around 8 seconds maybe, and I can bring this from here to here. Okay, so what will happen, I'm going to get this kind of animation, but this looks very slow. So let's go to the 8 second, and we will increase this value again. So this animation is going to be a little bit faster. Now similarly, I'm going to create one keyframe at evolution. First of all, evolution, what will happen, sorry, it will change this pattern like that. Okay, basically, in simple terms, it will animate this pattern which is in black and white. So let's create one keyframe at evolution and hit U. Okay, so you can see those keyframe, and then go to the 8 seconds, and we will make this one complete rotation. So we will get that small amount of animation over here. So our fractal is ready. Now fractal is basically creating a black and white pattern over here. So now let's select this fractal and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and we are going to call it as pattern. Okay, and hit OK. And let's hide this. Now we are going to apply the important effect of this tutorial, which is time displacement. So let's select these, let's hide this animation 1 for now, and let's select this animation 1, and we are going to apply time displacement effect. From name itself, you can understand that it's going to displace the animation time. Okay, and over here we need to derive one pattern over here, otherwise it will animate according to their own. So for the time displacement layer over here, we are going to choose our pattern. Okay, and now if I check it out, this, as you guys can see, I am getting something like that. Okay, but this is not something we want. Even from the start, this animation is not starting, because maximum time displacement, I mean max displaced time second is 1. So what we need to do is that we need to go inside this, and we will hit U, and we will make sure this animation should start from 1 second. Then only we can see this animation from the start like that. Okay, over here, as you guys can see. Okay, so this is like that. Same thing we are going to do for this animation 2 as well. Let's select these, apply time displacement effect. Okay, and choose pattern, and let's hide this animation 2 so we can focus on this. Let's go inside this, hit U, and let's select these, and let's bring this up to 1 second. So if we check it out this now, we will get this revealing animation over here like that. Okay, so this looks great. Now what I want over here is that both of these animations are correct, but I want this animation 2 should start somewhere around at this point after this one. Okay, so we will get these both animations. So if I check it out this now, I'm gonna get this kind of a revealing animation for this logo. Okay, so this is our animation which is ready. So basically our base animation is ready. Now just we need to stylize it. So how we can do that, we will select all of these, and I'm going to press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and we will call it as base animation. Okay, from name itself you can understand that this is the basic animation of revelation. Now let's select these and hit Ctrl D to 5 times. Okay, and one thing which I forgot to do over here, we need to press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and over here for the color I'm going to choose grayish color over here, and hit OK and hit OK, and we will bring this downwards. Then go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC vignette effect, and double click to apply. So you will get those border. And if you want to create much more stylized, so press Ctrl Shift Y again to enable the solid settings again, and choose a little bit more grayish color. So as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of a background pattern. Okay, also if you want to adjust the lock aspect ratio, you can do that as well. Simply press Ctrl Y, and let's make this color black color background. Then select this black solid layer and hit Ctrl D. Then select this second layer and press F4 to switch between these options. And over here you will get this track matte option. Simply make it with this one, and then enable this option to invert this matte. Okay, like that over here, and then select this topmost layer and press S, unlink this, and let's make this value 90. So now as you guys can see, if I disable this, okay, and check it out, this we are getting this aspect ratio over here. Okay, like that. This just adds a little bit, cinematic look to your animation. Okay, but now we will focus on our animation. So why I did this, created this 5 duplicates, let's see. We need to create a pattern over here, like RGB and some outline effect. So for that, what I'm gonna do, let's save this file first. Don't forget to hit Ctrl S all the time. Okay, now let's select the 7 layer and go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect and double click to apply. We will choose red color only. Select this 6th layer, go to the effect and presets panel, apply fill effect, and let's choose green color. Okay, make sure you choose proper green. Then select this 5th layer, go to the effect and presets panel, apply fill color, and let's choose blue color. Okay, then go to the 4th layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for find edge effect and double click to apply. Okay, so let's enable this layer only, on which we have applied this find edge effect. And now as you guys can see, we are not getting any difference because we haven't enabled this option. So if you enable this option, we will get this kind of an outline. So how this is going to help us, let's see. Now over here, I'm going to take a gap of 5 frames, select this one and move this over here. Then go to the 10 frames, select these and I'll move this over here. Go to the 15 frames. By the way, shortcut key to shift this is open square bracket. So simply click on that. So it will automatically gonna get shift over here. Okay, so now if I check it out, this animation from the start, I'm gonna get something like this effect over here. Okay, as you guys can see, we are getting that glitchy effect. Now what we can do, I can select these and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and I can call it as animation, or you can call, yes, animation would be the right word. So let's hit enter. Then I can hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. I can press S for scaling option, unlink this, and instead of 100, let's choose -100, and press P for position, and let's try to bring this downwards. Okay, like that. And then I can select my rectangle selection tool and I can create this kind of a mask, and go to the mask properties, and let's increase the mask feathers like that, and press T for opacity, and let's make this value 50. Okay, or even you, if you want, you can make this value 30 as well. Okay, so if you check it out this now, it will take time to load, but our animation would look something like this. Okay, now this is a steady animation. I want a little bit of wiggle, so let's hit Ctrl S. Now for that, I'm going to right click new and I'll create one null object. I'm going to select this animation and animation 5 and select these two layers and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press P for position, alt click on the stopwatch, and let's apply wiggle 3,3 and let's deselect it. Okay, so what will happen along with this animation, we are going to get that little bit amount of wiggle animation over there as well. Okay, now press F4, select these two layers and click on this icon. Okay, and now we will go inside this animation. We will select these last 3 layers, press F4, and in blending mode we are going to choose screen. Okay, like that. So we will get that blending effect over there. Okay, like this. Now this portion is ready. Now we need to create some look over here. So if this animation should look vintage, so let's go to 6 seconds and I'll hit N over here because I want this revealing animation up to 6 seconds only, like that. And also I'll select this null object, press S initially. Let's make this 110, create one keyframe, go to around 6 seconds, and let's make this value 95 or something. Okay, so what will happen, that along with this animation we are gonna get that scaling animation over there as well. Now I am going to right click new and create one adjustment layer and bring this adjustment layer before this solids. Okay, go to the effect and presets panel and we are going to search for our first effects, which is posterize time, and double click to apply, and let's make this value 15. Then we are going to apply noise effect as well, apply noise, and let's make this value somewhere around 20. Okay, so if you check it out this animation now, we will get something like this. Okay, like that. Now after that, what we can do over here is that we can select these, we can go to the effect and presets panel and we can search for glow effect as well, and let's make this glow value 90, not glow value but glow threshold 90, glow radius I'm going to choose 20, and glow intensity let's choose 0.6 or something like that, or you can choose 0.5 as well. Okay, so if you check it out this now, along with this animation we are gonna get that glow effect as well. Okay, like that. So if you check it out this now, this animation is gonna look something like this. Okay, now this animation is done. Now what we can do is that we can, as I said at the start in the intro as well, that this animation is something where you can change the logo easily whenever you want. So how we are going to achieve that? For that, let's hit Control 0 and let's go to this project window and let's enable our logo comp, which is this one. Now whenever you are going to change the logo, one thing that you need to understand, that the baseline should be the same. So what I'm going to do, I'll press Control R and I'm going to bring this line over here like that, which means whatever logo I'm going to import over here, this should be between these parameters like that. Okay, one is at the top and one is at the bottom. Now I'm going to import this another logo, which is Nike logo over here. I'll bring this over here. Again, I'm going to search for fill option and I'll double click to apply, and let's choose white color. And one thing you need to understand, that this will work on this white color logo. Okay, only like that. And let's adjust the scale over here like these. Okay, and let's hide this Adidas logo. So now our logo has been changed, and now if I check it out this animation over here, I'm gonna get that same animation for this Nike logo. Now obviously this, it will take some time to load this animation, but our animation would be the same, and logo is also changed but animation is still the same. And you can use this method for any logo you want. You can choose your personal logo as well like that. Okay, and our animation is ready. It's still rendering. Let's see how the final output look. So as you guys can see, this is how your final output will gonna look. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of a logo animation inside of After Effects. Okay, so here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition and we are going to call it as main animation. Width, we are going to choose 1920, height 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute 31 seconds, background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title section and let's save this file. Okay, now we will use Photoshop and I have this Upwork logo. If you want, then you can choose any freelancing platform logo over here. Now we need this work in different layer as well as this up in different layer. So I have already created that like this. Each and every alphabet is properly on different layers. So we'll save it. Okay. Then we'll go in After Effects and we'll press Ctrl I to import our Photoshop file. I'll select this Upwork logo, import as. I'm going to choose composition, written layers and sizes, and simply hit import and hit OK. Okay, then I'll hit Control I again, and I have created this world map image with the help of ChatGPT. Okay, if you simply bring this over here, as you guys can see, we got this kind of an image over here. Okay, so I'll simply import it over here. Let's press S for scaling option, just like that. Okay, and then I'm going to press Control Y to create one solid color background, which is should be in a white color, and I'll bring this downwards. Then I'm going to select both of these and I'll press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and I'm going to call it as world map. Okay, let's call it as, and hit OK. And we will hide this layer. And if you want, then you can delete this layer from here as well, because this layer is there in our composition, which is world map. Okay, now we need to focus on our animation first. So let's save this file and press Ctrl Y. And for the color, instead of choosing complete white color, we will choose a little bit of grayish color like that. And we will lock this layer. Similarly, for this animation, I want one aspect ratio over here. So I'll press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and I'm going to choose black color, hit OK and hit OK. Then hit Ctrl D again. Select this black solid, press F4 to switch between these options. And this track matte, we are going to choose alpha matte. Then we will choose inverted matte. Then we will select this topmost layer and let's press S for scaling option. Unlink this and let's make this value 90. So now we got this aspect ratio. Okay, so let's select these two and press Ctrl Shift C, and we will call it as black lines, for example. Okay, so we got this composition, and if you want, then you can delete this from here as well. This composition is over here only. Okay, and now we can start with our animation. So as you guys know that we are going to animate Upwork is a freelance platform where each and every freelancer provide their services. So what I did, that I got this few services that freelancers provide from this. So we will take these as an examples. So let's hit Control N to create the composition, and let's call it as 01 text over here and hit OK. Then I'm going to select my rounded rectangle, and for the fill, we are going to choose black color, and we will create one rounded rectangle like this. Then select these and press Ctrl Alt Home. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally, and then align it vertically. Go to the rectangle one, rectangle path, and let's increase this roundness value, and let's minimize this. Select this, hit enter, and let's call it as BG. Then we will select our text tool, and we are going to copy this website development text, hit Ctrl C, go over here and hit Ctrl V to paste it, and press Ctrl Alt Home to bring this anchor point in the center. Go to the Align tab, and we are going to choose Align vertically. And let's choose white color over there. Now this portion is ready. Now we need to adjust the size of this composition. So hit Ctrl K to open the project settings. And let's bring this over here and let's decrease the height till we will get the appropriate amount like that. So okay, it should touch this area. If it's not touching, that is also okay. It's not necessary that it should touch completely. Okay, so we'll choose website development like this and hit OK. So this is our text one. Okay, let's go to the main animation and let's bring this text 01 over here. Press S and let's try to adjust the scale of these over here like that. And try to bring this over here. Then hit Control D, bring this over here. Hit W and let's rotate it like this. Now press Control R to bring one ruler, and let's bring this line over here, which going to act like our ground. And try to bring this in such a way. Hit W for rotation tool. It should look like it's resting on this portion like that. With the help of arrow keys as well, you can try to adjust, or you can press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool. Try to bring this over here, press W and try to adjust it like this. Okay, then select these and hit Control D to duplicate it. Move this over here, hit W. Let's bring this over here again. If you want, then adjust the scale of these a little bit, hit W, and let's try to adjust this over here like that. Press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool. Try to bring this over here, hit W, and try to rotate it like this. Okay. Then if you check it out, the text over here is this kind of a text. So let's make this fit. Then select these, hit Control D, hit W for rotation, and let's try to move this over here like this. Okay, press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool, and try to bring this over here like that. So let's make this fit. Then select these, hit Control D. Let's try to bring this over here. um, Press S for scaling option and try to adjust the scale of these over here like these, somewhere in the middle. Okay, like that. Then select these, hit Control D. Let's try to bring this over here as well. Okay, like that. So I think this much are enough for me. Okay. So now I want to animate these. So what I can do is that I can create animation first and then I'll replace them. Okay. So first I want to animate this. So we will keep it as it is over here. Then we need this. Then we need to animate this. Then we need to animate this. So let's bring this at this position. Then this one should get animated. So it's the proper position. So now we will try to animate those. So let's select these and press select all of those and press P for position. Select their positions and right click and choose separate dimensions. Create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. Then go somewhere around 1 second and create another keyframe. Then somewhere around 1 second to create another keyframe. And in the middle, with the help of arrow keys, let's bring this upwards. Okay, like that. So now if you check it out this we got something like that. Also if you want then you can change it according to your needs. Okay, but we'll keep it as it is. And now we will try to animate those. So initially I'm going to select all of them and I want them to be over here. So what I can do, I can select these bottom layer, hit Ctrl C to copy, select all of those and hit Ctrl V to paste it. Now press R for rotation. For this one as well, press R for rotation and create one keyframes. Hit U, go over here and create another keyframe on the rotation. And at the start, let's hit W and let's rotate it like this. Okay, properly like this. So we will get something like that. Now in the middle, let's change the Y position of this one to somewhere around over here. Okay. Also, press S for scaling option, create one keyframe, go few frame forward, go over here, create another keyframe at scale, then go to the start and press S, then copy the first scaling keyframe of this and hit Ctrl C, select all the layers and hit Ctrl V to paste it. Okay, like that. Otherwise, you can select these and initial scale should be 10, that would be better, and hit U. So now if you check it out this, we are getting something like that. Now let's select these and let's change their Y position a little bit upward. Now in search option, I'll search for Y only. So we will get these Y positions. Let's select those Y positions and hit F9. Go to the graph, zoom in, select these and by holding shift move this handle over here and by holding shift move this handle over here. Select these by holding shift move this handle over here. Select these by holding shift move this handle over here. Zoom in, select these by holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Select these this portion, move this over here and move this over here. Okay, so if you check it out this now, we will get something like that. Okay, now press U to minimize that. And now I want there should be a difference between their animations. So I'll take a gap of 5 frames to each. Okay, so we will get these like that. Okay, press F4, select all of them and enable the motion blur. Okay, so we will get something like that. If you want, then you can take a gap of 10 frames as well. Okay, like these. Sorry, you can take a gap of 10 frames, so you will get this kind of an animation. Okay, like that. So now right click new and create one null object over here. And now what we can do is that we will select these and we will make it apparent with this null object. Okay, like that. So now what we are going to do is that we need certain kind of an animation over here. So what we can do is that we will select this 01 text, right click, reveal layer in source project. We will hit Control D and double click to open this. And over here inside this, we need different text, which is going to be the brand identity. Okay, so sorry, I'll copy this brand identity text, select these and let's change this text. And over here, the second layer by holding Alt, I'm going to replace it. Okay, so obviously I'll get the different text over here. Same thing, select this text, hit Control D, select this layer and by holding Alt, replace it. Select this fourth layer, hit Control D by holding Alt, replace it. Select these, hit Control D by holding Alt, replace it. Select these, hit Control D, and by holding Alt, replace it. Select this third layer, and over here I'm going to type that logo animation text. Then we have this video editing text, Control C. Select this text 4 and hit Control V. Now we have this blog writing text, so we will go inside this. We will add blog writing. Okay, then we will select these. Okay, go inside this and hit Control V to paste it. So now we have each and every one on different portions. Now what I want is that initially I don't want all of these to get animated, so I'll bring them over here. And now, as I said, that initially all of this is focus should be on null object. So now let's select this null object over here, like that. Somewhere around at 1 second I want this text inside that should get animated. So let's go inside this, select these, and with the help of open square bracket move this over here. In search option you will get this option called typewriter effect. If you want, then you can apply this typewriter effect over here as well. Okay, that would be better. So initially we will get this and then we will get this animation. If you want, then you can take a gap for a while. Okay, and let's move this over here like that. So first we have this, and somewhere when this portion is coming up over here, I want this null object should focus on this one. So press P for position to create one keyframe, press S to create another keyframe, and hit U. Then go somewhere around over here. Let's increase this and let's bring this position over here. Select those and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift by holding shift move this handle over here and move this handle over here, so it will focus on this. Then after that I'll select these, hit Control C, Control V, keyframe assistance, time reverse keyframe. So if you check it out, this first we will get this and then we will get this, and then somewhere around at this point I want all of this should start to get animated like that. So okay, over here. So if you check it out, this we'll get this animation, and then somewhere around at this point each and every one I want should get animated. For example, this text 2 over here, it should also get animated somewhere around 1 second with this effect called blinking cursor typewriter console. Okay, simply go to 1 second, select these, double click to apply. Select this text 4, go to 1 second, select these and double click to apply. Go over here, go somewhere around 1 second, select these and double click to apply. Select these, go to around 1 second, select these and double click to apply. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are gonna get this animation. So first we got this and then we got something like that. Okay, and at this portion let's select these and let's try to bring this a little bit upward. Okay, like that, so these things are at the center like this. Okay, so if you check it out, this we got something like that. Okay, okay, so we got something like that. Along with that there should be a small amount of zoom in animation, but we will do that later after our entire animation is completed. Right now we will focus on this one. Now hit Control 0 and let's open your Upwork logo, which is this one. Over here let's choose photo resolution, and I think we don't need this text layers anymore, so we'll close it. Now we have this color over here. Otherwise you can open Photoshop as well. You can press I, which is a shortcut key for picker tool. Simply pick up this color, double click and copy this color code. Okay, and go over here and select this bottom layer and go to the effect and presets panel and search for tint effect. And over here, instead of black color, you can apply this color code. You can copy this color code and you can choose alternate layers and apply this color code. You can select these as well. You can apply tint effect, and over here instead of white you can choose that color code with the help of this picker. Okay, and over here instead of these you can choose a little bit of grayish color. Okay, then copy this tint effect and select these and hit Control V. So, okay, so now if we check it out, this we'll get something like that, and then you're gonna get something like this. Now after that we need certain animation over here like that. So when all of these are animated enough, let's select all of these and hit U and press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer, and let's bring this at the top and select this null object, hold Alt, close square bracket to trim up to this. Select these layers and hit U, and let's remove their parenting first of all, and then remove all the keyframes these layers has. Okay, like that. So now there is no keyframes on this, so press P for position to create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y. Then press R to create another keyframe and press S to create another keyframe and hit U. So now we are free to animate these layers. So go few frame forward over here like that. Let's decrease the scale of these one, each and every one, or yeah, let's add 20 scale over here like that. But even before that, let's select these and let's remove their parenting. I mean, remove this last keyframe. Select all of these at this point and press Control Alt Home, which is a shortcut key to bring their anchor points at the center. Then go few frame forward, and first of all let's make the scale 20 of each and every one. Then we can make the rotation of them somewhere around like these, or instead of that let select these one and hit W for rotation and rotate it like this. Select these, let's rotate it like this. Select these, let's rotate it like this. Also select these and let's rotate it like this. So if you check it out, this we are getting something like that. Okay, then we will select these and let's move this over here. Select these and let's move this over here, move this over here. Okay, let's check it out, this. Okay, select these and move this over here, this over here, and this over here. Let's bring this over here. Sorry, and let's bring this over here. So we will get something like that. Okay, then go few frame forward, select all of them. Let's make this rotation 0 of each and every one. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally, align vertically. Okay, let's select these and try to bring this over here. Select these, try to bring this over here, 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 and try to bring this over here. Okay, like this. So you'll get something like that. Now let's select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, zoom in, select these by holding shift, move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. Okay, so you'll get something like this. Okay, so if you check it out, this now animation from the start, first we got this and then we got this like that, and then we are getting something like this. Now there should be a small amount of distance or you can say variation in this animation. So let's select these and hit U and hit page down button 2 to 3 times. Select these, hit Control X, Control V again 2 times or 3 times. uh, let's select these and hit Control X, Control V again 2 to 3 times. Select these, hit Control X, Control V again 2 to 3 times. Select these, hit Control X, Control V again 2 to 3 times. Select this, hit Control X, Control V. So if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Okay, over here. But in this animation, there is one flaw, that this animation is starting from downwards. So we don't want like that. So it should start from upward. So what I can do is that I hit Control Z to bring all of these, and we should start this offset from the top. So let's select these from the top, hit Control X, Control V, hit page down button 2 times, hit Control X, Control V again 2 times, select these and hit Control X, Control V again 2 times, hit Control X, Control V again 2 times, and hit Control X, Control V. Okay, so now this animation is starting from the top. Okay, like that. Now when they are gonna come up over here at the center, I want there should be animation of earth. So how I can do that? So let's hit Control S, hit Control 0, and let's bring this world map layer and bring this over here. Then go to the effect and presets panel and apply tint effect first. And first of all, let's hide this. And for the black, instead of black or instead of white, I think we should choose this color. And let's enable this layer now. So we got this. And instead of black, we will choose white color. Then if you swap this color, obviously you will get different results like those. Okay, so it depends on you which color you want to choose. I'll pick up this one. Then go to the effect and presets panel and let's search for CC spare effect and double click to apply. So we'll get this kind of a earth, and this earth should get start to animated somewhere around at this point. So let's move this over here. So initial radius, create one keyframe, hit U, go few frame forward, and let's create another keyframe. And at the start, let's make this value 0. Select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select these graph, and by holding shift, move this handle over here. Okay, so we'll get something like that. Now, along with this, there should be rotation, but before that, we need to adjust the lighting of this. So how we can do that? Simply go to the shading options, and let's increase this ambient amount, or you can reduce this diffuse and adjust this specular and metal and roughness, and you can increase the light intensity. Okay, let's adjust this ambient amount like this and decrease this light intensity. Also adjust this diffuse over here. Okay, increase this light, sorry, increase the light intensity over here, adjust this ambient amount totally like this. Okay, let's play around with this and let's try to get appropriate results. Let's increase this ambient, decrease this light value, try to increase this ambient, decrease this light value. Okay, so this much looks good to me. If you want, then you can swap this color as well, or instead of these you can choose black color as well. It totally depends on you. Okay, I think black color would be better, otherwise in white those lines are not properly visible. Okay, if you want, then you can choose that white color as well. Otherwise you can reset these values and you can simply keep these options as well. Okay, so it depends on you. Right now we will pick up this portion. For example, we will pick up something like that. Okay, if you want, then you can change the volume, I mean the color values according to your needs. Let's increase the radius of this. Okay, okay, we got something like that. Now over here, what I want is that there should be a rotation of the earth. So let's go to the rotation option. Let's create one keyframe at Y, hit U, go few frame forward, and let's rotate it totally like this. Okay, select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these, and by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Okay, let's make this photo resolution. So we will get something like that. Okay, it will be a little bit faster. You can enable the motion blur as well. Okay, and after that, let's go few frame forward, create one keyframe at rotation, and by holding control, create one keyframe, I mean remove this ease in ease out, and let's increase this rotation a little bit. So there is going to be a rotation of earth even after this. Okay, like this. Okay, so if you check it out, this we got something like that. Okay, now as I said that you are free to choose whatever color you want. uh, let's pick up this color only. over here. Okay, and instead of this we will pick up white color. Okay, let's check it out. How does it looks in this resolution? We get something like this. Now let's hit Control 0 and let's hit Control S. Now let's hit Control N and we are going to call it as text. And width I'm going to choose 1920 and height I'm going to choose 1080 and hit OK. Now let's go to this portions and I'm going to copy this text and I'll type something like this. Okay. Okay. Basically, I'm typing this text like that with dashes, and I'm going to copy this text and hit Control C and hit Control T and simply paste that text over here in black color and try to bring this over here. Okay, and press Control Alt Home, press S and try to adjust the scale. Go to the main animation and hit Control 0. Hit Control 0 and let's bring this text animation, not animation, but this layer over here. You can go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC cylinder effect and double click to apply. And let's go to the rotation options and let's try to adjust the rotation of these to somewhere around like that. Also, you can rotate somewhere around like that and increase the radius, or you can adjust the scale of these as well. Okay, like that. And this animation should, there should be animation of this one as well. So when this is animating, I want this animation should get started. So I'll go inside this, select these and press P for position to create one keyframe. Go to around 1 second to create another keyframe. Go to around at the start and let's bring this from this portion to this. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph and by holding shift move this handle over here. So we'll get that, and if you check it out this, we will get something like this. Okay, now let's select these and we will create one keyframe at rotation. Hit U and let's go over here and let's increase this value in this direction. Okay, so what will happen that we are gonna get these animation even after this. Then I'm going to select these and I'll hit Control D. I'll go to the rotation property and I'm going to rotate it somewhere around like these. And let's increase the radius of this one, or instead of radius I'll press S and I'll increase the scale of these like that. Okay, so we got something like that. Now after this what I'm going to do, I'm going to select these two layers and I'm going to change the color of them to yellow because I want to represent them as a top view. So let's select these and let's take a gap of few frames over here. So we will give this animation on different directions and then select these, and instead of render over here right now it's full, we will choose outside. Also select these, choose outside, then select these two layers and hit Control D, and we will bring this downwards behind this world map. And now we will select these and we are going to choose inside. Okay, like that. So now it will create an illusion that these are rotating around this globe. Okay, if you check it out this in quad resolution, we will get something like this. Okay, let's make this full resolution. If you want, you can select these bottom layers and you can go to the effect and presets panel and you can search for Gaussian blur effect and you can apply this Gaussian blur with 10 pixels. Copy this Gaussian blur, select these and hit Control V. Okay, it depends on you. You can select these two and hit U and not this world map. We will select these rotation keyframes and we will bring them a little bit forward. So what will happen? We will get that little bit amount of depth over here in this animation like that. And if you want, you can select these topmost layers and you can select their last keyframe and move them, because something which is far from Earth will rotate slowly. So it will create that illusion that this is far away and this is little bit closer. If you want, then you can bring this more forward. Okay, like this. Let's check it out this animation till now. First we go on this. Okay, and now there should be something that should reveal this logo. So for that, I'm going to hit Control 0, and we will go inside this Upwork and we will copy this upward, hit Control C, go over here and hit Control V, and let's bring this over here. And now I want to showcase that this is coming from the back and they are going to wipe out with the help of these. So what I can do is that let's select these and first we will try to animate this. So press P and then press S to create one keyframe, hit U, and initially it should be over here. And let's decrease the scale of these, then go few frame forward over here. Let's move this over here like that. Initially scale should be 15. Go over here and let's increase this value somewhere around at this point, then go somewhere around over here, and let's move this from here to here, and let's increase the scale of these. Okay, like that. So let's increase this portion like that. Let's convert this layer into 3D. Press R for rotation, create one keyframe at Y, hit U. Let's go somewhere around over here and let's make this value 3. Okay, like this. So we will get that transition effect. Now somewhere around at this point, I want scale to needs to increase. Also at this point, it should get increased a little bit more, and try to bring this over here like this. Okay, like that. So now let's select those position and hit F9. Go to the graph, zoom in, select these, and by holding shift, let's just add this little bit amount of this portion, not too much. Okay, just a little bit like this. Okay, so if we take it out this now, we got this and then we got this. Okay, now let's go inside this text over here and let's increase this revealing duration of this text. It should be a little bit slowly, not too much fast. Let's check it out this in quad resolution. Okay, like this. Now when it's going from here to here, I want this thing should get gone. So for that, what we need to do is that we need to select all of these layers over here. First of all, this up should start from here. So let's trim this up to this and enable the motion blur of this one. Okay, and let's select all of these layers. Press Ctrl Shift C and we'll call it as animation and hit OK. Then press Ctrl Y to create one solid background. Hit enter and let's call it as mask and hit OK. And let's bring this animation over here. Press F4 and let's choose alpha mask. Okay. Select these and when this is gonna get gone, press P for position. Uh, Create one keyframe. Go few frame forward when it's going from here to here. I want this one should be gone somewhere up to this. Press F4 and enable the motion blur. Okay, like this. You can select these like that. Okay, and somewhere around at this point, I want my text should start to get appear. So I'll select these Upwork logo, go inside this, select all of them and hit Control C. Go over here, hit Control V and try to bring this over here like that. Then press Ctrl Alt Y to create one null object. Select all of them and make it apparent with this null. Select these null, press S and try to increase the scale of these. And let's remove this null object. Select all of them. Let's enable this icon so you can see only this one. Move this over here. Press P for position to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward to create another keyframe. And at the start, it should be over here. Then select these and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these by holding shift, move this handle over here. Okay, and we will hit page down button 2 times or 3 times and try to adjust them one by one. Okay, like that, and hit U. Let's select all of these and it should be behind this portion. behind this, and you can select these and press F4, and you can also make it a track matte with this mask, and you can choose inverted mask. So now what will happen, we will get that effect like this. Okay, and let's go to around 14 frames and hit N over there. So now if you check it out, this first we are getting this, then we will get something like that. Okay, now somewhere around at this point over here, select these and press S for scaling option to create one keyframe, and at the start let's make this value 115. Okay, so along with this animation we are going to get that little bit amount of scaling animation as well. Then somewhere around at this one, copy this first scaling keyframe, hit Ctrl C Ctrl V, go few frame forward over here. Let's make this value 100 again. Okay, somewhere up to this portion, so we will get that transition. Okay, now let's bring that our black line at the top, so it will be an aspect ratio for our animation. So our animation will look a little bit cinematic look for our animation like this, and then we will get this transition. Okay, now there are some small additions we can do to enhance this work. We can add a little bit amount of background elements. For example, over here I'm going to pick up this greenish color, create one ellipse and press Ctrl Alt Home, bring this over here, select these, hit Ctrl X, go over here and hit Ctrl V and bring this downwards, and bring this over here, hit Ctrl D, and let's bring this over here, press S and try to adjust the scale. Okay, and try to adjust this over here. Go to the effect and presets panel, search for effect and presets and search for Gaussian blur, and let's make this value somewhere around like this. Copy this Gaussian blur, select these and hit Control V to paste it. Okay, like that. So okay, select these, press S for scaling option to create one keyframe, go few frame forward, create another keyframe, and at the start let's make this value 0. Select those and hit F9, go few frame forward, move this over here, select these two, go to the effect and presets and search for wiggle position effect, and let's increase this wiggle amount as well as scale. Okay, so we'll get that small amount of gradient, and press T for opacity. If it's too much, you can reduce the opacity of that gradient as well. Okay, it's just a small addition that you need to do. Otherwise, this is also fine. And if you check it out, this animation, you'll get something like that. Now, if you want, then you can run this animation in 60 frames per second as well. Then what will happen, that your animation will look more smoother. So now we will wait till this animation gets rendered. As you guys can see right now, this animation will look a little bit smoother. Okay, like that. Probably in this recording, it's not going to look that much smoother, but you can try to do that. Okay, and it will take a little bit time to render this animation because obviously we have added this effects over here as well as this Gaussian blur effect and this 3D rotation effects. So maybe that's why it will take time to load, but your final output would be awesome. Okay, let's check it out, this animation from the start again. Okay, and at this transition we will get this logo reveal. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of a logo animation inside of After Effects. Shop, and I got this Burger King logo from Google itself. You can easily get it from there. Then first thing first, that we need to remove this white background. So for that I'm going to press E, which is a shortcut key for magic eraser tool, or you can find this magic eraser tool at third point. Simply click on this white background. Also remove this small white patches between these alphabets. Okay, then press L on your keyboard to select your lasso tool and select this much portion of this logo like that. make it properly. Then hit Ctrl X to cut it out, create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. Double click on it and let's call it as bun01. Then I'll select this layer over here and press P, which is a shortcut key for pen tool. Select this much portion like that over here. Then hit Ctrl Enter and hit Ctrl X to cut it out and go over here and create a new layer. Press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. Double click on it and let's call it as bun02. Okay, so as you guys can see, now we have these two buns on separate layer, and we have to follow this procedure for all of the alphabet. For example, this B should be on different layer, this U, R, G, each and every stuff. Okay, so I have already created this logo file over here in which all the alphabets are properly on different layers like that. Okay, so I got this image from ChatGPT. I gave this prompt to ChatGPT and ChatGPT generated this beautiful image of burger in which each and every stuff is properly on different layer. So to do that, what I'm gonna do, I'll follow the same procedure. I'll press E on my keyboard, which is shortcut key for magic eraser tool. I'll simply try to remove this white background. Similarly from here as well, we don't need that. Also this portion as well, try to remove that. Okay, we don't really need that, even if this small portion. Okay, like that. So and now over here as well, if you see, there is still a small white portion over here as well and here as well. I think this portion doesn't need to get removed. I think this much is enough. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do, I'll press P on my keyboard to select my pen tool, and as you guys can see, because this lattice is properly touched with this tomato, so I'll try to select this portion properly like that. Okay, over here as you guys can see, I am going to select this much portion. I'll hit Ctrl Enter and I'll hit Ctrl X to cut it out. I'll create a new layer and I'll press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place, and I'm going to name it as bun. Okay, the same procedure I need to do for all of them. So I have created this file over here as well, but over here instead of naming it as bun, I have named them 0102 like that. Okay, so we got this file as well. Okay, so here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition and I'm going to call it as main animation like I always do. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height we are going to choose 180, frame rate is 30 and duration is 1 minute long, and background color I'm going to choose white color and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then we will hit Ctrl N and we are going to call it as line structure. Okay, then press G, which is a shortcut key for pen tool in After Effects. Let's remove this fill, we don't need that. And for the stroke we will choose black color like that. Then from here to here I'm going to create one stroke, and stroke width I'm going to choose somewhere around 3 pixels. Let's select this layer and press Ctrl Alt Home to align that anchor point to the center. Then select this and let's make this fit. Then we will go to the add menu and we are going to choose repeater. Go to the repeater over here, go to the transform repeater 1, and we will decrease the position of it somewhere around like that. Then we will select this layer, press P for position and try to bring this somewhere up to this point like that. We should make it over here. Then go inside this contents repeater again and let's increase the number of copies till we get something like that, which is totally covered. If you check it out in full resolution and if you maximize this, we will get something like that. But I think the stroke width is too much, so let's try to choose 1 pixels. I think 1 pixels are enough. And now I want some revealing animation over here, so for that I'm going to select my ellipse, and for the fill I'm going to choose any color, and by holding shift I'll create one ellipse like that. Then again press Ctrl Alt Home to bring the anchor point at the center. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Press S for scaling option and initial scale I'm going to make it at 0. Create one keyframe at the start.
go to somewhere around 1 second and let's make this value totally up to like that. And then select your shape layer, which is strokes, and choose alpha mask. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Now I'm going to create another composition and I'm going to call it as line animation, like that, and hit OK. Over here I'll press Ctrl Y to bring my solid settings, and for the color I'm going to choose red and hit OK. Then press S for scaling option and unlink this, and initially I'm going to make this value 0. I'll create one keyframe, then I'll go somewhere around 1 second and I'm going to make this value 100, like that. Then select this layer and hit Ctrl D. Let's bring this a little bit over here. Press Ctrl Shift Y to open the solid settings, and I'm going to choose this yellow color over here. So if you check it out this, I'm gonna get something like that. Hit U, select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding Shift, I'll try to bring this anchor point over here. Then try to bring this layer up to somewhere around like that. Then let's go somewhere around over here. I'll select this layer again and I'll hit Ctrl D. Let's try to bring this a little bit over here. Press Ctrl Shift Y to enable the solid settings, and we will choose white color over here. Then go somewhere around at this end. Hit Ctrl D again. With the help of open square bracket, move this over here. Press Ctrl Shift Y again, and we are going to choose something like red color only, but little bit lighter version. Okay, like that. Now let's go to the main animation comp, and we are going to bring our line structure over here first, like that. So we'll get this animation, then we will bring our line animation over here, and I want this animation should start somewhere around at this point. Okay, so we will get something like that. Now after that, I'm going to select this both animation and I'll press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and I'm going to name it as scene 01 and hit OK. Then go inside this scene 01. I'm going to select again all of this structure like that and press Ctrl Shift C, and we are going to call it as line animation. Okay, like that. So if you check it out this, we have this scene 1, and inside that we have this line animation, and in line animation we have this two animations. Okay, like that. So let's select this, and now we will apply mesh warp effect on it, like that. And we don't want this much mesh, so I'm going to choose 2 and 2 over here. Let's select this 2 over here, like that. Then select this topmost area and try to bring this downward like that. Then select this bottom area and try to bring it totally like that. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that, but this is too much, so let's try to adjust it over here like that. Okay, so if you check it out this, in full resolution, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, but we don't want completely like that, so let's create one keyframe at distort mesh. Hit U, go somewhere around 10 frames, and let's select this portion and try to bring this upward. Select this portion, try to bring this upward again, go few frame forward and select this and try to bring this totally downward. Select this and try to bring this totally over here like that. Go to around 1 second and let's try to bring this portion somewhere around at this point. Then select this and try to bring this portion somewhere around at this point. Okay, like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get this kind of a line structure over here. Then at this point, I'll select this and I'll press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer. And on this first layer, I'm going to remove this mesh warp effect. So we are gonna get something like that. So our scene 1 is ready like that. Now let's focus on our scene 2. So I'll create another composition and I'm going to name it as scene 02, and width and height we are going to choose same and hit OK. Now hit Ctrl K to open the project settings again, and this time I'm going to choose red color as, or Let's choose black color only to, just for better understanding. Now I'm going to select my ellipse tool, and this time I don't want any fill, so I'll remove this fill. And for the stroke, I'm going to choose white color. Stroke weight, let's choose 30 pixels. And by holding shift, let's create one ellipse. Let's select this and press Ctrl Alt Home. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically. Go to the ellipse path, and let's adjust the size. And in this tutorial we are going to adjust the size, not scale, so make sure to understand that, and create one keyframe over here, and let's try to increase the size of this. Okay, now let's go to the add menu, and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path, and let's make this end value 0. Create one keyframe, then go somewhere around 1.20 frames and make this value 100. Then somewhere at the 20 frames, I'll create one keyframe at start. Somewhere around over here, I'll make this value as well 100. So obviously we are going to get same animation like that, or you can bring this keyframes a little bit forward over here as well, and select those keyframe and hit F9. So if you check it out, this animation will get something like that. And by holding Alt, let's try to bring this keyframes up to 2 seconds as well. Okay, then go to the stroke options, and we are going to choose, instead of line cap, I'm going to choose round cap like that. So we will get something like that. Now along with this, there should be a stroke animation as well. So what I'm gonna do, I'll create one keyframe at the stroke width over here, then hit U so we can see all the keyframes. Go to around 2 seconds, and we'll create another keyframe at stroke width, and somewhere in the middle, like that, I'll create one keyframe at stroke width again. Now at the start stroke width we will choose 0, then at the end we will choose stroke width 0 again. So what will happen, we are gonna get this kind of animation over here like that. Now we'll go to the center where our stroke width is over here, and we will bring our size keyframe over here as well. Then select this stroke width keyframes and hit F9. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Now along with this we need rotation animation as well, so press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Hit U, let's go somewhere around over here, and let's make this 90-degree rotation. Okay, so if you check it out, this we will get something like that. Now let's go somewhere in the middle where our size keyframe and stroke keyframe over there. Let's select this and hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Select this second layer, and we are going to increase the size of this somewhere over here like that. If you want, then you can adjust the stroke width as well, and let's try to bring this a little bit over here like that. It should cover this area. Again hit Ctrl D, select this third layer, and let's increase the size of this one to somewhere around like that, and let's decrease the stroke width like that and adjust the size somewhere around over here. Again hit Ctrl D, select this fourth layer, let's adjust the stroke width and then increase the size of this somewhere over here. Again let's try to adjust. Again hit Ctrl D, select this fifth layer and try to decrease the stroke width and try to adjust the size somewhere around like that. Again hit Ctrl D, select the sixth layer and increase the size, and let's decrease the stroke width of this one. Okay, again hit Ctrl D, select the seventh layer, and let's increase the size of this layer over here. Okay, like that. So now if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Now over here I'm going to select the sixth, fourth and third layer. I'll press S for scaling option, and instead of 100 we are going to type -100 on this one, so we will get this animations in opposite direction. Now all these animations are ready, but I want there should be alternations, so let's try to adjust them like this randomly, so we will get something like that. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are gonna get this kind of animation. Okay, now let's select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C, and I'm going to call it as stroke animations. Then I'm going to select this and hit Ctrl D to duplicate it and try to bring this up to 1 second. Then go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect and double click to apply. So it will apply red color to it, and try to bring this a little bit closer so we will get this animation properly. If you want, bring this a little bit more closer as well. Okay, then hit Control D and let's try to bring this over here. Change the color of this one to yellow this time. Okay, like that. Again hit Control D and try to bring this over here and change the color of this one to black, like that, and apply find edge effect on it like this and invert this. Okay, like that, and with the help of arrow keys try to bring this over here. Okay, and blending mode I'm going to choose screen just for now, or you can choose overlay, whatever you want, or I think we don't need to apply all of this, just keep it as it is. Let's try to bring this over here, or let's delete this. Hit Control D, move this over here, and this time try to use a little bit white version over here. Okay, like that. So we are gonna get something like that. And if you remember that if you hit Control 0, you will get this stroke, not this stroke, but this line structure over here, like that. So if you want, then you can bring that line structure over here. Like you can simply bring this line structure composition and go somewhere around over here. For example, I'm going to select this stroke layer, which is this one, fourth one, which is in red. I'll hit Control D. I'll try to bring this at the top, and I'm going to choose as alpha mask. So what will happen that try to bring this downwards. So we will get that stroke animation just for this much portion, like that. Okay, so our scene 2 is ready. Now let's go to the main animation. We got this animation at the start. Then I'm going to bring my scene 2 and I'll try to bring this over here. You can try to bring this somewhere around at this point as well. Okay, we will get something like that. So first this, and then we got this. So our scene 1 and scene 2 is ready, and if you check it out, the sinful solution we have created up to this much. Now let's try to animate our burger. So hit Control I and I'm going to select my burger Photoshop file footage. I'm going to choose composition, return layers and sizes, and I'll simply hit import and hit OK. And let's try to bring our burger composition over here. If you double click and open this, you will get something like that. Then hit I think instead of bringing over here, let's delete from here and let's go inside this compositions. And if you check it out, this we are gonna get all of this. So hit Control N and we are going to call it as scene 03. Okay, select this all burgers and hit Control C to come copy this. Go over here and hit Control V to paste it and try to bring this somewhere over here. Then right click new and create one null object. Select all of these layers and make it a parent with this null. Select this null, press S and let's decrease the scale of it and let's delete this. Now select all of them and bring this over here like that. Now what I want, there should be something like burger falling from the top and create something like that animation over here. Okay, so for that what we can do is I'm going to select all of them and I'll press P for position to create one keyframe. Then I'll go somewhere around, let's bring this all of them at the top. Then go somewhere around 20 frames and try to bring them like that. Okay, let's bring this. Then select this and try to bring this over here. Basically, we will try to bring them closer to each other to form a proper burger like that. Okay, like this. Make sure that they should get closer to each other because we need to create fully fledged burger out of this images. Okay, so let's try to bring them properly downward because I don't want it should be a little bit big as well. Okay, those sides should be proper. So I'm going to, with the help of arrow keys, try to adjust. Then we will select this onions, try to bring this, select this, try to bring this, then select this and try to bring this over here as well. Okay, like that. So we got this. Then we'll go few frame forward, select all of them, and again create one keyframe at position. And in the middle, with the help of arrow keys, I'll try to bring them a little bit upward. Then select those position keyframes and we will hit F9. We'll go to the graph editor. We'll select this and by holding shift, let's move this handle over here. Select this and let's move this handle over here. Then go few frame forward. Select this and by holding shift, let's move this handle at this point. Select this and move this handle at this point. Then similarly, select this and move this handle at this portion and move this handle at this portion and move this handle at this portion. Okay, so we need to create proper a bouncing kind of a animation over there. So if you check it out this now, we are getting something like that. Okay, now if you check it out, this burger is not properly at the center of a cup. So for that, I'm going to right click new and I'll create one null object. I'm going to select all of them and I'll make it apparent with this null. Then select this null, press P for position and try to bring this properly over here. And let's delete those stuff. So we got something like that, but obviously we don't want all of this should come like that. So we'll take a gap of few frames. So hit page down button one time, select this, move this over here. So I'll try to, bring them one by one. Okay, like that. So, and press F4 and don't forget to enable the motion blur like that. Okay, then after that, I'm going to right click new and create one null object again. I'll select them and I'll make it apparent with this null object. Then select this null object, press P for position, then press R for rotation, then hit U, go few frame forward, and then let's rotate this like that. And press S for scaling option. Go over here and let's scale it like that as well. Okay, now let's select this burger and let's try to bring this downwards. But before that, if you check it out, this at this point it's really difficult to adjust it properly. So what we can do over here, let's select those keyframes and let's shift forward for a while and select all of these layers, hit U, and initially my animation is like that, and then somewhere around at this point I'll create one keyframe at position of each. Then I'll go 2 seconds forward. Then I'm going to try to adjust them like that. Okay, so let's try to adjust it over here one by one. Like that. Like that. Let's select this. Try to adjust it over here. Bring this over here. And try to bring this over here. Also try to adjust it a little bit over here. Then select those things of this null object and then move them over here, and let's try to bring this somewhere around at this point. Then select those keyframes and hit F9, go to the graph, zoom in, select this graph. By holding shift, move one handle at this point, select this and move one handle at this point. So we are gonna get something like that. So first we got this burger and then we got this something like that. If you want, then still you can rotate it more and increase the scale like that. And then somewhere after this, I want this thing should be gone. So for that, what you can do is that when we got something like that, I'm going to bring my line animation, which is this one, if you know, not this one, but I think this one. Okay, not this one as well. Where is that? Oh, stroke animations. So let's bring our stroke animation layer over here like that, and this thing should be happening when this thing and when this stuff is happening. Okay, like that. Now after this, when we will select this null object, then we will right click new and we will create one null object again. I'm going to select this null and I'll make it apparent with this another null. Let's select this, press P for position, Alt click on this stopwatch and we are going to apply wiggle 3,3. So what will happen, we'll get this burger, but along with that we are gonna get that animation of wiggle animation like that. Then after that we will save this file first. Okay, then at this end this animation should get closed. So for that I'm going to press Ctrl Y and I'm going to choose white color background. Then I'm going to select my ellipse tool, and for the fill I'm going to choose white color, and let's remove this stroke, we don't need that. And by holding shift I'll create one ellipse. Let's select this and press Ctrl Alt O. Go to the align tab, align it horizontally and then align it vertically. Select this white solid, press F4 and let's choose alpha mask. And like that, as you guys can see, we can create this kind of a animation out of it. Let's I don't want the stroke over here, so let's delete that. But if you choose alpha inverted mask, then you can create this kind of a closing animation. So initially let's create one animation like that. Let's make our animation, and then somewhere around at this point I'll create one keyframe at this point, and when this goes like that I'll try to make this value 0. So we are gonna get this kind of a closing animation at this point. So if you check it out, this animation from the start, first we get this and then we are gonna get something like that over here. Okay, and then I'm going to select this layers and I'll try to bring this downwards over here like that. Okay, so we will get this kind of a structure over here. As you guys can see, half one is filled and half one is there. Then I'll hit Ctrl D to duplicate these layers and I'll try to bring them at the top. Hit U and let's try to bring this little bit over here. Then we will select this bottom white solid layer and I'll press Ctrl Shift Y to open the solid settings, and we will choose a little bit of grayish color over there. Okay, so we got this and then we got this and then we'll get this. So as you guys can see, it looks a little bit of dynamic. Similarly, select the stroke layers and hit Ctrl D and let's try to bring this a little bit over here. Let's select this stroke animations and apply fill effect on it and choose red color only. Okay, like that. But we don't want completely red, so we will choose a little bit of orange red kind of a structure. Then hit Ctrl D and try to bring this a little bit over here, and this time choose yellow one like that. Okay, so if we check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Now along with this animations, what I want, there should be some shadow for this anime burger over here. So to do that, I hit Ctrl K first to open the project settings, and I'm going to choose white color for this composition. And let's bring all the null objects together like that. So now if you guys check it out, this all burger layers are parent with this 7th null or null 3, and this null 3 is parent with this one. So I'm going to select all of this burger layers and this null object and press Ctrl Shift C, and we are going to call it as burger and hit OK like that. Then hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Select the 7th layer, apply fill effect on it and choose this grayish color, and then go to the effect and presets panel and search for radial blur, radial fast blur, and double click to apply. Then increase the values to 99 and let's select this center and try to bring this center at this point. So now if you check it out, this we will get this animation, but along with that we will get this beautiful shadows as well. Okay, and now let's select this burger which is over here, hit enter and let's call it as shadow. Okay, and press T for opacity and let's decrease the opacity. Okay, so now we got this and then we got this as well. So let's go to the main animation, and after this somewhere around at this point I want this burger animation should happen. So hit Ctrl 0 and select your scene 3 and try to bring this scene 3 somewhere around at this point only. Okay, like that. So if we check it out, this we got this, and then we got this. If you want, then you can try to bring this a little bit, after this entire animation. Okay, like that. Now at this point, I want revealing animation of our logo should happen as well. So you can go inside this scene 3 and check it out where is the revealing animation. For example, if you check it out this over here, we have at this point we will need our revealing animation. So for that, what I'm gonna do, I'll simply go inside this and I'll hit Control I, and I'm going to bring my logo file, go to the footage, import composition, return layers and sizes, and simply hit import and hit OK, like that. And double click to open this logo comp, and let's check it out whether our all logo are properly or not. And we will animate this logo file over here only. So hit Ctrl Alt Y, which is a shortcut key for null object. Select all of them and make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press S, and let's decrease the scale of this. Okay, and then go to the scene 3 and let's bring our logo composition over here like that. Let's bring this logo comp over here. Select this shape layer, which is this one, which is basically revealing this white solid. I'm going to select this and hit Ctrl D, and I'll try to bring this at the top. I'll select this logo layer and I'm going to choose alpha inverted mask over here as well. So it will automatically reveal this logo. So now final step to our logo animation is to reveal this burger properly. So what I want is that when this is coming somewhere around at this point over here, for example, I want our logo should start to get appear. So somewhere around at this point, I'll go inside this, and at this point I want this burger should to get appear. So to do that, what you can do is either you can create popping animation or you can create bouncing animation as well. So to animate this simply, I'm going to select all of this and I'm going to choose free script, which is animation composer. Okay, then go to the transition presets, 2D layers, scale from anchor point, and I'm going to choose this overshoot scale from anchor point, and I'll simply apply as in for all of them. And let's close this. Then I'll select this bottom layer and then select this top layer, and with the help of open square bracket, I'll shift them over here. Then I'll hit page down button one time. I'll hold Alt, close square bracket to trim all of them. Then select this bottom layer first, then select this top layer by holding shift. Right click, keyframe assistance, sequence layers, hit OK. Zoom in and let's increase the duration of this. So we will get something like that. So now if you check it out this in scene 3, we will get something like this revealing animation. And now we'll go somewhere around at 6 seconds and we will hit N over there. So now if you check it out this complete animation, we got this, and then we will get something like that. Now let's go inside this scene 3. I'm going to select this logo. I'll press S. Let's make this value 110, create one keyframe. Then somewhere around at 6 seconds, I'll go inside this and let's make this value 100. So if you check it out this, we'll get something like that. And somewhere around at this point, I'm going to apply light sweep effect on it. Try to bring this anchor point over here, create one keyframe, go to the end, and let's bring this from here to here. Okay, so this is how you can create this kind of a logo reveal animation in Adobe After Effects with the help of ChatGPT, Photoshop, and After Effects itself. And project files of this animations are available on my Patreon page. Link is available in the description. You can check it out from there, download it, and practice along with it. So thank you for watching. Okay, so here we are in Adobe Photoshop. Now I have this arrow over here which we are going to animate in After Effects. So first thing first, I'm going to remove this white background. So I'll press E, which is a shortcut key for eraser tool. Simply click on this white color backgrounds and remove this, and let's save this file. Then I have this Tropicana logo over here. You're free to choose any logo you want. I'm going to delete this white background. Also, I want each and every alphabet on separate layer. So I'm going to press L, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool. And I'm going to select this T over here. I'll hit Ctrl X to cut it out. I'm going to create a new layer and I'll press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place. I'm going to hide this and I'm going to follow this procedure for all of them. So I have already created one extra file over here in which, as you guys can see, each and every layer is properly on different layer. So let's save this file. Now here we are in Adobe Illustrator and I got this illustrations from freepik.com. Okay, I'll provide the link of this freepik file in the description. You can check it out, that file. You can go to the freepik.com and download this file and use for your animation. Out of this, we don't need each and every one. So I'm going to need only this and this one. So let's select this and this by holding Ctrl C. I'm going to copy. I'll go and I have already created a new file over here where it's just height width is 1920 by 180. I'm going to press Ctrl V over here and let's press E, which is a shortcut key for transform tool in Illustrator, and by holding shift let's try to increase the size of this. Okay, like that. Okay, this much looks good to me. Now let's select this, right click and choose ungroup. I don't want this shadows over here, so let's go inside this and let's delete this. Okay, similarly over here as well, we don't need this shadow. We need this leaf on different layer, so hit Ctrl X to cut it out, create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V and let's call it as L1. Okay, and in case if there is any kind of a shadows or something, make sure to delete that. Then I'm going to select this and this. Let's hit Ctrl X, or let's select this properly, hit Ctrl X to cut it out, create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V. Let's call it as L2. Okay, then we have this orange over here. Let's hide these two. Let's select this orange, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V. Let's call it as orange, like that. Let's adjust this. And we have this leaf, what we are going to use for different animation. Okay, so let's don't forget to press Ctrl S. Now we have this orange slice, so right click, choose ungroup, and I don't want this shadow, I don't want these leaves as well. I'm going to delete this. The only thing I need is this slice. So let's select this and let's call it as slice only. Okay, let's name it properly and let's try to bring them at the center. Okay, and let's save this file. Okay, so now here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition and I'm going to call it as main animation. Width I'm going to choose 1920, height 180, frame rate is 30, and duration I'm going to choose let's say 1 minute long duration, and if you want then you can choose different duration as well. Okay, I'm going to choose 1 minute long and let's choose white color and hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title section and let's save this file. I'm going to save this file at the proper position like that, and I'm going to press Ctrl I to bring my files. I'm going to choose this arrow file over here and we'll simply bring this over here like that. Press S for scaling option and let's adjust the scale like this. Let's make this value 10 like that. If you maximize this, we are going to get something like that. Now I'm going to press Ctrl I and I'm going to bring my scene 1 as over here, footage, choose composition, return layers and sizes and simply hit import. It will take a little bit time to open this file because these files are heavy. Let's close our other softwares because we don't need that anymore. So our PC is not going to get hanged. So let's double click to open these files, and as you guys can see, because these files are heavy, it's taking a little bit time. Now let's select this slice. I'm going to hit Ctrl C hit Control N to create another composition, and I'm going to call it as slice, and width I'm going to choose 500, and height as well I'm going to choose 500, and hit OK and press Ctrl V to paste it. Then try to bring this properly at the center, zoom in, and we have to make sure that this thing should cover up our entire composition like that. The reason why I'm going to bring this in another composition, because we need to make this animation customizable, which means we can use this animation for different portions as well. Okay, so like that. Press F4 and click on this icon, so this is gonna get clear. So now let's go to the main animation and let's bring our slice over here like that. Okay, perfect. So let's save this file. Now what I want is that this slice should get some kind of a what you can say selection. So for that I'm going to select my rectangle tool. Inside this slice I'm going to remove this fill, and I'm going to choose black color for this stroke, and simply double click to create one rectangle, and let's choose rectangular width to 10. Okay, like that. Now let's select this slice, and with the help of anchor point mover I'm going to bring this anchor point at this section. Then select this slice, press S for scaling option, create one keyframe, then go somewhere around 1 second to create another keyframe. Then go to the start and let's make this value 0. Select those keyframe and hit F9. So as you guys can see, we are getting something like that. Now let's hide this slice. Let's make this quarter resolution as well. Okay, and let's save this. Select this arrow, press P for position to create one keyframe, and go to around 1 second. Let's enable this slice. Select this arrow, zoom in, and let's try to bring this over here. And at the start, it should be getting outside over here. Now select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this and move this handle at this point. So we are going to get something like that. Let's take a gap of few frame. Select this slice scaling animation, move this over here. Select this arrow, create one keyframe at position, go over here and try to bring this somewhere around at this point. Okay, let's make this fit. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph. By holding shift, move this handle at this point, and let's move this handle at this point. Okay, so let's hit Ctrl S, and if you check it out, this we are getting something like that. Now this animation looks very slow, so I'm going to select those keyframes like that, and by holding Alt I'm going to try to bring this up to 1.10 frames. So we will get something like that. Somewhere around at this point I'm going to select this slice. Let's go 10 frame forward, and let's make this value 85 like that. Or instead of that, what you can do, select this slice and press Ctrl Shift D to split this at this point. Then select this anchor point and bring this anchor point at the center. Then press S, and let's remove this scaling keyframes. For this one, let's create one keyframe over here, go to around 10 frames, and let's make this 88 for example. Select those keyframe and let's hit F9. Go to the graph, zoom in, select this, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. So we are getting something like that. Okay, so first we got this and then we got this. Now somewhere around at this point I want this shape layer should be gone, so I'm going to hold Alt close square bracket to trim up to this. Okay, like that. So we got this. Then somewhere around at this point I'm going to select this arrow, create one keyframe at position, go somewhere around over here. Let's try to bring this over here, and at this point let's select this slice, create one keyframe at slice. Also select this arrow, press S, create one keyframe, go few frame forward, create another keyframe on each and every one, and in the middle let's decrease this size to 6 with this arrow and decrease this size a little bit more. Select those keyframe and hit F9. So if you check it out, this animation again, now we got this, and then we are getting something like that. Okay, so this slice I'm going to change the color of this one to red because this is my first animation, and this one to somewhere around, or let's say aqua. because it's my second one, and this arrow is going to be blue color. Okay, so we got this, and we are getting something like that. So first we are getting this, and then we are getting this. Now what I want is that I'm going to select this slice. I'll hit Control D, hit U, and let's remove all these keyframes and change the color of this one to yellow. And make sure that whenever you are going to go and delete these keyframes, your time indicator should be at this point. Okay, and let's try to bring this downwards, and let's try to distribute by hitting Control D. I'm going to create multiple copies of this like that. And by hitting Control D, I'm going to create multiple copies of this one like this, like this. Okay, so as you guys can see, we are getting this kind of copies, and this kind of copies should appear somewhere around at this point when this is clicking this slice. Okay, and let's move this over here, and let's try to bring this little bit over here and hold Alt open square bracket to trim up to this, because I don't want to see that that's rectangular selection. Then I'm going to go in Windows and Animation Composer, and I'm going to select all of this, and let's go to the transition presets. By the way, this is the free plugin that you can use. I'll provide the link of this plugin in the description, and select this and choose overshoots from scale and apply for all of them. Okay, so now it has been applied. It will take a little bit time to load, and after doing that I'm going to close this. So now I'm gonna go and get that pop-up animation for each and every slice. It will take a little bit time to load, but your animation would be ready like that. If you check it out, this we are getting that pop-up animation for all of them. Okay, now what I want is that if you check it out, this, so we are gonna get this kind of a pop-up animation for all of them. If I run, I'll get something like that. Now what I want is that this animation should be one by one. So I'm going to select them, and I'll hit page down button 2 times to go forward, or like that. Hold Alt close square bracket to trim up to this. Right click and choose keyframe assistance sequence layers and hit OK. Zoom out a little bit, and let's increase the duration of it. So we are gonna get this multiple animations. So let's save this file, and if you check it out, this first we are getting this, and then we are getting this animation one by one. Okay, like that. Okay, so let's save this file, and if I check it out, this I'm gonna get this kind of animation. It will take a little bit time to load. So this is how our first animation is ready. Okay, so as you guys can see, our first animation is ready. We are getting this kind of a animation. So let's select all of them by hitting Control A, press Control Shift C to pre-compose, and we are going to call it as animation 01 and hit OK. Now I'm going to hit Control N, and I'm going to create another composition, and I'm going to call it as transition and hit OK. And I forgot to do one thing. The width we need to choose 1920, and height we are going to choose 1080, and this is going to act like a transition. So hit Control 0 and bring our slice over here, and let's bring this over here. So we need to get removed of that rectangular shape, and hold Alt open square bracket to trim up to this. Press S for scaling option and try to adjust the scale. Hit Control D and try to bring this over here. Hit Control D and try to bring this over here. Hit Control D and try to bring this over here, like that. Select all of them and try to bring this downwards. Press P for position to create one keyframe. Go to around 2.20 frames and try to bring this totally out of the composition upwards. Okay, then go to the start, press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Go over here and let's make this value 2. Okay, so if you make this fit, we are gonna get something like that. But I think 2 rotation is much more, so let's try to bring this somewhere around like that. And let's take a gap of 2 frames and try to adjust them like that. Okay, so our transition is also ready. Let's go to the main animation and let's see. First we are getting this animation, then we are getting something like that. And now I'm going to bring my transition animation over here, and this animation should run somewhere around at this point. And the thing is that when this animation is gonna get up, I want the background animation should be gone. So what I'm gonna do, I'm going to select my rectangle tool and let's choose fill somewhere, any color you want, and let's remove this stroke. And I'm going to double click on this so it will create one, and let's try to bring this downwards. Hit enter and let's call it as mask 01. Select this animation and let's choose alpha mask. Now select this mask, press P for position, and as this animation goes up somewhere around at this point, I'm going to create one keyframe at position, and as this goes upward, I'm going to bring this from here to here. So what will happen, it's gonna get removed along with those slices. So if you check it out, this it should be gone like that. Okay, all you need to do is we need to check it out the keyframes whether they are properly aligned or not. So if you check it out, this animation from the start, now let's save this file. And if you run this animation from the start, first we are getting this, and then we are getting something like this. Now our transition is ready, so now we can create our animation 02. So hit Control N, and this time we are going to name it as animation 02 and hit enter. Now I'm going to bring one image over here, which is this one, which is basically a normal background image. It should give us a classic look. Then I'm going to bring one rectangle, and I'm going to choose white color, and let's try to bring this somewhere around like that. Now let's select this and let's go to the fit, and let's select this and let's try to bring this anchor point properly, and let's move this over here. Press P for position and let's try to bring this over here. Now I'm going to create one ellipse, and for the color, obviously we will choose orangey color, and by holding shift I'm going to create one ellipse, not shift but simply create one ellipse. Let's select this and try to bring this at the center and bring this anchor point at the center as well. Now right click new and create one null object. Select this null, hit enter, and let's call it as cam controller. Okay, select all of this and let's make it apparent with this camera controller. Now if you guys know that we have this illustration over here which consists of this orange and this uppermost leaf, which is this one. So let's hit Control N and we are going to call it as let's call it as orange 01, and width I'm going to choose let's say 500 only. Also height I'm going to choose 500 and hit OK. And let's go to the scene, select this and hit Control C, go over here and hit Control V, and let's try to bring this over here. Now select this L2, which is this leaf, press Y and bring this anchor point at this point. So let's enable all of this. Select this and let's make it apparent with this orange. Select this orange, press S and try to adjust the scale, and let's try to bring this over here. Now select this leaf and hit W for rotation tool, and let's rotate it like that. Press R to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward and let's rotate it like that. Go few frame forward, hit Ctrl C, Ctrl V first keyframe. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Alt click on the stopwatch and let's apply loop out expression over there like that. And if you check it out, this we are gonna get this kind of a continuous animation. Let's select this and by holding Alt let's increase the duration of this. Okay, so we will get something like that. Now let's go to the animation 01 and let's bring this orange over here like that. Now press S for scaling option and let's increase the scale of this. Also select this camera, press S and let's increase the scale of this. Select this orange and make it apparent with this camera. Select this camera, create one keyframe at scale, create one keyframe on orange scale as well. Let's go to around 1 second to create another keyframe each. Go to the start and let's increase the scale of this null object a little bit more. Go over here and let's make this value 100. Also select this orange and let's decrease the scale of this one to somewhere around like that. Select those and hit F9. Go to the graph, zoom in. Let's select this and by holding shift move this handle at this point and let's move this handle at this point. So we are gonna get something like that. Now select this orange, press R for rotation, go over here, let's make this one complete rotation, hit F9 and let's select this and by holding shift select this and try to adjust somewhere around at this point, so we will get that rotation animation as well. Okay, you can enable the motion blur as well to get some proper stuff. Now let's select this and press P, create one keyframe at position, go few frame forward, let's bring this downwards like that, and in the middle let's try to bring this totally upward like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9, right click, go to the keyframe interpolation, instead of continuous bezier choose linear and hit OK. Go to the graph, select this, by holding shift move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point, and let's try to select this and move this handle at this point. So we are getting something like that. So if we check it out, this first we got this and then we got this. Now initially it should be moved somewhere around over here. Press R for rotation, hit U, go somewhere around over here, and let's make this 3 complete rotation like that. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. I think instead of 2, let's make 3, let's make this 2, so it will rotate only one time. Also go to the start, press S, create one keyframe. We have already one keyframe, and let's try to adjust the scale of this and try to bring this over here. Now select this orange and press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer and delete. So if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Okay, let's adjust this. Okay, now let's bring our slice over here. I'm going to bring my slice at this point, and let's bring this over here, and let's move this a little bit over here because I don't want to see that rectangle. Hold Alt, open square bracket to trim up to this, press S and let's adjust the scale, and let's try to bring this over here. Press P for position, select this, right click and choose separate dimension. Let's create one keyframe at X and Y and go few frame forward, and I'm going to bring this from X to this X, create one keyframe at Y, and in the middle let's create another keyframe at Y, and in the middle let's try to bring this somewhere over here, also somewhere around at this point. Let's try to bring this over here. Go to the Y and hit F9 to ease those keyframe, and simply go to the graph editor, zoom in, select this, and by holding shift let's move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. Let's adjust this properly. Let's select this and try to adjust this and bring this handle over here. Let's select this and move this over here as well. Okay, just like that. So okay, so we are gonna get something like this. Then press R for rotation to create one keyframe, and let's go over here and let's make this 2 complete rotation, or you can create 3 complete rotation as well, and enable the motion blur. Okay, then hit Ctrl D, select this second layer and try to bring this Y position upward. Also go over here and try to bring this Y position over here and try to bring this a little bit forward. Okay, we are getting something like that. Let's select those keyframe, and by holding Alt let's increase the duration of it so it will last a little bit longer. Now let's select these 2 layers and hit Ctrl D and bring this at the top. Then right click, new, and create one null object. select this null and let's make it apparent with this. So I mean select these two slices and let's make it apparent with this null. Press S for scaling option, unlink this and let's make this -100. So we are gonna get something like that. So if we check it out, this animation, first we got this and then we got this. Okay, so this is also ready. Now it's time to create that whale kind of an animation. So for that I'm going to remove this fill, we don't need that. And for the stroke color I'm going to choose this kind of a greenish complexion color. Then from here to here I'm going to create this kind of a whale kind of a structure. You're free to create any kind of a whale structure you want. I'm going to create something like that, and let's make this fit and let's increase the stroke width somewhere around like that. In search option, search for cap and choose round cap. Similarly, I'm gonna go and let's search for taper option. Sorry, not like that, and search for taper and let's increase the start length of this one. I think we need to increase the end length over here like that. Okay, then select this, right click, choose layer styles, and we are going to choose bevel and emboss, and go to the layers bevel and emboss, and let's increase the size of this one. Okay, like that. Okay, and if you want, instead of this, you are free to choose any different color you want. I'm going to go with this one. Okay, and this is going, it should get animated at this point. So let's bring this over here and let's minimize all the other things, and let's go to the add menu and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path and let's make this end value 0, create one keyframe, go few frame forward and let's increase this value somewhere around like that. Okay, now I'm going to bring my orange scene over here. Let's try to adjust this over here, and I'm going to press S and let's adjust the scale of this one over here. Hit Ctrl D, let's move this over here and let's try to rotate it. Hit Ctrl D, let's try to adjust it over here and try to adjust this with different things. Hit Ctrl D, you can rotate it, but along with that you can try to adjust the size as well. It's totally up to you, you can adjust it the way you want. Okay, and let's rotate it like that. Okay, let's hit W and let's rotate it, but hit Control D and W, and let's try to animate this. Hit Control D and let's rotate it like that. Hit Control D and let's try to rotate it like that. Okay, then select all of them and with the help of open square bracket let's try to move this over here. Okay, now let's go inside this over here, and if you know that we have this extra leaf over here, so I'll hit Control C to copy. And what I'm gonna do, in project window I'm going to select this orange one and I'll hit Control D. I'm going to select all of them and by holding Alt I'm going to replace it. Okay, so these are now different oranges, and let's select those and simply again go to the animation composer, and we are going to apply that overshoot scale, apply as in, and let's close this. So now we are gonna get that popping animation for all of them, and I want that animation to be one by one. So let's go few frame forward, select this and then this. By holding Alt, close square bracket, trim up to this, right click, keyframe assistance, sequence layers, and simply hit OK. So now all of these animations are gonna get run one by one like that. Now let's go inside this orange tool, and in scene 1 we have this slice. Hit Ctrl C to copy and hit Ctrl V over there, and let's try to bring this over here like that, and try to bring this over here. Okay, at this bottom press Y and let's bring this over here and try to bring this at the bottom, and hit W. Hit Ctrl K to open the project window, and let's increase the width of this like that so it should be visible. Okay, let's select this and press Y and let's bring this over here. Now hit W and let's rotate it like that. Create one keyframe. Go few frame forward. Let's bring this over here. Let's bring this over here. And let's bring this over here. And let's bring this over here. And hit Control C, Control V, first keyframe. And try to adjust it a little bit like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. And let's copy this expression and loop out expression like that. Okay, and let's increase the duration of it. Okay, so if you check it out this now, along with this we are gonna get something like that. Now let's select pen tool, and this time I don't want any stroke, so I'm going to remove the stroke, and over here zoom in and let's make this full, and then from here to here I'm going to create this kind of small mask, and let's change the color of this one to white. Select this, hit Ctrl X, select this shape layer and hit Ctrl V, press F4 and choose alpha inverted mask. Okay, so now if you check it out, this it will look like it's coming from the bottom. Okay, so let's make this quarter resolution. First we got this and then we got this. Okay, now let's go to the main animation. Now we got this animation and then we are getting this. Then after the transition, I want my animation 2 should start to appear somewhere around at this point. So let's hit Ctrl S, and it will take a little bit time to load because the animation is quite heavy. Okay, so first I'm getting this and then I'm getting this. Okay, let's go inside this and check it out. Okay, then as this animation goes further, I want this transition to be happening again, so hit Ctrl D, and as this goes again somewhere around at this point, I'm going to bring this transition over here, but this time I'm going to press R and I'm going to make this 180-degree rotation, so it should be happening from the top. Okay, like that. So first I'm getting this, then I'm getting this, and then I'm gonna get this transition from the top. Now again I'm going to select this mask and I'll hit Ctrl D, hit U, and let's remove this keyframes and try to bring this mask properly at the center. And let's go inside this animation 02, hit and select alpha mask, and as this goes somewhere around at this point, I'm going to select this mask, create one keyframe at position. As this goes further, I'm going to bring this downward somewhere around like that. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are gonna get that transition over here. Okay, now all you need to do is to adjust this keyframes properly. Okay, like that. Now the last is our logo, and for logo is simple. Simply press Ctrl I and let's bring our logo comp, footage, composition, return layer sizes, and let's bring our logo somewhere around at this point, and you can bring this over here. Sorry, let's select this logo, bring this properly at the center. Let's enable this layer and choose grid and guide option. Try to bring this logo at the center like that, and let's double click to open this, and I'm simply going to apply that animation composer plugin over here. But if you want, then you can try to animate this logo as well. Okay, if you have any other concept, you can adjust that. Hit page down button few times, select this layer first, then this, hold alt close square bracket, keyframe assistance, sequence layers, and hit OK. Same procedure, and we are gonna get that animation over here. Okay, and let's close this file. Okay, like that. So let's disable this icon, and our animation is gonna be somewhere around over here. Now what I want, there should be some sort of scaling animations. So let's press S at the start and let's make this 115 to create one keyframe. And as this animation is ending somewhere around at this point, let's make this value 100. Now I'm going to copy this scaling animation and I'm going to apply this over here as well, like this somewhere over here. Also select this logo, increase the initial size a little bit, and as this goes further, let's try to decrease the scale. So what will happen, our animation is gonna be there, but along with that there is some sort of a zoom out effects is going to be there as well. Okay, like that. And then our final animation is ready. Okay, so now we are going to customize this animation in some sort of different fruit kind of a structure. So now we will try to replace our orange animation with this strawberry animations. So I got this illustration from freepik.com. I'll provide the link of this in the description. Now over here we have the slice of the strawberry as well as this slice of a strawberry as well. So now I have already imported this, and now what I'm gonna do, I'm going to select this strawberry. I'll hit Control C. I'll go to the orange one comp and I'll hit Control V to paste it over here, and I'll adjust the scale, and I'll try to adjust the strawberry somewhere around like that. Okay, over here, and I'm going to hide the other two like this. Just going to hide it, not going to delete it. I'll hit Control C. I'll go to the orange 2 as well and I'll hit Control V, and I'm going to bring this over here. If you want to keep this leaf, you can keep it. You can try to bring this a little bit over here, not too much. Okay, just if you want, if it's not, then that's also okay. So along with that we have this slice comp over here, and I'm going to choose this slice over here. I'll hit Control C and I'll hit Control V over there, and I'll try to bring this properly at the center. Let's adjust the scale, and let's try to adjust this scale like that. I'll try to adjust it like this. Okay, let's keep it over here and try to adjust it like that. Okay, and let's hide this orange slice. So now what I'm going to happen, that our entire animation is gonna get changing and we will get different. Now what you can do is you can go inside this and you can hit W and try to rotate this a little bit to create some variations like that, just for your stuff like this. Okay, also let's go inside this slice and let's try to adjust the scale a little bit because it's going out of the composition. So I'll try to adjust the scale and position. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that, and then we are getting something like this, and then we'll get a transition for this. Now let's go inside this animation too, and over here I'm going to change the color of this one to somewhere around this. Okay, we are getting something like that. I'm going to select those and let's try to adjust the scale of this a little bit. Okay, and we will get this animation over here as well. So as you guys can see, this is how we can customize this animation. Obviously you can do it in a much more better way, but this is just a random stuff that you can do with your animation.
Okay, so here we are in Adobe Photoshop and I have already imported this logo over here. And now I'm going to save this file as Photoshop file and simply hit save. Okay, like that. Now before doing anything with this one, I would like to import my other images as well. For example, this hand with dart, then this hand, and then this dart over here. I'm going to simply bring this in over here like that. Okay, like that, and deselect it. Okay, so now we have this hand with this dart, Then we have this another hand without any dart. We have separate image of this dart, and then we have this logo. Now let's start with our first image, which is this hand. I'm going to go in select options and I'm going to select subject. So it will automatically select the subject, and we need to click on this mask. So we will create something like that. Let's hide this. Let's go over here, do the same procedure, select subject like that, and click on this icon. So it will create mask and hide this. For this dart, we will keep it like that, and then go over here. And now over here, I'm going to press E, which is a shortcut key for eraser tool, and we will remove this white color over here. Also, let's remove this small white colors over here like that. Also, let's remove this, and let's remove this. Okay, like that. So we got something like that. Now what I want is that this text should be on different layers. So press M, which is a shortcut key for rectangle selection tool. Select this entire text and hit Ctrl X to cut it out. Create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V to paste in place, and let's call it as text over here. Okay, then I'm going to select this text as well. Hit Control, sorry, select this, hit Ctrl X to cut it out, create new layer and press Ctrl Shift V, and let's call it as 01. Okay, we will hide this. Also, I'm going to select this area, hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V. Let's call it as 02. Let's hide this. Same procedure I'm going to do for this one as well. Hit Ctrl X, new layer, Ctrl Shift V. Let's call it as 03. Same procedure I'm going to do this for this one. Hit Control X, new layer. Let's call it as 04, and let's hide this. And last one is this aim. Hit Control X, new layer, Control Shift V. Let's call it as 05, and let's hide this. Okay, we will hide this text as well. Now over here, first thing first, we need this dart. So what I'm gonna do over here, I'll select my this dart. I mean separate dart over here. I'll try to bring this over here, and I can hit Control T, which is a shortcut key for rotation tool, and I'll try to adjust the rotation as well as the size of the start, and I'll try to move this over here like that. Okay, over here. Now in this, let's hide this. Now over here, I'm simply going to press L, which is a shortcut key for lasso tool. I'm going to select this area smoothly, totally like that over here. But over here, as you guys can see, there is a misselection. So instead of using lasso tool, let's press P and let's choose pen tool. And so it's easy for us to select with pen tool. So let's select this much area like that, and hit Control Enter and hit Control X to cut it out. Create a new layer and press Ctrl Shift V, and let's hide this. Let's select this dart and let's bring this downward. So we have this dart over here. Now we need to create one circle. So for that, I'm going to select my ellipse tool, and over here by holding Shift, I'm going to create one ellipse. Okay, and let's bring this ellipse downwards and press V and try to adjust it properly at the center over here. Okay, with the help of arrow keys, you can try to adjust it. Okay, and let's call it as circle, and let's hide this as well as this. Now we have these two sections. So for that, I can press L, which is a shortcut key for lasso tool. Let's select this area and select this much portion like that. So okay, like that. Hit Control X to cut it out, create a new layer and press Control Shift V. Let's call it as ring. Okay, not an R I N G, like that. Also select this, type RING. Okay, let's hit Control 0 to make this fit. So we got this ring and then this one. Then we have this circle. Then we don't need this portion. Okay, so we'll remove that. Then we have this text over here, and then we have this hand, and then we have hand with this one. Okay, so now let's save this file. So our Photoshop file is ready for animation. Let's go to the After Effects and let's create a new composition, and we are going to call it as main animation. Width is 1920, height is 180, frame rate is 30, and duration I am going to choose 30-second long. Okay, and go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title safe action. Then I'm going to press Ctrl I and I'm going to select this logo file, import as. Let's choose composition, return layers and sizes, and simply hit import and hit OK. Double click to open this. Now I'm going to hit Control K to open the project settings. And over here, width, I'm going to choose 1920 and height, we are going to choose 1080. And background color, we are going to choose white color and hit OK. Now we have something like that. Let's hide this area like that. So now over here, this logo is properly like that. Now let's try to animate this one by one. So what I want, this circle should start to get animated. So press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool, or you can press Ctrl Alt Home to bring this anchor point properly at the center. Okay, then go to the start, press P for position, select this, right click and choose separate dimension like that. And let's create one keyframe at Y position. Go somewhere around 20 frames to create one keyframe. Go to around 1 second to create another keyframe, and in the middle of that, let's bring this Y position upward like that. So okay, then select those keyframe and hit Control C, Control V. Somewhere around at this point, let's bring this Y position downwards. Select those keyframes and by holding Alt, let's reduce the distance between them. And initially, the Y position of this one should be out of this composition like that. Okay, not all of them, but only this one. Okay, like that. Let's see. Okay, then select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, right click and make sure to choose edit speed graph. Select this graph and by holding shift move this handle at this point. Select this and move this handle at this point. Then zoom in a little bit. Select this, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Select this. Let's try to adjust it like that. And let's try to adjust it like that. Okay. So if you check it out this now, we are getting something like that. Now somewhere around at this point when this ball is striking at the start, I want this ring over here should start to appear. So let's move this over here. Press S, create one keyframe. Also select this ring, move over here, press S, create another keyframe. Go few frame forward. Again create another keyframe on both of them. Go to the start and let's make this value 0. Now select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this and by holding shift move this handle at this point. Okay. So in first strike, I want this one should be happen, and on second strike, somewhere around at this point, this ring should start to get pop up. Okay, like that. Then somewhere around at this point, I want this dart should start to get animated. So let's do one thing. Let's select all of this text. Let's hide this, as well as click on this shy icon and click love this layer and click on this shy button over here. Okay, so now we cannot select those. Now, when this thing is getting happening, I want this dart should start to animate. So hit Control D. Now this one, a 10th layer, I'm going to change the color of this one to yellow because this is going to be my main dart. And let's enable this only and press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool. I'm going to bring this anchor point at the bottom. Okay, then we have this dart over here, and now I want to create some random darts going on animation. So what I can do, somewhere around at this point when this entire stuff is ready, what I want is that this should be over here like that. Okay, so now let's select this dart and I want some random animation should going on. So press P for position and initially I'm going to bring this position over here. Let's create one keyframe and let's go only few frame forward and let's move this from here to here like that. Okay, in one line and enable the motion blur. So if you check it out this now, we are getting this kind of a fast animation. If you want, let's increase the duration. Okay, like that. Okay, we are getting something like that. Then hit Control D to duplicate it. Hit U. Let's select those position and let's bring this position over here like that. Okay, so we'll get something like that. Then again hit Control D to duplicate it. Hit U. Let's select this and let's bring this position a little bit over here. Then hit Control D again. Hit U, and this time I'm going to select this position, right click and choose separate dimension like that. And then somewhere in the middle when this is over here like that. I'm going to select this, create one keyframe. Let's remove this keyframes over here. Go few frame forward. Let's select this one. Let's bring this X position over here and let's bring this Y position downward like that. And in the middle of that, the Y position over here, let's bring this at the top. Okay, remove this X keyframe. Let's bring this Y position over here and remove this last keyframe over here. Okay, and make sure to select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, like that. And over here, let's bring this at the top. Okay, if you want, let's select those keyframes and by holding Alt, let's increase the duration of it somewhere around like that. Okay, now let's go over here. Let's select those X position keyframes and by holding Control, create one keyframe like that. Okay, select those Y position keyframes, go to the graph, select this, move this handle over here and move this handle over here, move this handle over here, select this and move this handle over here. Okay, like that. Then press R for rotation to create one keyframe, hit U, go over here and let's make this 3 complete rotation. Okay, like that. So we are gonna get something like that illusion that it's going upward and going downward like that. Then select this, hit Control D, hit U, and this time I'm going to change the X position of this one to somewhere around like that over here. Similarly, at this point, select those two X position keyframes and change them over here like that. Okay. And for this one, rotation, I'm going to make this -3. Okay, and let's hit U. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to adjust them one by one like that over here. Okay, so now if you check it out this, we are going to get something like this. So first I want this, then somewhere around over here I want that, and then somewhere around over here I want that. Okay, like that. We are getting something like this. And then somewhere around at this point, I want this dart. Let's bring this over here. Press P for position to create one keyframe. Hit page down button 2 to 3 times. Create another keyframe, and at the start, it should be out of this composition. Okay, like that. And it let's bring this keyframe a little bit over here. Then press R for rotation. Create one keyframe. Hit page down button 2 times. Let's make this 4. Hit page down button few times again. Let's make this -3. Hit page down button few times and let's make this 0. Okay, like that. And select all of them and enable the motion blur. Okay, like that. Now what I want is that our hand should come up over here. Now we have these two hands. Now over here this hand is null, so let's still make this hand in red color, this hand has the dart in it. So let's change the color of this one to somewhere around purple. Then select this red color hand and make it apparent with this hand. Select this and let's hit W and rotate it like that. Uh, okay, let's select your selection tool and let's disable this mapping. Press S for scaling option and scale it somewhere around like that. And now I'm going to bring this somewhere around over here like that. Okay, now I'm going to select this dart and I'll hit Control D, hit U, and I'm going to remove all of these keyframes. We don't need that. I'm going to select this dart and hit W and let's rotate it like this. Okay, and let's bring this at the top. Press S for scaling option and scale it in such a way that it should get matched with our hand over here. Okay, and let's make this fit. Okay, now let's hide this hand for a while. We need to create animation for this dart as well. Okay, so let's select this dart and press P for position to create one keyframe. Hit page down button 2 to 3 times. Create another keyframe. Go to the start and let's move this from here to here like that. Then press R for rotation. Go over. Sorry, hit U. Go somewhere around over here. select the same rotation keyframes, select this and hit Control V to paste it. But obviously we are gonna get something weird over here. Okay, so what we can do, simply hit Control V over here, hit U, go to the last one. Okay, let's enable our hand over
let's see
here.
this animation
Let's
from the
select those
start and hit
rotation
U.
keyframes and try to rotate it like that. Okay,
And let's hide
we
this
are
now
getting
again.
something like
So
that.
now we are
When this
getting something
animation
like
is
that,
done,
but there should
I
be a
want my
gap
hand
between
should
these
start to
two
get appear.
animations. So
So
let's
let's bring these
bring
two
this
layers
over
at the
here.
top. Okay, and move this over here. Now select this hand, press P for position to create one keyframe. Okay, and make sure that anchor point should be at this point. So press Y and let's bring this over here. Okay, like that, or you can try to bring this over here as well. That is also okay. There is not much more problem, but I would prefer to move this somewhere around over here. Okay, go few frame forward, create another keyframe, and at the start, this hand should be over here like that. Okay, let's bring this keyframe a little bit over here like that. Hit F9 to this keyframe like this. Somewhere around at this point, I'm going to bring this, going to trim this up to this. So it will look like the hand came initially with nothing on at him. Then somewhere around at this point, I'm going to select this hand, press T for opacity, create one keyframe, hit page down button. Let's make this opacity 0. Okay, then select this hand somewhere around at this point. Let's move this over here and go to the start, press R for rotation to create one keyframe, hit U, go over here and hit W and let's rotate it like that. Okay, and let's bring this over here. Okay, like that. And then when he is pulling out this one, obviously this dot should be gone. So let's select this and press Ctrl Shift D to split this and delete this. So now it will create an illusion that this is holding this dart. Okay, like that. And then somewhere around at this point, I want there should be an illusion like he is throwing that dart. So let's select this and let's move this over here. Hit W to rotate it like that. Okay, and we are getting something like this, and this action should be a little bit faster. So we are going to create something like that. Let's move this over here. Let's rotate it like this. Then somewhere around at this point, hit Control C, Control with this keyframe only, like this. Okay. And at this point, I want this should be gone. Okay. Like that. Now let select those keyframe and hit F9 to all of this. Okay. Select those keyframes, go to the graph, zoom in, select this. Let's select this and hit F9 as well. Okay. At this point, when he is throwing it, initially it should be slow like that. At this point, it should be faster. Okay. Then at this point, let's move this handle at this point and select this and move this handle at this point. Sorry. Okay. So if you check it out this, we are getting something like that. If you think this is very fast, you can select those and by holding Alt, let's increase the duration of it. Okay, like that. And when he's throwing somewhere around at this point, I'm going to select this. I can press Alt, close square bracket to trim up to this. Select this second hand layer, create one keyframe, hit page down button, and let's increase the opacity of this one. Okay, like that. Even if it's for a very short interval, it is necessary. Okay, and when somewhere around at this point, I want the dart animation. So let's select this dart over here and hit Control D, hit U and go somewhere around over here or somewhere around at the end point, and I'm going to remove all of this position as well as rotation keyframes, bring this at the top, and somewhere around at this point, let's move this over here. Okay, and try to adjust it like that. Press Control Alt Home. Let's rotate it like that. Okay, and let's increase the duration of it. Now we need to remove this shy object and we need to enable our text just for now. Now we need to create a path for this dart to move. So for that, I'm going to press G, which is a shortcut key for a pen tool in After Effects. From here to here, I'm going to create one path, but I'm going to remove this fill. I don't need that. And I'm going to choose black color for it for the stroke. Okay, select G, create one point over here, move it like this. Okay, like that, move it like this, and somewhere around at this point I'm going to create something like that. So okay, like this, you can select this and try to bring this over here. Okay, let's bring this over here like that. Okay, so this is the path that our dart is going to follow. So let's bring this over here. Select the shape layer, go to the search option and search for path and create one keyframe. Select this path, Control C to copy. Select this dart, press P, select this and hit Control V to paste it. So we are going to get something like that. Okay, and let's hide the shape layer. Right click, go to the transform and choose auto orientation and offset around the path and hit OK and press R for rotation and let's rotate it somewhere around like that. Okay, hit U. So now we are going to get something like that. Okay, like this. Now we are going to get something like that. Select those and by holding Alt, let's bring this keyframe up to this. Okay, like that. And then somewhere around at this point, I want my text should start to get appear. So let's bring this text at the top over here and let's select this dart over here. And the last position of this dart, I'm going to bring this a little bit over here. Then at the start, press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Go over here and let's try to rotate it a little bit. Okay, like that. Okay, and somewhere around at this point I want my text to start to get appear. So let's go to this point and let's make it apparent with this dart over here. Okay, so this text is going to move along with this like that. Okay, and select those last keyframe and hit F9. Okay, like that. Okay, like that. Then select this text, enable the motion blur, move this over here, press T for opacity to create one keyframe, hit page down button, create another keyframe, go to the start and let's make this value 0. Select this dot, press T, create one keyframe, go over here and let's make this value 0 like that. So now we are gonna get illusion like this, there is a transformation of this over here. Or you can select this, you can select those last keyframe, go to the graph, select this graph over here and by holding shift try to adjust this graph like that. Okay, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, and this transition should be somewhere around at this point over here. Okay, like that. And if you want, then you can select this path, you can select your this area and try to adjust it properly like that. I think this looks good to me. Okay, so I'll keep it as it is like that. Okay, but over here if you see there is one problem that it's not straight over here. So what we can do, I can select this and I can press R for rotation. I'll go somewhere around at this point and somewhere around at this point only I want it should be straight. So I'll try to adjust the rotation of it a little bit. Hit W and let's try to adjust the rotation as much as we can. Let's select this last and hit F9 like that. Okay, so this looks good to me like that. Okay, now this is also done. Now over here, if you check it out this, initially I don't want this ring should be like that. So let's select those rings and let's try to rotate it like that. Okay, so let's go to the start, and let's see when our final arrow is gonna come up. Somewhere around at this point, our final arrow is gonna come up over here. So we'll select those two rings and press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Then go to the start of this one. Let's make this -3. Then go to the start of this one and let's make this -3, or let's make this +3. So what we can get over here is the animation of this one. Similarly, at the start of this, hit U. I think we need to create animation at this point over here. Let's make this +3 or something. Okay, like this. I think the rotation is too big, so let's go with not 3, but let's go with 2, -2. Okay, I think this much is enough. Okay, like that. Then we can animate those remaining text like those. Let's enable those text layer and try to bring this over here. Somewhere around at this point, when this thing is gonna come up, I'll bring them over here. Press P for position to create one keyframe. Press T for opacity to create another keyframe over here, and hit U. Let's go few frame forward to create another keyframe. Go to the start and let's bring this over here like that, and let's bring the opacity of all of them to 0. Then select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here like that. Okay, and I want this animation to be one by one, so hit page down button 2 times and try to adjust them one by one. Okay, like that. So our this animation is ready. Now we need to create some additional stuff to this animation. So let's see how we can do that. Okay, so now we'll go to the main animation comp, and just to give a backdrop to this, I'm going to bring my this background image of this one over here. Let's try to adjust it somewhere around like that. Then I'm going to bring my logo file comp over here. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that animation over here like that. Okay, and obviously this animation should go from this to this. Okay, and I want this animation should be around 7 second long, or let's say 8 second long, and press S to create one keyframe. Go to the start and let's make this value 115, or let's make this 120 for example. Okay, so what will happen that along with this animation, I'm going to get that scaling animation as well. And somewhere around at this point over here, I want the lighting animation should come up. So press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer. Go to the effect and presets panel, and I'm going to search for light sweep effect and double click to apply. And let's bring this light point over here. Create one keyframe at the center, hit U, go few frame forward, and let's bring this center from here to here. Okay, so we are going to get something like that. Let's increase this value. Let's increase the width of this one as well. So we are going to get something like this. Okay, around at this point, let's go to the end point, select this BG and make it apparent with this logo and hit N over there. So now if you check it out this, we are going to get something like that, and then we'll get something like this. Okay, now just to give a little bit film kind of a look, right click new and create one adjustment layer. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC Windshield effect and double click to apply like that. So we will get this kind of a look. Then if you want to apply color corrections, go over here and choose for color balance effect and go to the and double click to apply. Settings, I'm going to choose -20. Go to the green balance, choose -10. Go to the shadow blue balance, -5. Okay. So along with that, we are gonna get something like this. Okay. Now I'm going to press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and let's choose black color. Hit Ctrl D, select this black color, press F4 and choose alpha inverted mask. Select this topmost layer, press S, unlink this, and let's make this 90 degree. 90. Okay, so now this all the bottom edges are there. So now it will give our animation a little bit, that cinematic look. Okay, like that. So this is how you can create this kind of a logo reveal animation inside of Adobe After Effects.
In a time when the world was still discovering itself, there existed a land unlike any other. A land the world would come to know as Bharat, where temples touched the sky and every stone whispered stories of devotion. And when the time came to protect this sacred land, warriors rose, not for power, but for honor.
We directly jump into After Effects and start to animate, we need to create our assets first. And first thing first, we need to create our voiceover. Now, with the help of little bit amount of ChatGPT, I have created this small script over here, which is very basic. Okay, and now we need to create a voiceover out of it. So for that, I'm going to choose this website called yourvoice.com. This is an Indian website where you can generate so many different voices. Now, because my animation is related to India, so in the language sections, I have chose Indian English, and over here you can choose whatever voiceover you want. I'm going to choose this wiki mail over here. Okay, and then over here I'm going to adjust certain settings. For example, in content creation, you can choose whatever settings you want. Like I'm going to choose narrator. In educational, I'm going to choose as teacher or tutor, any kind of a stuff. Currently, we are not going to choose anything out of it. And for the specific styles, because we are going to create a documentary style animation, so we will choose documentary. And I'll just increase a speed a little bit. Okay. And then I can simply copy this text over here and hit Control V to paste it. And I'm going to simply generate on this generate audio. Now our audio is ready, as you guys can see. And if I double click and hit play,
In a time when the world was still discovering itself, there existed a land unlike any other. A land the world would come to know as Bharat.
okay. So this is how you can generate voiceover. And now we will try to create another assets or for our animation. Now to create this specific animation, we need 4 types of image collections. So we need to create those images from ChatGPT. Now I'll type few prompts on ChatGPT to generate those images. Check out the pin comment and you'll get those prompts for free. So with the help of this, we have created 2 images, out of which one is a world map and another one is a map of India. We have one image of a cloud. We have 3 images of temples, and we got these 3 images of king, out of which one is a Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Now over here, if you check it out this, we have this image collection of the temples as well as this clouds. Now in this cloud image, there is some kind of a background which I don't want because I want this in a PNG format. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply drag and drop on this website called Photo Room, and now it will remove that background automatically, and we will simply download this image. And I'm going to go over here and I'll hit Control X, and I'm going to simply bring this image over here. Now I got this image in a PNG format. And same thing, I'm going to do this for temples as well. And I have already created those images over here. As you guys can see, these things doesn't have any background, and we are going to use these images in our animation. Okay, so here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition, and as always, we are going to name it as main animation. Width we are going to choose 1920, and height we are going to choose 1080. Frame rate I'm going to choose 30 seconds, and duration we will choose somewhere around, let's see, 1 minute 16 seconds. And background color, let's choose white color and simply hit OK. Let's make this fit and go to choose grid and guide option and simply click on titles of action. Then I'm going to press Ctrl I, and I'm going to import my audio first. So let's import this audio and simply drag and drop over here. And let's hear this voice one time.
In a time when the world was still discovering itself,
Okay, it's working properly. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl I again, and I'm going to bring my essential images. Currently, I want this cloud only. So I'll select this and hit import, and I'm going to bring this over here like that. Obviously, we cannot see it because the background is white. But what we can do, we will select this and we're going to press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose. And I'm going to choose move all attributes into new composition. And for this one, I'm going to name it as clouds. Okay, and hit OK. Then we are going to go inside this and then press Ctrl K to open the project settings of this one. And let's change this color to black. Now what I want is that I want to animate this clouds. Okay. So we have this cloud. Let's hit Control D. Let's try to bring this over here. Press S and let's decrease the scale of this. Okay. We will try to adjust it. Again, hit Control D. Bring this over here. This time, let's increase the size of this one. Try to adjust it. Hit Control D. Bring this over here. Press S for scaling option and try to adjust the scale. Again, hit Control D, try to bring this over here. Hit Control D, bring this over here and try to adjust the scale. Hit Control D, try to bring this over here. Press S and let's increase the scale of this. Hit Control D and let's try to bring this over here. Hit Control D and let's bring this over here. Now hit View. Now, because all of these are gonna go on right hand side, so I'm going to select all of them by hitting Control A, and I'm going to change the color of them to yellow like that. Then I'm going to select any one of them. For example, let's select this middle one only and hit Control D, and let's bring this at the top and let's change the color of this one to red, and I'm going to lock all of this. Now these ones are going to be cover up our left hand side. So hit Control D, try to bring this over here, press S, try to adjust the scale. Okay. Again, hit Control D, press S and try to adjust the scale of this. Hit Control D, try to adjust it like that. Try to adjust it like this. Hit Control D, try to adjust it like that. Press S and try to adjust it like that. Again, hit Control D and try to adjust it over here. Again, hit Control D, try to adjust it like that. Okay, so this looks good to me. Now let's unlock all of this. Now this thing is ready. Now I'm going to select all of them and I'll press P for position to create one keyframe over here. Okay, then zoom in a little bit and let's go somewhere around 2 seconds. And those who are on the right hand side, which means this yellow ones, I'm going to bring them out of this composition like that. Okay, then those who are on this side, I'm going to bring them over here like that. Okay, so if you check it out this, we are going to get something like that. Then select all of these keyframes and let's hit F9. Go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift, let's bring this handle over here, so it will go a little bit smoother. Now there should be some alternations between these animation. So let's try to adjust this end keyframe like that. Okay, we will try to alter them like this. Then we will get some variations in their animations. Okay, like that. You are free to use whatever difference between them you want. I'm going to adjust this randomly. Okay, so we will get something like that. So this is how our cloud animation is ready. Let's go to the main animation and let's see how this looks.
In a time when the world was still discovering itself,
Okay, this looks good to me. Okay, so our cloud animation is ready. Now we need to animate our map. So let's hear this audio first.
in a time when the world was still discovering itself, there existed a land unlike any other.
Okay, so I want my map animation should be up to this layer. So I'm going to bring one marker from here like that. Okay, after this, there is going to be another section which is going to be the map of India would start to animate. But up to this, I want my world animation should initiate. Okay, so let's save this file and I'm going to not hide, but mute this audio. Hit Control I to bring our world map and select this map and simply hit import. And let's bring this over here. Now, as you just can see, we got this world map. Press S for scaling option and let's scale the size a little bit. Okay, and create one keyframe. And somewhere, let's bring this downwards. And somewhere up to this, I want there should be a zooming animation on this world map. So I'll zoom it like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift, bring this handle over here. So if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like a zooming effect on it, but it's not visible over here. So let's select this keyframe somewhere over here, and let's bring this keyframe somewhere around over here, like that. Okay, it should be happening somewhere around at this point. Okay, now after this, there are going to be null objects which are going to drive this animation, and at the end, this camera should focus on this engine. So for that, what we can do, I can right click new and create one null object. Okay, select this, hit enter, and let's call it as controller 01. Hit control D 3 times, and let's bring this downwards. Now select this map and let's make it apparent with this controller. Select this controller, press P for position to create one keyframe, then press S for another keyframe. Okay, like that. Now let's go somewhere around over here at this point. Let's bring this over here and press S to increase the scale of this, like that. Over here, I want it should focus on this area, like that. Zoom in a little bit, like that. Then somewhere in the middle over here, I'm going to select this somewhere in the middle of these two keyframes or somewhere around like that. Over here maybe, select this controller and make it apparent with this controller too. Select this controller, press P for position to create one keyframe, then press S to create another keyframe. Hit U, go somewhere around at this point, and let's bring this value from here to here, and let's increase the scale of this in such a way that it should focus on this area. Then somewhere in the middle, I'm going to select this controller 2 and let's make it apparent with this controller 3. Select this, press P for position, then press S for scaling animation, hit U, and somewhere around at this point, I want this one should focus on India over here, like that. Then again, I'm going to right click new and create one null object, and this time I'm going to call it as scale. Then select this controller 3 and make it apparent with this scale, like that. Select the scale and in the middle, press S for scaling animation, and let's go somewhere around over here. And this time, let's increase the scale up to this. Okay. Now, let's select all of these keyframes over here. I think over here we don't need this scaling keyframes. Then select all of these null objects and hit U, like that. Select those keyframes and let's hit F9 over here. Let's bring the scaling keyframes properly over here. Okay. Select those keyframes and hit F9. Go to the graph editor, right click and make sure that you are in edit speed graph. Select this graph and simply by holding shift, bring one handle at this point and then bring another handle at this point. So if we check it out, this animation from now, we are going to get this, then we are going to get something like that. Okay, like this. Now over here, if you check it out, this somewhere around at this point, this looks a little bit empty. So for that, what I can do is that I can create more clouds that are going through this. Okay. So for that, what I can do is I'm going to press Control Y to create one solid background, and I'm gonna go and apply fractal noise effect and double click to apply. And let's increase the contrast and decrease the complexity to up to or 3 maybe, or even more than that, because we need that cloud like structure. Then go to the transform uniform scaling. Let's uncheck this and let's decrease the scale width and adjust this height as well, like that. Okay. So if you want, you can check it out different versions like etc. But I think we are okay with the spline. Okay. Select this, press F4 and let's choose blending mode to screen, and you can choose multiply as well. It totally depends on you. And there are other modes as well that you can check it out. But I think we should go with, I guess, screen mode is going to work out little bits like that. But obviously, it looks very, you know, too much cloud over there. So press T for opacity and let's decrease the opacity a little bit like that. Select this and also bring this downwards and make it apparent with this map only. Okay, like that. So whenever it's going to zoom, we will get that zoom in effect over here. But if you see, check it out, we are getting this kind of a stuff. So let's select this, press S, and let's decrease the scale of this. Okay, like that. Now, if you want, then you can decrease the height of this one. So, whenever they are going to get animated, there should be a proper look over here. Now, there is no animation over here. So, for that, what I'm going to do, let's increase the opacity a little bit, not too much. Okay, like that. Let's create one keyframe at offset turbulence with you, go somewhere around over here. And I want this cloud should go from here to here. And let's bring this keyframe at the start and let's bring this keyframe at somewhere over here. Okay, like that. So if you check it out this, now we are gonna get that cloud animation over here. Okay, like that. Now initially press T for opacity to increase the scaling keyframe. Let's create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and somewhere around at this point the opacity should be a little bit less. Okay, so initially we are gonna get something like that, and then we are gonna get something like this. Okay, and when somewhere around at this point, I'll hit save, and now let's hear our voice.
In a time when the world was still discovering itself, there existed a land unlike any other.
Now, somewhere around at this point, my clouds should come again. So hit Control 0 and I'm going to select this cloud composition and I'll hit Control D to duplicate it and double click to open this. And let's check it out our animation over here, which is ending somewhere around at this point. I'll hit N over here, right click and choose Trim Comp to work area. Go to the main animation and let's bring our cloud 2 over here and bring this over here, right click, time, and we are going to choose time reverse layers. Okay, somewhere around at this point, let's mute this. Let's bring our clouds over here like that. Somewhere around at this point would be better, like this. Okay, then when this is coming over here, let's right click time and choose stretch, and let's make this minus 85 or something, or even less than that maybe, because I want that animation to be a little bit faster. So let's make this minus 60 up to this. Okay, I want this animation should be over here like that, and somewhere around at this point there should be a proper whiteness. So I'll hit Control Y to bring white color background. With the help of open square bracket, move this over here, press T for opacity, and initial opacity should be 0. At the end, this value should be 100, and hold Alt, close square bracket to trim up to this. Select all the bottom layers except this audio and hold Alt, open square bracket to trim up to this. So now if you check it out, this animation, first we are getting this, then we are gonna get this, and then we are gonna get this. Okay, and now if we check it out, this animation with audio.
In a time when the world was still discovering itself, there existed a land unlike any other. A land and the world.
Okay, now after this, there is going to be a revelation of India. Okay, so now after this, there is going to be a revelation of India. So let's try to do it. Now, first thing first, let's see what is our audio.
Any other. A land the world would come to know as Bharat.
Okay, now up to this, I want the animation of Indian map. So let's try to create that. Now let's hit Control I to bring our Indian map and hit import. And let's bring this over here. Now press Control Shift C and we are going to call it as India. Okay, and this is the composition that we want. And somewhere around over here, I am going to bring it and double click to open this. Press F4 and convert this layer into 3D. Select this layer, press R for rotation, and let's rotate it like that. And then rotate it like that. And let's try to adjust it like this. Okay. Press S for scaling option and let's scale it like this. Okay. press R and let's try to adjust the scale properly like this. Okay, this looks good to me. Now I'm going to right click new and create one camera and angle of view choose 49 and hit double A and let's disable this depth of field for now. Okay, like that. Now right click new and create one null object over here. Select this null and convert this layer into 3D. Select this camera and make it apparent with this null. Now this null is going to act like our controller of this camera. Then I can press R for rotation and I can rotate the camera movement like that. Okay, like this. Okay, now let's try to do one thing. Press C, which is a shortcut key to enable the camera movement tool, and let's try to adjust the view of this camera like that. Now let's select this null and camera and create one keyframe on rotation properties, and let's see our audio.
The world would come to know as Bharat.
Now, somewhere around up to this, I want animation inside this. So now I'm going to rotate this camera somewhere like that. Okay. If you want, then you can rotate it like that as well. Let's see. Yeah, we are getting something like that. Also, there should be some tilt that should happen. So let's try to do that tilt as well. Okay, like that. This looks good to me. If you want this animation to be slow, you can make it like that. Okay, now along with that, I'll hit double A and I'm going to enable depth of field and let's choose aperture value to 200 and blur level to 100 like that. Okay, and let's try to adjust this focal length, focus distance somewhere over here. If you want to increase the aperture value, you will get that blurriness effect properly like that. We will get something like that. Okay. Otherwise, if you hit double A and if you disable this depth of field, as you guys can see, we are getting something like that. But depth of field add a little bit realism to it. Okay, so let's save this file. Let's Control S and let's save this file. Okay. Now over here we need to type Bharat. So let's select our text and we are going to type. Okay. Let's select this text and for the font, I'm going to choose test time pose. Okay, headline. Okay, let's increase the scale of this. Let's try to bring this properly at the center like that. Press S and let's increase the scale of this and press F4 and you can enable the blending mode of this one as well. It totally depends on if it's working, then fine. If it's not, then you're free to choose, whatever blending mode you want. Okay, I'm just checking out whether it's working for this scenario or not. Okay. Okay, I think it's not working on this map. So let's do one thing. Let's keep it as Bharat only like that. And let's try to increase the scale of this and try to adjust this at the center. Okay, like that. Now let's check it out this. Now what I want over here, let's go inside this and hide this text for now. Now let's hide, I mean, mute this audio. After this, same cloud should reveal this as well. So let's select this cloud and hit Control D and let's bring this at the top and let's move this over here. Right click, time and choose time reverse layers. Then select this white solid, hit Control D and let's bring this at the top and let's bring this over here. Hit U, select this, right click, keyframe assistance, time reverse keyframe. So we are gonna get something like that. So if we check it out, this transition, we are gonna get something like this. Okay, like that. And you can select this cloud, press S, unlink the scale, and let's make this -100. Okay, so now there is going to be a little bit of variation in it. Okay, like that. And there is another thing you can do. Now, if you choose this, white solid again, then it will look repetitive. So what you can do, let's delete this and we are going to choose animation composer and over here, simply type light. So you will get that light leak effect. and let's bring this over here. So it will automatically gonna get applied, and let's close this panel. So we are gonna get something like that. Okay, like that. So this looks also good to me. Let's increase the scale, and you can bring this scale up to this on. Okay, like that. You can try to bring this over here. Yeah, this looks good to me, like that. Okay, now let's hear our audio.
Bird would come to know, as
Now somewhere around at this point, I want my text to get animated. So let's bring this over here. Now the animation, I'm going to choose a little bit easier. So let's go at the start somewhere around at this point. Select this and hit Control D. Select this and move this over here. And let's add a white stroke to it, to this text. And let's select this fill and we are going to delete it. And for the stroke width, I'm going to choose 2 pixels. Okay, then select this text, right click, create shift from text, and let's we remove this third layer. We want only stroke. Then go to the add layer and let's choose trim path. Go to the trim path and let's make this value 0. Create one keyframe. Go somewhere around over here and let's make this value 100. Okay, so we are gonna get something like that. And now for this text to get revealed, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go inside this animate and I'm going to choose opacity. Let's increase the opacity. Let's go to the rend selector, create one keyframe at start, go few frame forward, and let's make this value 100. Okay, like that. So this looks good to me. Now there should be some scaling animation between these. So right click, new, and create one null object, and let's go somewhere around over here. Select this and let's make it apparent with this null. Select this null, press S, create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's make this value 80. Okay, like that. So there is going to be this text animation. If you want, then you can increase this value as well. So now if you check it out, this animation.
the word would come to know as Bharat. Where
Okay, now after that there should be animation of temples, so we'll try to do that as well. Okay, so now this animation is ready. Now let's see what is our next voiceover.
as Bharat, where temples touch the sky.
Okay, now between these and this, we need the camera should rotate and our temple should appear. So let's try to do it. But first of all, we will create a proper backdrop for this. So let's see.
As Bharat,
Let's go inside this and let's create our markers somewhere up to this. Let's go inside over here.
where temples touch the sky.
Okay,
Where temples touch the
we are somewhere around over here. Up to this 4 seconds, I want my camera should rotate. So let's try to bring this over here and up to over here. Now it's time to animate our camera. So as you guys know that this null object is, adjusting our camera. So we will try to animate this. So create one keyframe at position and press R to create another keyframe at rotation. But as you guys can see, this is already occupied. So what you can do at this point is that let's delete this position keyframes. Let's right click, new, and create another null object. And this null object is going to be the main controller of our camera. So let's make this yellow and select this null object and make it apparent with this null. Then select this null, press P for position to create one keyframe, then press R for rotation to create another keyframe. And I forgot to convert this into 3D. So let's do that. And let's convert this layer into 3D and create a keyframe on another rotations as well. Now hit U so you can see this, all the keyframes. And now somewhere around at this point, let's try to rotate our camera properly. Now let's select this option, and as you guys can see there are already keyframes. So let's create one this keyframes over here and delete those last keyframe. Now somewhere up to this, I want my camera should get rotated. So let's rotate it somewhere around like that, and let's somewhere around like that, and it should tilted somewhere around like this. Let's tilt it properly like this. like that. Also, the position should be somewhere over here. So let's try to adjust the position of this one like that. Okay. And let's try to adjust the position somewhere around over here like that. Okay. So let's see how does it looks now. We are getting something like that. Okay. And let's hit F9 to ease those keyframe like that. And somewhere around at this point, I want the stick should be gone. So let's select this null object, press P for position to create one keyframe. Okay, like that. And let's go somewhere over here and let's bring this out of this composition. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, zoom in, and let's try to adjust it up to this. So if we check it out, this animation, first we are getting this and then we are getting this. Let's bring this keyframe a little bit over here. So it should go on a little bit more at the back. Okay, like that. Now I have created few more images, which is about the sky and some background. So I'm going to import that as well. So hit Control I, and I'm going to going to import this image of sky, and let's try to bring this at the background. Press S for scaling option, and let's scale this over here a little bit like that. Okay, just to check it out this properly, let's hit U and let's go somewhere around over here. Now let's select this camera and hit double A, and let's create one keyframe on focus distance, aperture and blur level. And somewhere around at this point, I'm going to choose blur level up to 80 value like that. Also aperture I'm going to adjust, okay, like that, and hit F9 like this. Also, there is another thing we need to do is that this guy, um, this one is not rotating along with our camera. So let's convert this layer into 3D. Select this, press R for rotation, and let's try to rotate it like that properly and rotate it like this. Try to adjust the rotation. Okay. You can rotate it from here as well, like that. Press P for position, and let's try to bring this backward like that. Okay, like this. And then you can, by holding shift, adjust the scale of this over here and try to adjust it over here like that. Okay, so now if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, like that. Now let's select this and press P for position to copy this position. Now along with that, I have created few images of mountains as well. So let's bring this mountain and let's try to bring this over here. Also convert this layer into 3D. Select this position of this, hit Control C, select this mountain and hit Control V. Press R for rotation. Select the rotation of this sky only. Copy those rotation keyframes. Hit Control C and select this and hit Control V to paste it. Okay. Now select this and let's minimize it. Select this, hit U, and let's try to rotate it on somewhere around like that. Or you can change the X position of this one over here. And let's try to rotate it a little bit. Also adjust the Z position and Y position of this. Okay. And try to adjust it over here like that. Again, hit Control D. Try to bring this over here. Try to bring over here. You can press S and adjust the scale of this. Again, hit Control D. Try to bring this over here. Try to bring over here. Again, hit Control D. Try to bring this over here like that. And try to bring over here. Okay, like that. So now we are gonna get something like that. First we got this. Let's don't forget to save this file. We'll get this name Bharat. It will take a little bit time to load, and then we are gonna get something like that. Okay. Now this animation should come from the bottom. So let's select all of them and with the help of open square bracket, move this over here. Press P for position to create one keyframe on each. and we will remove this keyframes. We don't need that. Also this keyframe, we don't need that. Okay, let's select those, hit U, and let's remove those keyframes as well. Select those and hit U, and or you can simply press P only and go somewhere around at this point to create another keyframe and go to the start, and with the help of this handle only, let's try to bring this at the bottom. I think I'm removing this Indian map as well. We don't need to. I did one mistake. uh, let's remove this keyframe. Let's select this maps only, press P for position, create one keyframe, go over here, create another keyframe, and select these four, and let's try to bring this at the bottom. Okay, select those keyframe and hit F9, go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift move this handle over here. So if you check it out, this now it will create a look that they are coming from the bottom like that. And obviously this animation should be one by one, so I'm going to trying to adjust somewhere around like that. And let's make this quad resolution so we can check it out this animation a little bit faster like that. Okay, now hit U, and let's select this null object which is rotating. Let's go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift move one handle at this point and move one handle at this point. Okay, like that. So now if you check it out, this first we are getting this, and then we are getting something like that. Now again, we need to create animation for our temples. So now for that, I'm going to hit Control I, and I have already created PNG images of these temples. So let's try to bring this over here. So first one is going to be this one because it is in the middle. So let's try to bring this over here like that. And also you can convert this layer into 3D, and you can select this option over here. I mean this image, hit U, go over here, simply copy that position effect, position keyframe, select this temple which is this one, and hit Control V, so it will automatically go over here. Select this, press R for rotation, copy that rotation keyframe, hit Control X, select this and hit Control V. And now let's try to bring this over here. Press S for scaling option and try to scale it like that. Okay. Press R for rotation and let's rotate it like that. And you can rotate it from this angle only. Okay. You can try to bring this over here, and you can move this on Z axis as well. Okay. But as you guys can see, there is a lot of 3D stuff going on over here. So instead of converting this into 3D and make your animation complex, what I'm going to do is instead of converting this layer into 3D, I'm going to simply bring this over here only like that. Okay. Like this only. And let's bring this over here. And let's see our voiceover now.
A land the world would come to know as Bharat, where temples.
Okay. Now somewhere around at this point, I'm going to go over here and let's bring this over here. Press S for scaling option and let's adjust the scale. Okay. Then select this and press P for position to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward to create another keyframe and go to the start, and let's bring this downwards. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift move this handle over here like this. Okay.
The world would come to know as Bharat, where temples touch the sky. Touch the sky.
Let's make this quarter resolution so animation will be a little.
The world would come to know as Bharat, where temples touch the sky.
Now when he is calling about devotion, we are going to bring our another temples. Let's select this one and try to bring this downwards. Press S, let's adjust the scale, and it's going to be somewhere around over here. Then I'll hit Control I again, and let's bring our third image as well, and let's try to bring this over here, and let's try to adjust it somewhere around over here. Try to adjust the scale, and try to adjust it somewhere over here. Okay, let's make this full resolution, and let's try to adjust the scale over here, and let's choose code resolution. First we got this, and let's see.
where temples touch the sky and
Now somewhere around at this point when he's calling about devotion, let's select this and press P for position to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward to create another keyframe. Then go to the start and let's bring this downwards. Okay. Select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift, move this handle over here. And let's move this handle over here. Let's increase the scale of this one. Okay.
touched the sky, and every stone whispered stories of devotion.
Okay.
And,
Now,
and when the time came to
now when
promotion,
Now, when he says time came, which means there is a dark time is going on. So for that, what I did is that I have created another image which represents the red sky. So I'm going to bring this red sky over here. And what I'm going to do, if you enable this layer, we have image of this blue sky. I'm going to simply control D to duplicate it. And by holding Alt, I'm going to replace it with this one. And let's disable this. Okay, like that. And when this talking about this one, press T for opacity. Let's decrease the opacity to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward and let's make this red. Okay, like that. Okay. Also, along with that, let's select these images and press Ctrl Y and let's bring this into red color and press F4 and let's choose multiply. So we will get that redness effect over there as well. Okay. So even if you don't apply this, red effect, still it's going to be like that only. So what we can do, let's remove this red sky and we will go with this red solid layer only with multiply blending mode. And when he is talking about the, you know, about invasion and all, let's select this and press P for opacity to make this 0 to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward and let's make this value 100 like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay.
the world would come to know as Bharat, where temples touched the sky, and every stone whispered stories of devotion. And when
Okay. Then somewhere around at this point, I want this red sky should come.
and when the time came to protect this sacred land, what
Now, somewhere around at this point, there should be some, glowing should come out of the shivling. So for that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to press Control Y to create one black color overlay and go to the effect and presets panel and search for lens flare effect and double click to apply and select this and choose multiply, not multiply, but let's choose screen only and select this flare to somewhere around at the center of the shivling. Okay, like that. And let's move this over here.
this sacred land, what time came to protect this sacred land, and
Somewhere around at this point, let's reduce the flare brightness to 0 to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward and let's increase this brightness for a few frame and let's make this value 0. Okay, like that. Okay, like that. Now, somewhere around at this point, then I want this black overlay should be gone. So hold Alt and close square bracket to trim up to this. Okay, like that. Now over here, one thing is there that we should focus on is that there is no proper wiggle effect over here. So what we can do is that we know that this all these things are parent with this null object. So press P for position and over here we have already applied keyframes to this. So what we can do, I can right click new and create one null object again, and let's bring this and this null object is going to be a wiggle. Okay, so let's select this null, which is a controller of each and every one, and let's make it apparent with this wiggle one. Select this wiggle one, press P, alt click on the stopwatch and apply wiggle 3 comma 3. Okay, like that. So we are gonna get that wiggle effect over there, like that. Okay, now along with that, this wiggle should be applied to this temples as well. So let's select those temples and make it apparent with this wiggle null object, like that. There is going to be a shaky movement for our temples as well over here. Now, when this thing is happening, now we need to bring our images of kings. So first I'm going to bring the images of this Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, and let's bring this over here. Press S for scaling option and let's scale this size over here and try to adjust the scale of this one. Then hit Control I, and I'm going to bring images of this another king, and let's try to bring this over here. Then hit Control I, and let's bring the image of this another king over here. Okay, and let's try to adjust this over here. And this time let's make this -100 on this point. Okay, like that. And let's adjust this. So first I'm going to adjust it somewhere around like that. Let's check it out this in full resolution. So we got this images. Okay, and it should be coming somewhere around at this point. Okay, so when it's going over here, let's bring this over here. Let's make this quad resolution like that. Okay, like that. And then at this point, I'm going to select this lens layer, go to this, create one keyframe at flare center, hit U, hit page down button one time, or go at the end and bring this flare somewhere around at this point. And let's bring this keyframe over here. So now what happened, where even though the starting point of this flare over here, but ending point is going to be somewhere around over here, like that. And I want there should be some scaling reveal of this images. So let's select those and bring this over here. Press S for scaling option to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward to create another keyframe and go to the start, and let's enable this, and let's try to increase the scale of this ones. Okay, so let's adjust the scale of this one by one. So initially it should be like that. Select this, it should be like that. Select this, and it should be like that. Select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select this, and by holding shift, move this handle over here. So we are gonna get something like that. And then select this layer and try to bring keyframe over here, and this one should be like that. So now if you check it out, this our animation is gonna look something like that. Now the background of this one should be a little bit blurry. So after this images, I'm going to press Control Alt Y and bring this adjustment layer over here, and we are going to apply Gaussian blur effect on it and double click to apply, and let's change this blur value to 80, like that.
This sacred land, warriors rose, not for power, but for honor.
Okay, now there should be some zoom in effect on them. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to right click new and create one null object and bring this over here and select those three images and make it apparent with this null. Okay, and initial scale of this null, I'm going to choose 125 to create one keyframe. And then as this animation is ending somewhere around at this point, it should be 100. Similarly, position as well. So let's try to adjust the position as well. Create one keyframe, and then somewhere around at this point, let's select this null and bring down the position downwards. Okay, like that. Okay, but as you guys can see, this looks weird, so let's try to bring down position a little bit, not too much, a little bit downward. Okay, like that. Hit U, and let's disable this. And now if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, now if you want, select this one as well. If you want to apply wiggle expression to them as well, then you can, but I would stick with this one, and let's make this full. Okay, like that. So now if you check it out, this animation from the start.
In a time when the world was still discovering itself, there existed a land unlike any other. A land the world would come to know as Bharat, where temples touched the sky and every stone whispered stories of devotion. And when the time came to protect this sacred land, warriors rose, not for power, but for honor.
Okay, like that. Now let's hit N over here, and now let's add a final touch to our animations. Now this looks good to me. Now let's go inside this, and we have this images of this kings. Now what we can do, I'm going to select this images of kings as well as this null object, and I'm going to press Ctrl Shift C, and I'm going to call it as images only. Okay, like that. Then I'll hit Control D to duplicate. I'll select this third layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect to apply. And let's change the color of this one to black. Go to the effect and presets panel and search for CC radial fastfox blur, like that. And let's make this value 90, like that. And if you want, then you can choose white color or somewhere around yellow color as well. Okay, I'm going to choose white color, and let's make this value 99. Okay, like that. And now you can adjust the center of this one to somewhere around like this to this, or somewhere around like this to this. So initially I'm going to bring this center over here to create one keyframe of this. Hit U, and let's bring this keyframe over here, and somewhere around at this point at the end I'm going to bring this keyframe from here to here, like that. Okay, so now let's check it out this in record resolution. I'm gonna get somewhere around like that. Okay, like this. Let's make this full resolution. We'll get something like this. Okay, now this thing is like that. Now along with that, there should be something that make this animation look a little bit more cinematic. So I'm going to adjust the ratio of this. So for that, I'm going to press Control Y. Then I'm going to hit Control D to this solid layer, and let's choose alpha matte or alpha inverted matte, and select this masking layer. Press S, unlink this, and let's make this 90-degree. Okay. So now there is a proper aspect ratio to this animation.
In a time when the world was still discovering itself, there existed a land unlike any other. A land the world would come to know as Bharat, where temples touched the
Okay, so now obviously it will take time to load because we have added so many stuff, and these layers are also in 3D. Along with that, there should be something that should, enhance this. So I'm going to right click new and create one adjustment layer, and let's apply CC vintage effect and double click to apply. So what will happen that it will add a little bit of that depth on this outside rings. Okay, so it will add a little bit depth to your animation, like that. And the amount of that depth, it's totally depends on you. I'm going to choose 75% amount, and angle of view also you can adjust. Okay, let's adjust it up to this only. Okay, like that. Now, at this point, I'm on this adjustment layer. I can apply another effect called, let's say, color balance. Let's apply that color balance effect, and I'm going to adjust simple settings. Let's choose -30 on red. On green, let's choose -20, and on blue, let's choose -10. Okay. So it will give more colors to our animations like that, to make it a little bit more. But as you guys can see, it looks a little bit darker. So let's apply brightness effect on it as well. Okay. And let's increase the brightness to a little bit 20, and let's decrease the contrast up to -20. Okay. So now our final output is ready. And now if you want to add some more depth to it, you can. Now over here, those images are not, doesn't look brighter. So I'm going to go and select this images composition, and I'm going to apply brightness, and let's increase the brightness to 40 on this, and we are going to get something like that. So as you guys can see, this is how you can create this kind of a documentary style animation inside of After Effects. Okay, so here we are in Adobe After Effects. Let's create a new composition, and we are going to call it as main animation. Width, I'm going to choose 1920, height 180, frame rate is 30, duration is 1 minute long, and background color is white color, and simply hit OK. Then go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title selection. Then I have these assets over here, which I have created from Gemini. I'm going to select all of them, and I'll simply import them into After Effects. Okay. And now first thing first, we need this orange. So let's bring this orange at the center. Okay, and press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool, and I'll try to adjust the center properly over here, and let's make this fit. Now press Ctrl Y to create one solid background, and for the background I'm going to choose a little bit amount of grayish color, and I'll bring this downwards. Now let's select this orange, press S for scaling option and try to adjust the scale, and let's try to bring this at the center. Now press P for position to create one keyframe, zoom in. Let's go to around 1 second to create another keyframe. Press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Hit U and go at the start, and hit W, which is a shortcut key for rotation tool, and then rotate it like this. Okay. And press V, and let's try to bring this over here. And select those keyframe, and let's hit F9. Go to the graph editor, select this graph, and by holding shift, move this handle over here. Select this and move this handle over here. So if you check it out this, we will get something like that. And this animation looks a little bit faster. So let's select these, and by holding, do not hold, but let's make this up to 2 seconds. Okay, so the animation would be like that. Okay. Now press F4 and enable the motion blur, so you will get something like this. Now let's select all of them and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and we are going to call it as scene 01 and hit OK. Then go inside this and hit U and go to the end. Select this orange and hit Ctrl D. Then press S for scaling option. Unlink this, and let's make this -100. Not -100, but whatever value it is, let's make this -123, and saving these and hit U to open the keyframes. And position, make sure that you are at the end of the keyframe of the position, and then click on this position word, so it will select both of these keyframes. And let's try to bring this position downwards in such a way that it should touch at the bottom, and let's bring this downwards. Okay, select these, press T for opacity, and let's decrease the opacity like this. Okay, so you'll get something like that reflection. Okay, like this. Now for this reflection as well, let's select our rectangle, and let's create one rectangle like this, and select these orange and press F4, and let's make this value to track matte to the shape layer. Select the shape layer, go to the effect and presets panel and search for Gaussian blur effect, and double click to apply. Unlink this, and let's increase this edge blurriness. Okay, so we will get this kind of a reflection. Now this animation should be up to this one only, so let's select these and hold alt close square bracket to trim up to this. Now hit Ctrl 0 to open the project settings. Select this scene 01 and hit Ctrl D to duplicate it. Go inside this, and now we will right click new and create one null object. Select all of them and let's make it a parent with this null. Select this null, press S and let's decrease the scale of these. Press P for position and let's bring this downwards like that. Okay, and let's go to the start. Let's select all of them and let's move this a little bit over here. So you'll get something like that. Now let's go to the main animation, and at this point I want my scene 02 should get started. So let's bring this scene 02 over here. So if we check it out, that we will get that continuation over here. Okay, but I want this one should get started somewhere up to around at this point. Okay, so we'll get that continuation, and from the start I want that leaf animation should go on. So hit G, which is a shortcut key for pen tool, and I'm going to create one spoke like this. Okay, which is going to be the path for animation. So let's remove that fill, we don't need that. And for the stroke we will add black color stroke. Now I'm going to bring that leaf we have created over here, and let's try to adjust this. Press S and let's adjust the scale of these, and select the shape layer. In search options, search for path, create one keyframe and copy that keyframe and hit Ctrl C. Select this leaf, press P, select these and hit Ctrl V to paste it. So we will get this kind of a stuff. Now hit W and let's rotate it like this over here, and right click, go to the transform and choose auto orient and orient along the path and hit OK. And let's rotate it like this and press S for scaling option. Okay, so what will happen that you are gonna get these animation over here. Let's press S for scaling option and try to adjust the scale. Then select these and hit Ctrl D. Hit U. Select these and by holding Alt, let's see, adjust the duration of it. Press S for scaling option and try to adjust the scale over here, like this, and hit U. Go somewhere around over here and select these keyframes and try to adjust this over here. And you can adjust these handles a little bit over here, or you can select these convert vector tool or something and try to adjust this more dynamic like this over here and over here like that. I don't know why it's working like this. Okay, I'll try to adjust it a little bit different. Okay, so we'll get a little bit different position over here. Okay, select these two keyframes and select those and hit F9. Okay, and enable the motion blur. Go to the graph, select these two graphs, and by holding shift move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. Okay, so we will get this kind of a stuff. Okay, we don't need this one. Okay, these are just extra, and now we need to animate one which should touch this orange. So for that I'm going to press G again. Okay, and this time we are going to choose pen tool again, and for that I'm going to create a different stroke, and the stroke of this animation should be like that it should come and touch this area. Okay, like this, it should come to touch this one. Okay, like this. Then select this leaf and hit Ctrl D, hit U, and let's delete those keyframes. Go to the start, right click, go to the transform, and go to the auto orient, and we will choose off and hit OK. And we will select the shape layer, and in search options, search for path, copy this path and hit Ctrl C, select this leaf, go to the position and hit Ctrl V. So we will get something like that, and we will remove this shape layer. Now let's select these and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph by holding shift, move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. Okay, like that. Now press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Go to the end and let's make this -3. Okay, So we are getting this kind of a rotation like this. If you want, then you can select this leaf as well, and you can press R for rotation. You can make this complete 3 rotations as well. It totally depends on you. Okay, like that. Now, somewhere around at this point, we got this one, and when it's going to touch over here, somewhere around at this point, okay, I'm going to right click new and create one null object, and let's bring this null object over here. Select this leaf and make it apparent with this null. Press P for position to create one keyframe. Go few frames forward, and let's try to bring this out of this composition. Select those, hit F9, go to the graph, select these by holding shift, try to adjust it totally like that. So it will create something like this. So if I check it out this, I'm gonna get something like that. So we got this view animation. Let's select this leaf over here, and let's increase the duration of it a little bit. Okay, because that animation should be a little bit slower. Okay, so I'll try to adjust it like that. Okay, or let's do one thing. We'll remove that rotation for this one. Okay, like this. Okay, we still have this stroke. We will enable this stroke over here. We will go to the add menu, and we will go to the trim path. Go to the trim path, and let's make this end value 0. Create one keyframe at the start and one keyframe at the end. Go somewhere around the end. Let's increase the both values. Select the starting keyframes and move them a little bit forward. Okay, like that. So we'll get something like this. Now for the color, we will choose this greener color. Okay. Also search for taper options. Go to the taper, and yeah, and let's increase the start length totally like this. So we'll get something like this. And do one thing, for the greener color, pick up this green color only. Okay, let's make this fit. Yeah. So now if I check it on this, we got something like that. And when it's going to touch over here, now we need to create our animation, which is going to be a slice animation. So let's bring that orange slice over here like this. Press S for scaling option and scale it over here. Make this over here properly, and go to the start. Create one keyframe at scale. Press P for position to create another keyframe. Go somewhere around 1 second, and let's increase the scale of these, and let's bring this out of this composition totally up to this one. Okay, like this. And let's make this fit. So we'll get something like this. Let's increase the duration of it. Okay. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these by holding shift. Try to adjust the handle like this. Okay. Now let's select this orange slice and press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as move all attributes into new composition, and we will call it as slice animation and hit OK. Then go inside this, press S, hit U, and let's check it out this animation. If you hit spacebar, we will get something like this. Now let's select these and hit Ctrl K to open the project settings, and width of this I'm going to reduce it. Okay, like that, and hit OK. So we will get something like that. Now also along with that, I'll hit Ctrl K again, and we will increase the width, not width but height of this, so we can see that animation properly. Again, go to the last frame and hit Ctrl K again, and increase the height until we are going to see that orange. Okay, and hit OK. Now let's select this orange slice and press Ctrl Shift C, and let's call it as orange and hit OK. Okay, Then go to the effect and presets panel and search for eco effect and double click to apply and choose composite in front. Okay. And zoom in a little, go to the start and let's increase this value to somewhere around 9. Okay. And let's make this fit. So we'll get something like this. Okay. And now we'll go to the scene 02 and I want that animation should get started at this point. So move this over here. Okay. Now go over here and press Y, which is the shortcut key for pen behind tool, and try to bring this anchor point over here. And let's make this fit. Okay. So we'll get this kind of an effect. Now press R for rotation and let's rotate it on 90-degree. Okay. Alt click on this stopwatch and instead of 90, let's make this minus 90 first. Okay. And or you can make it 0 because we are going to apply the expression. So I'll click on this stopwatch and let's type open and close square bracket and inside that type rotation. Again open and close square bracket, type 0 and after that type plus 20 star index. Okay, and deselect it. Okay, then hit Control D few times so we'll get this kind of slices. Okay, so we'll get something like that. So we are going to get this kind of a structure. Now let's select these and by holding shift, hold alt, close square bracket to trim up to this. Right click, keyframe assistance, sequence layers and hit OK. And let's increase the duration of it. So we will get this kind of a structure, which means basically creating a stuff like it's happening over here. Now we need to create some splash. So hit Control N and we are going to call it as splash. And width I'm going to choose 1920 and height we are going to choose 1080 and hit OK. Okay, so we'll get something like this. Now for that, to create a splash, I want pen tool and somewhere from here to here, I'm going to create one stroke and let's increase the stroke width. In search option, search for cap and choose round cap. Also in search option, search for taper and let's increase the start length of this like this. Okay, let's minimize this. Okay, let's go to the add and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path and let's make this end value 0 and start value 0. Hit U, go somewhere around 1 second. Let's increase the end and start value totally like this. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these and by holding shift, bring this handle over here like that. Okay. And select the start value and bring this keyframe a little bit forward. So if you check it out this, we will get something like that. Okay. Now press Y, which is a shortcut key for pen behind tool. Select these and by holding control, try to bring this downwards. Press R for rotation. Let's rotate it on 90-degree. Okay. Hit Control D, press R. Let's rotate it on 80-degree or let's say 60. Hit Control D, press R. Let's make this 30. Hit Control D, press R. Let's make this 0. Hit Control D, press R. Let's make this minus 30. Hit Control D, press R. Let's make this minus 60. Hit Control D, press R, and let's make this minus 90. Okay. So we will get this kind of a splash effect. Okay. Let's go to the scene 02. Hit Control 0 and let's bring this splash somewhere around at this point. Let's bring that splash over here. Okay. It should be over here. And when it's going to touch, I want this splash should appear. So go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect and double click to apply. Okay. And for the color, we will pick up this color only. Okay. Now select the splash and hit Control D and let's increase this. And let's change the color of this one to white. Okay, like that. Then again hit Control D, move this over here. Then this time right click to reveal and layer in source project. Select this splash and hit Control D over here, and by holding Alt we are going to replace it. Then go inside this and hit U. We have similar animation, but this time what I'm gonna do is that I'm going to select all of them, and let's change this stroke value to somewhere around 3 or somewhere around 8 to 9 only, and hit U. And instead of search option, search for start. So it will show a start keyframe. Select those all start keyframes and let's bring them a little bit forward. So what will happen now? The animation will take a little bit time. Okay. And in scene 2, if I'm gonna see that, we'll get these lines. Okay. So we got this. Okay, like this. That orange is still there. So now we will select that orange over here, and somewhere around at this point I want the reflection of that orange should be gone. So let's select these and this reflection layers. Hold Alt, close square bracket to trim this. Select these orange, and we are now going to animate that. So press P for position, press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer. Okay, and let's remove their parenting. Okay, and press P for position. Somewhere around at this point I create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's bring this upward like that. Go to the start and it should be again downward. So hit Control C, select these, hit F9, go to the graph, select these graph by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. So obviously we are going to get this animation. Let's by holding Alt decrease the duration. Okay, and press R for rotation to create one keyframe. Hit U, go over here and let's make this one complete rotation. Okay, like that. Okay, now somewhere around at this point I want my coke can, not coke can, but orange can should appear. So let's bring this can over here. Press S for scaling option and let's try to adjust the scale over here. Move this over here and press P for position, and let's bring this over here. Create one keyframe, press R, create another keyframe, press S to create another keyframe and hit U. Go few frame forward and create another keyframes on each of them. And at the start, the scale I'm going to make this completely like 5 or 4. Okay, let's choose 5. Go somewhere in the middle. Let's bring this upward like this. Go few frame forward and over here, and let's try to bring this in the middle like this. Go few frame forward, create one keyframe at position somewhere in the middle. Let's bring this a little bit upward. Select those position keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these by holding shift, move this handle at this point and move this handle at this point. Okay, like that. Now let's select these by holding shift, bring this handle over here and bring this handle over here and bring this handle over here. Okay, like this. So we will get something like that. Now we will type rotation as well. So let's make this one complete rotations. So we'll get something like that and enable the motion blur. Okay, let's select these. Now at this point, I want this orange should be gone. Okay, like this. Okay, so if you check it out this animation now, we got something like this. Now again at this point I want these splashes should come up again, so hit Control D, bring them at the top and let's try to bring them over here like that. Okay, so we'll get this kind of a stuff. Okay, So if we check it out this now, we got this, then we got this. Now let's select the scan and hit Control D, hit U. Somewhere around at this point, I'm going to remove all of these and bring this over here. Press P for position for one keyframe, S for scaling to hit another keyframe and hit U. Go few frame forward and let's make this value 30, and let's try to bring this over here. Again hit Control D and let's try to bring this over here. Again select these two and hit Control D and bring this downwards. Press S, let's make this value 20. Let's select these and bring this over here, uh, like that. Select these and bring this over here, like that. Okay. Then again select these two and hit Control D, bring this downwards, press S and let's make this value 10. Then select these and bring this over here. Select these and bring this over here, like that. Okay. Hit U and select those keyframes. Okay. And hit F9. Go to the graph, zoom in, select these and by holding select these by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Okay, so we will get like these appearances. Okay, along with that there should be a little bit zoom out effect as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to right click new and create one null object, bring this over here, select these all of these cans. Okay, and let's make it apparent with this null. Select these null, press S. Initially it should be 30. Create one keyframe, go over here and let's make this value 100. Okay, like that. Okay, select these and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these and by holding shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here, like that. Okay, so we'll get this kind of stuff. And I want this animation to be one by one. So we can hit page down button two times and select all of them and hold Alt close square bracket to trim up to this. Right click keyframe assistance sequence layers and hit OK. And let's increase the duration of it. So we will get this animation one by one. And the at last we will bring this null object towards here. Okay, so if we check it out this animation till now, we got something like this and then something up to this over here. Okay, we are getting something like that. Okay, now let's close all of these other stuff and let's hit Control S. Now hit Control N and we are going to call it as BG animation and we will hit OK. Then over here we need to create a background animation. So let's select our pen tool and for the color we are going to choose orange color obviously. And from here to here I'm going to create one complete stroke and let's increase this stroke value. Select these and press Ctrl Alt Home. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically. Then go to the shape layer and go to the add and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path and let's make this end value 50 as well as start value 50. Create one keyframe at start and one keyframe at end. Go to around 1 second and let's make this start 0 and end 100. Okay, so you'll get something like that. Also in search options, search for cap and choose round cap. Okay, so we'll get something like this. Now I want there should be a rotation. So let's go to the add menu and choose twister. I mean twist effect. Go to the twist and let's increase this angle like this. Okay, and hit U like this. But obviously this is not how we want. So let's select this twist and bring this before the trim path. So we'll get something like this. Okay, and go to this twist effect and let's increase the angle until we'll get this properly covered. Okay, so we'll get something like this. And now let's select this last keyframe and let's bring this a little bit over here. Okay, like that. Now we got this. Select these and hit Control D and bring this over here. This time I'm going to change the color a little bit darker. Then select this, hit Control D, move this over here. Let's change the color of this one to white. Then select these, hit Control D, move this over here. This time I'm going to pick up this same color again, but stroke width I'm going to choose 50. Okay. Again, hit Control D, move this over here. Again, I increase the stroke width over here like this. But the color I'm going to pick up something like this. Hit Control D, move this over here, and stroke width, let's choose 10 pixels and choose white color like this. And select all of these and hit Control D and bring this at the top and try to bring this a little bit over here again. Okay, like that. So we are gonna get this animation continuously. Okay, again hit Control D, bring this at the top over here and try to adjust this over here. So we are gonna get this animation continuously. So now I want this animation should be at the back when this animation is starting. Okay, and I'll bring this over here. Okay, like this. Sorry. So we got this. You can create this animation from this point as well. You can bring this totally downwards. Okay, like this. Okay, let's create this animation from this point. Okay, now I want fill up animation, which means like our composition is getting filled or something. So for that I'm going to create one rectangle and we will remove this stroke, we don't need that. And for the fill we are going to choose white color, and let's select this complete rectangle and press Ctrl Alt Home. Okay, let's select these and let's make this fit. Okay, go to the effect and presets panel and search for wave warp effect. Okay, and double click to apply, and let's increase the wave width totally like this and pin, choose all edges. Okay, and then go to the effect and presets panel and search for turbulence displace effect. Okay, and double click to apply, and let's select these and let's bring this downwards. Okay, and so somewhere around at this point when this Fanta is gonna get filled up, press P for position, create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's bring this at the center with the help of align tab. You can bring this up to this portion only. Okay, if you make this fit, you will get something like this. You can increase the duration of it a little bit like that. Okay, if you want, then you can try to adjust this animation somewhere around this point. Okay, let's adjust it. Then let's select these and hit Control D, move this over here. For the color, I'm going to pick up this color only, like this. Okay, I think this is quite dark. Okay, then zoom in a little bit and select these bottom one and hit Control D, and let's bring this at the top. Again, this white color. Now, along with this, if you know that Fanta is a soda, so obviously there is going to be a fizz. So, what we can do, we can create bubbles over here. So, for that, I'm going to press one, you know, any kind of a layer and go to the effect and presets panel and search for bubble CC bubble effect and double click to apply. So, we are gonna get these bubbles. But right now, we have chose, orange color, that's why they are in orange. But I want this bubble should get started when this animation is appearing. Okay, so what we can do, press Ctrl Shift Y and let's change the color of this one to white because I want those bubbles should be white. Okay, like that. Also the speed of those bubbles should be up to 6, so animation would be a little bit faster, like that. Okay, like this. and you can increase the amount to up to 300, and let's adjust the bubble size a little bit less because this is too much, and then increase the bubble amount. Okay, like this. Okay, and somewhere around at this point this portion is ending, and now we need our logo reveal. So hit Control N and we will call it as logo reveal, and hit Control 0 to bring our logo and try to adjust it over here. Now same animation I'm going to do over here, but we will add a little bit of touch to it. So select your rectangle tool and create any kind of a color, and let's create one rectangle and press Ctrl Alt Home. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically. Go to the Effect and Presets panel and again search for View Warp Effect and double click to apply. And again choose all edges and let's increase the wave width. Okay, again go to the Effect and Presets panel and search for Turbulence Displace and double click to apply. And let's select this logo and press F4 and choose Track Matte to this one. Let's select this, press P for position to create one keyframe. Go somewhere around 1.20 frames to create another keyframe. You can bring this up to this portion, and at the start, let's bring this downwards. So you will get something like that. You can increase this value up to 3 seconds as well. It totally depends on you how much long you want your animation. I'll bring this up to this much. Okay. Then go to the start, go to the 20 frames, hit U, select all of them and hit Control D. Bring this at the top and move this over here. Go to over here, hit Control D, bring this at the top and move this over here. Go to 2 seconds, hit Control D, bring this at the top and let's move this over here. Okay. Let's select these 8 layer, go to the Effect and Presets panel and search for Fill Effect and double click to apply. And let's choose this blue color. Select this 6th layer, apply Fill Effect and let's choose this orange layer. Select this, hit Fill Effect, and you can search for this orange layer again, but this time choose a little bit of darker version of that orange and hit OK, and you will get something like this. Okay, but this animation looks a little bit slow, so let's select all the last keyframes and try to bring them closer. Okay, so the what will happen, that animation would be a little bit faster. Okay, if you want you can bring them a little bit more closer. Okay, up to this one. Okay, and let's take a gap of 10 frames only. So let's select these and then just go here, select these and move this over here, select these and move this over here. Okay, like that. Now let's go to the scene 02. Somewhere around at this point I want that logo reveal should be there, so let's bring that logo reveal. Where is that composition? Yeah, and let's bring this animation over here. Okay, then press S, create one keyframe, go few frame forward and let's make this value 90. Okay, so we'll get that scaling animation over here. Okay, and hit N over there, and in search option, oh not search option but in work area, right click and choose trim comp to work area. Go to the main animation, and as you can see our animation is ending over here, so hit N. So if I check it out, this animation from the start, first I'm gonna get this, and then I'm gonna get this, and then we are gonna get this kind of a revealing animation. Okay, like that. Now we can adjust small adjustments. Press Ctrl Y to bring one solid layer and choose black color solid layer. Then hit Ctrl D, press F4, and let's make this frac matte. Choose alpha inverted matte by clicking on this option. Select this topmost solid layer and press S, unlink this, and let's make this value 90. So we will get that aspect ratio. So our animation will look a little bit more cinematic and professional. Okay, like this over here. Now, if you want, if you're okay with this, then that is fine. But if you want a little bit of grungy look and 2D animation look, you can right click new and create one adjustment layer. Bring this before this lock aspect ratio. Search for posterize time effect and double click to apply, and you can make this value 15 and go to the effect and presets panel and search for noise effect and double click to apply, and let's make this noise up to 15. Okay, so we will get that a little bit of grungy look as well for this animation, like this. Okay, over here, and your animation is going to look like this. Okay, so this is how we got this kind of a logo reveal animation inside of After Effects over here. And the last thing, if you want, then you can do that as well. That if you don't want this kind of a revealing animation over here, what you can do, instead of adding it like that, you can simply hit Control 0 and bring your logo over here like that, and you can bring this over here. Let's hide this for now. Then you can choose animation composer plugin over here, and which is free plugin. You can get it from internet, and you can search for overshoot effect from scale and apply that overshoot scale effect, not on this one but on this one. So you will get that poppy effect, and you can increase this value, so you will get these like that. Okay, so that is also one thing you can do, and your final animation is ready. It will take time to load. Okay, so it up to you whether you want this animation in which way. This is one thing. I want animation should be in this revealing form. Also, this is also poster time and noise effect is optional. If you don't want that, you can simply hide that and keep it as it is. Otherwise, if you want to make this more look more smooth, you can hit Control K, and frame rate you can choose 60 second as well. Not six, yeah, frame rate should be 60 frames per second. So what will happen that your animation will look a little bit smoother, as you guys can see on the screen. Okay, like this. It will take time to load because 60 frames per second takes time to load. And I don't know whether you guys can see properly in this video this smoothness, but whenever you're going to run your animation in 60 frames per second, your animation will look something like this. Okay, over here. So yeah, this is how you can create this kind of a logo reveal animation inside of After Effects. I'll create a new composition and I'll call it as main animation. Width, I'm going to choose 1920, and height we are going to choose 1080 pixels. The frame rate is 30, and duration I'm going to choose somewhere around 1 minute long, and background color is white, and simply hit OK. Go to choose grid and guide option and simply hit on title section, and let's save this file. Now let's see what we can do on this blank canvas. Okay, so let's see what we can do, and I'm going to type subscribe animation. Okay, so I also got inspired from Pinterest only for this animation. Okay, so I'll choose one S word, and I'll choose black color for it. Let's select these and press Ctrl Alt Home to bring this anchor point at the center. Hit W, and by holding Shift rotate it like that. And let's move this over here and press S and try to adjust the scale like this. Okay, then I'm going to select my ellipse tool, and I'll create one ellipse and press Ctrl Alt Home and change the color of this one to red, and try to bring this over here. Okay, and for this S, I think we should choose grayish color because that would be awesome. And let's save this. Then I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and I'm going to choose yellow color over there, and let's create one yellow color background, and let's bring this downwards. Press P for position and try to bring this over here. Okay, then I'll select this yellow layer over here and press S, and let's bring this downwards, and let's remove this fill, we don't need that. And for the stroke, I'll choose black color, and stroke width, I'll choose 1. Then select these and hit Control D, and let's move this over here. In search option, search for size, and let's decrease the size of this, and let's try to adjust this somewhere around like that. Then I'll select these and I'll hit Control D, and I'll try to bring this over here as well. Okay, so now we have this weird kind of a shape. Okay, then I'm going to select these and I'll hit Control D, and I'll bring this over here. I'll press S, and let's decrease the scale from this and then from this. Okay, let's try to adjust this like that. Then select these and hit Control D, press S, and let's unlink like this. And let's change the color of this one to somewhere around like, not completely bluish, but somewhere around like that. So, okay, then select these and hit Control D, and let's bring this over here and change the color of this one to somewhere around grayish. Select these and hit Control D and try to adjust this over here. Go to the fill option, and we'll pick up this red color over here. Okay, then select these and hit Control D, and let's bring this over here like that. Okay, then select these, hit Control D, press S. Let's decrease the scale and try to adjust this and create a blue color. Then hit Control D, and let's move this over here, and let's change this to somewhere around a dark red kind of a color. Okay, so these are the stuff that we have created. Now let's try to create some background elements. Okay, now let's hit Control N, and we are going to call it as BG. I'll press Control Y to create one background, and we are going to choose not completely white but little bit grayish color background. Then we'll press Control Y, and we are going to call it as grid. Okay, not like that, but we'll call it as grid, and hit OK, and go to the effect and presets panel and search for grid effect. Okay, and double click to apply. And for the color, we are going to choose this black color. Now let's decrease the corners to somewhere around like that, and then try to adjust this corners somewhere around like this. Okay, and let's make this 1. Okay, and let's make this full resolution. Okay, then let's go to the main animation and hit Control 0, and let's bring this downwards to somewhere around like this, and let's make this fit. Okay, so we got something like that. Now let's try to animate those stuff. Okay, so let's see how we can animate this thing. Let's log this BG layer. Let's start with S first. Let's press P for position to create one keyframe. Go somewhere around 1 second to create another keyframe, and at the start, I'll bring this over here. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift, I'll bring this handle over here, and I'll bring this handle over here. So I'll get something like that. Then we need to create animation for this ellipse. So press S, create one keyframe, then go over here to create another keyframe, and at the start, let's make this value 0. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift, try to adjust this somewhere around like that. Okay, then let's select these and go to the add menu, and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path over here, sorry, not like that, but over here, and let's make this end value 0 to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward, and let's make this value 100. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Copy this trim path effect and hit Ctrl C. Select all the stroke layers and hit Ctrl V. Okay, like that. So we will get that animation over there. Now I'm going to select these all three ellipse which has strokes. You can enable this layer as well. So now as you guys can see, we have these strokes. Simply in search option, search for dashes and click on this dashes option like that. Okay, so now you will get that animation over there. Now I need a little bit amount of rotation. So I'll create one keyframe at rotation. Then I'll go somewhere around 8 seconds. And let's make this one 3. This one should be -2. And this one should be 1. So now we have this alternate rotations for all of them. Okay, so this animation is also done. Now the remaining ones are this one, and this one. So let's bring this at the top because they are a common one. So press S to create one keyframe initially, and let's check it out this again, and then create another keyframe. And at the start, let's make this value 0. Then select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding Shift, move this handle over here and move this handle over here. Okay, so we'll get something like that. I'll go to the effect and presets panel and I'll search for wiggle position effect. Okay, so we'll get that animation over there. Okay, now the only thing remaining is this one. So let's select these and this and this. Press P for position to create one keyframe. Go to around 1 second to create another keyframe. And at the start, let's bring this and let's move this at this side. Then select this and let's bring this at this side. Okay, so we will select these and we will hit F9. We'll go to the graph editor. We will select this graph and by holding Shift, bring this handle at this point and let's bring this handle at this point. Okay, like that. So we got all of this animation, but this all of this is very happening at one time, so we don't want this. So the simple way to adjust this, what I'm going to do, I'll hit page down button 2 times. I'll select all of them. I'll hold Alt, close square bracket, right click, keyframe assistance, sequence layers, and hit OK. And let's increase the duration of it. Now all of these animations are going to be one by one. Okay, like that. So okay, so we'll get something like this. Now over here, what I want is that there should be some kind of a ellipse anime, not ellipse, but what you can say, shape animation should happen. So I'll remove this stroke. I don't need that. And for the fill, I'm going to choose white color. And then we will create one this kind of a structure and press Control Alt Home to bring this at the center. Okay, now let's bring this anchor point at this point. Then we got this. Then let's move this over here and press S. Initial scale should be 0 to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward and let's make this value 100. Then select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, go to the graph editor. Select these graph by holding Shift. Move this handle at this point. Okay, so we'll get something like that. Okay, now this shape should get masked with this one. So let's select this shape over here and I'll hit Control D and I'm going to choose track matte to this alpha matte with this shape layer, and let's enable this shape layer as well. Then select these and let's bring this at the top, and we are going to change the color of this one to blue one. Okay, and hit OK. So if I check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. So okay, like that. Now I'm going to type my another text which is U. So let's select these and let's type U. Let's increase the text value of this one. Okay, like that. Now let's go to this BG and I'm going to select my ellipse tool and I'm going to create one circle. Let's select this circle and try to bring this over here. Hit Control D and let's bring this over here and press S like that. Okay, select these and go to the effect and presets panel and search for wiggle position effect, and then select these two layers and press Ctrl Shift C to pre-compose, and let's call it as mask. Then select this grid and let's make it alpha matte. So now we have this small kind of a animation over here. Now for this U, I need some kind of an animation. So I'm going to hit Control N and I'm going to name it as grid 2. Then press Control Y to create one completely solid layer. Okay. Then press Control Y again and apply your grid effect again over there. Okay. And choose black color again and this time reduce this corners, also reduce this corners from this side, and stroke width choose 1. Okay, then hit Control 0 and bring this grid to at this U and choose alpha mask. Okay, so we are getting that U over there, and now obviously there should be some animation for this U. So let's select these and let's bring these totally downwards. Okay, like that. Okay, so let's select this U, press P for position to create one keyframe, go few frame forward to create another keyframe, and initially I'll bring this upward. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these, and by holding shift bring this handle over here like that. And let's bring this portion up to this side. Okay, so if you check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. Okay, let's save this file. Now let's select the shape layer and we are going to pick up this picker over here and choose stroke width to somewhere around 2 pixels. Okay, like that. Okay, so we got this animation up to this. Now if you check it out, this animation looks empty over here. There is something that should, to get animated inside of it. So we'll try to do that now. So here we are, we got something like that. We have created animation up to this, and now we will try to create something after that. Now in a previous stream, if you know that my goal is to create something out of it, so when this thing is gonna get to start appear, what I'll do, I'll select the shape layer. Where is it? Let's select this one only and hit Control D to duplicate it, and we will remove this track mat. Okay, we don't need that. Let's select these, and we are going to change the color of this one to white. Press S for scaling option. Okay, and scale, I'm going to make it 0. Okay, not 0 but somewhere around like this, and at the start it should be like this. Okay, and when it reaches this point, I'll select these. I'll press P for position to create one keyframe. I'll go few frame forward, and I'll bring this downwards like that. Okay, let's zoom in and let's try to bring this over here, then go few frame forward to create another one, and in the middle of this let's try to bring this upward. So let's select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, and go to the graph, zoom in, and select these, and by holding shift bring this handle over here and bring this handle over here. Zoom in, select these, bring this handle over here, and let's bring this handle at this point. Okay, so this is how we will get something like that. So okay, so if you make this fit now, we will get something like that. Okay, so let's check it out, this animation from the start. Let's make this quad resolution. Okay, so we can check it out this properly like that. And when it's gonna get something over here, I want there should be a rotation animation for this. So let's right click new and create one null object. Okay, and this null object should be at the center of this ball, like over here. Okay, then let's select the shape layer and make it apparent with this null. Then somewhere around over here, I'll select this null object. I'll press R for rotation, and let's create one keyframe like this, and then go few frame forward, and let's move this over here. Then let's move this over here. Then go few frame forward and let's move this over here. Then go few frame forward and let's move somewhere over here like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, then go to the graph, zoom in, select these, and by holding shift bring this handle at this point and bring this handle at this point, and try to adjust this somewhere around like this, and then select these, and bring this handle like that. Okay, so we are gonna get something like this, but this animation looks very fast, so let's select these, and by holding alt we will increase this. Okay, so if you check it out, this we will get something like that. And somewhere around at this point, I'll select these shape layer, and I'll press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer, and let's remove this parenting. Then press U. Let's remove all of these keyframe. then press S and press R, and let's make this value 0. Then press P, right click and choose separate dimension, create one keyframe at X and one keyframe at Y, go few frame forward. Let's select these, go to the align tab, align it horizontally and align it vertically. And in the middle of this, let's select these and bring this Y position totally upward like that. Okay, then select these Y position keyframes and hit F9. Okay, then go to the graph editor, select this graph by holding shift, try to bring this handle at this point and bring this handle at this point. Select these, try to bring this handle at this point and bring this handle at this point. Okay, like this. So if we check it out this now, first we got this, then we got this, and then we are gonna get this. Now over here what I want is that when it's gonna come up over here, I'll select these and I'll press Ctrl Shift D to split this layer. I'll press S to create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and I'm going to increase the scale of this one like that. Okay, so let's select these and hit F9, and let's save this file. Go to the graph editor and select this graph by holding shift, bring this handle over here. Okay, so we will get something like that. Then we will hit select these and we'll hit Control D, and let's try to bring this over here. So if we check it out this now, let's change the color of this one to reddish color. So if we check it out this, we got something like that. And then let's select these and hit Control D again, and let's bring this over here. Okay, and this time I'm going to change the color of this one to white. So if we check it out this animation from the start, first we got this and then we got this. Okay, like that. So now let's try to create something out of this, and let's see what we can do. Okay, now over here I need to create a small kind of a transition. So for that, let's see what we can do. We got something like that. Now I need some kind of a transition should happen between these. So I'll create one new composition and I'll call it as lines. Then I'll press G, and from here to here I'll create one stroke, and I don't want any fill, so I'll remove this fill. And for the stroke, I'll choose this 6 pixel stroke. Align tab, align it horizontally, align it vertically. Go to the add menu, and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path and let's make this value 50, and let's make this start value 50. Create one keyframe at start and one keyframe at end. Then go somewhere around 1 second, and let's make this value 0 and let's make this value 100 like that. So we'll get something like this. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, like that. So and let's increase the stroke width of this, and in search option search for cap. Okay, like that. Then select these and hit Control D, and let's not do it Control D now. We need to create a spiral out of it. So I'll go to the add menu and we are going to choose this twist option. Now if you go to inside this twist and if you increase this angle, you will get something like that. Okay, and this twist should be in the upper of this trim path like this. Okay, so let's select these and now hit Control D, bring this over here, and let's increase the stroke width. Okay, like that. And select these and choose track matte and choose inverted matte. Okay, so if we check it out this, we are gonna get something like that. So now let's go to the main animation and I'll bring that line comp over here. Okay, and I want this animation should happen somewhere at this point. Okay, just a small animation. You can hit Control D, press R, and you can rotate it a little bit as well. Press F4 and enable this continuous rasterization like that, and take a few gap between these. You can go to the effect and presets panel and search for fill effect and double click to apply and choose red color if you want. Okay, like that. So first we got this, then we got this, and then we are getting this. Now let's try to create something out of this. Now over here I'm going to select one ellipse and I'll create this kind, not ellipse but stroke, and choose 10 pixels. Select these and press Ctrl Alt Home. Let's move this over here, and we are going to choose white color for it. I don't want any stroke, so I'll remove this. I'll select these and I'll go to the effect and presets panel, and I'll search for drop shadow effect and double click to apply and increase the solid, increase the you know this portion. So let's see what we can do now. Let's bring this over here, and for the stroke color I'll choose this bluish color. Okay, and let's select our text, which is subscribe, and going to choose the black color stroke, and let's bring this downwards, and I want this text should be gone from here to here. So when this stuff is happening, I'll bring this text, press P for position to create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's bring this from here to here like that. So if we check it out, this we are getting this kind of an animation like this. Let's select these, bring this anchor point over here, press S, create one keyframe, go few frame forward, create another keyframe, and at the start, let's make this value 0. Select those keyframe, hit F9, go to the graph, select this graph, and by holding shift, bring this handle over here and bring this handle over here like that. Okay. Then I'm going to type subscribe word again, but this time I'll choose a little bit different font. We don't want this font again. Let's see which font is suitable. Yeah. This time for the color, let's pick up this red color. And over here as well, I don't want this color. So color should be a little bit different. Okay. Let's select the subscribe word, press P for position to create one keyframe. Go and move this from here to here. Go and move this from here to here. Okay. Like that. Okay. Now let's type our text, another text, which is A. I'm going to choose black color for it. Press Ctrl Alt Home, press S, and I'll try to increase the scale of these. And I'll bring this somewhere over here. Let's see where is our shape layer, which is at this point. Let's try to bring this over here. Let's bring this. Press S, create one keyframe, go few frame forward, create another keyframe, and at the start, let's make this value 0 and hit F9. Go to the graph, let's select this, and by holding shift, try to bring this handle at this point and bring this handle at this point. So we will get something like that. Then we will select the shape layer and we will hit Ctrl D, and we will select this bottom layer and we will select this A, press F4, and let's choose track net. Now let's select the shape layer and we will remove this drop shadow. Select this text and we will choose alpha inverted net. Okay. Then select this layer and let's increase the stroke width. So now we will get this kind of a structure over there. Okay, like that. Now we need to create some background elements over here. So for that, I'm going to not this 3D object, but I'm going to pick up this rectangle, and we will choose this like that. Press Ctrl Alt Home and try to bring this over here. Press P for position, and let's try to save this file. Hi Alok, how are you? Okay, select these and hit Ctrl D and press P and try to adjust this again. Hit Ctrl D and try to adjust this again. Okay, you can select these three and try to adjust it like that. Okay, then we need some kind of a extra structure. So for that, I'll choose a little bit of grayish background and I create one kind of a grayish rectangle, and this one should be at the back, so it should be somewhere behind this subscribe word. Okay, and it should bring it should come from the top, so let's bring this anchor point at this point, then press S, and initial scale should be 0. So create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's make this value 100. Then select those keyframe and we will hit F9. Okay, then we'll go to the graph, we will select these and we will try to adjust it like that. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are gonna get something like that. Now we have this extra portions over here. Okay, we will try to animate them. So press P, create one keyframe, go few frame forward to create another keyframe, and at the start I'm going to bring all of them over here. Okay, and let's select those, and let's hit F9, go to the graph, select these, and by holding shift I'll try to bring this over here. Okay, like that, and let's save this file. Okay, so hit page down button few times and try to adjust this one by one. Okay, we are gonna get something like this. Now I'm going to select one ellipse, and by holding shift, sorry, not this, but by holding shift I'll create one ellipse. Okay, and we will try to create a different color over there, which is somewhere around, let's choose like that, and bring this like this. Okay, like that, and press Ctrl Alt Home. Press S to create one keyframe, go few frame forward to create another one, and at the start let's make this value 0. Now select those keyframe and hit F9, go to the graph, let's select this graph, and by holding shift bring this handle over here like that. Okay, like that. So now let's save this. Now over here there should be some kind of a background element, so let's hit control and we'll call it as bg03. Okay, and now we will create some small extra animation, and but let's make this full illusion. Zooming a little bit, and let's go at the top of this. Okay, and we will create a small ellipse at this corner. Okay, and go to the fit options and press Ctrl Alt Home, go to the add menu, and we are going to choose repeater. Go to the repeater and let's increase the number of copies. Okay, up to a little bit up to this. Okay, then we'll go to the ellipse one, ellipse path, and we will increase the size of this ellipse like that. Okay, and let's select this repeater one and hit Control D. Go to the repeater two. Okay, and let's make this position 0, and then increase the position over here like that. Okay, then select these and let's try to keep it as it is. Now go to the repeater one, go to the transform repeater one, create one keyframe at position. Also go to the repeater 2, create another keyframe at position and hit U. Zoom in a little bit. Let's go to around 1 second to create another keyframes. Go to the start and let's make this value 0, and let's make this value 0. Okay, select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph and select this graph, and by holding shift we'll bring this handle at this point and we will bring this handle at this point. Then select these and by holding shift bring this handles up to this. So we got this and then we got this. Okay, now these are just bg lines, so I'll try to bring this at the top. So hit Control 0 and let's bring this bg03 over here. Okay, like that. So this is just an extra animation and it should be somewhere at the back of these. So let's bring this up to this point as well. Okay, like that. Okay, and when this stuff is happening, let's try to add some more bg elements in it. I'll drink some water. By the way, guys, if you guys are enjoying this, please let me know in the comment section, and please subscribe. Thank you, Alobau. Thank you. Okay, so now if we check it out, this animation from the start, first we got this, and then we got this, then we are getting this kind of a shape, and now let's try to add some extra line animation from this to this to this to this. Okay, this is just an extra stroke that I want to be animated over here. So let's add red color only, and let's decrease the stroke width to 2 pixels. Select these and go to the add menu, and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path and let's make this end value 0 and start keyframe. Go few frame forward and let's increase these two values. Select the start keyframes and bring them a little bit forward. So if you check it out, this we will get something like that, and move this last keyframe somewhere over here, like that. Okay, so if you check it out this, we will get that extra animation over there. Okay, like that. So we got this, and now let's try to rotate these few stuffs. So right for that, I'm going to right click new, and I'll create one null object. And there are few things that should be parent with this null. So first thing is this shape layers and this a. So I'll make it a parent with this stuff, and after that check it out whether they are parent with this or not. Then these shape layers, which are this and this, they should be parent with this null. Then this ellipse over here, which is this one, and this one should be parent with this null. Okay, so when this stuff is happening, I want there should be a rotation of this. Okay, so let's create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's rotate it like this. Okay, select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these, and by holding shift try to rotate it slowly. Okay, like that. So now between this there should be some kind of a transition should happen. So for that, what we can do, I'm going to select my rectangle tool, and I'm going to choose white color for this and hit U. Okay. Now, first thing first, we will create one rectangle and press Ctrl Alt Home. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally and align it vertically, and move this over here. Now press S, and initial scale should be 0. Create one keyframe, go few frame forward, and let's increase the scale totally like that. And at the start, press R, and let's rotate it a little bit. Create one keyframe, hit U, go over here, and let's make this 0. Okay, so we will get something like that. Select those keyframe and hit F9 like this. Okay, you can increase the duration of this one like that. Okay, let's select this and press T for opacity initially, and let's reduce the opacity. Select this, hit U, hit Control D, and let's bring this over here. And now we will change the color of this one to red. Then we will hit Control D, move this over here. We will change the color of this one to bluish color. Then hit Control D, we'll move this, hit U, and let's change the color of this one to white. Press T, and we are going to readjust the scales. Okay, like that. Let's select these and hit U. Select those keyframes and go to the graph. Select these graph, and by holding shift try to adjust this handle at this point, and move this sorry move this handle over here. Okay, like this. Okay, so we will get something like that. So okay, so if we check it out this, we got something like this. Now hit U, and let's check it out this animation. First we got this, and then we got this, and then we are getting this. Now one thing I have realized over here, at this point the other things look steady. So to fix that, what we can do is that I can select these, and I can go to the effect and presets panel, and I can search for transform effect, and I can double click to apply. I can create one keyframe at position, hit U, go few frame forward, and then I can animate the position of this a little bit. Okay, so what will happen, that we are not going to get that steady look over here. Same thing I'm going to go and do for this one as well. Go to the transform, create one keyframe at position, hit U, and let's move this a little bit over here. So if you check it out this, we will get something like that. Okay, you can bring this keyframe up to this and try to bring this over here. Okay, like that. Now this S as well, this looks also steady to me. So let's apply transform effect, create one keyframe at position, go few frame forward, and let's bring this downwards, and let's move this upward like that. Okay, so we'll get something like this. Okay, so we got up to this. Let's see what we can do later. If you guys have any queries, please let me know in the comment section. Okay, like that. So for the last animation, I'm going to create an entire new comp and we will call it as text animation. Okay. And for this, let's type our text. You're free to choose whatever font you want. I'm going to type, let's type this, or I think Poppins font, or which font would be suitable for this. Let's type subscribe only like that. Press Ctrl Alt Home. Go to the Align tab, align it horizontally, and then align it vertically. And yeah, this looks good to me. Or let's choose this in Montreal version. Let's check it out this one time. I think this version also looks suitable. Uh, let's choose lighter version. Okay, and let's increase the distance. Okay, okay. Let's press Ctrl Alt Home. Now I have this text over here and we need to animate this text. So let's see how we can animate that. Now, how to animate this? I think we can animate this in Illustrator. So for that, I think we need to go for Illustrator. I'll fill up my water bottle. Okay. And I'll be back. Till then, you guys can watch the animations that we have created till now. Okay. I'll be back within a second. Okay, guys. So we are back. So as I said that we have created animation up to this, but now my last challenge is that I need to animate this subscribe button. I mean this subscribe text, but I don't know how to animate that. So let's see what we can do. First of all, let's open Illustrator and let's type our text subscribe. Okay, and let me save this file and I'm going to call it as subscribe. And let's see font what we can use. I think we have chosen the Poppins, so let's go with the Poppins light. Okay, like that. Try to bring this at the center and let's not forget to save this file and right click, create outlines, right click and choose ungroup. Okay, so now we have this text over here, and now let's go over here and choose click to target over here, select these and go to the layers and release layers to sequence and try to bring this over here. So now, and we will delete this extra layer because we don't need that. And now let's lock these layers. Okay. And now what I want is that there should be some stroke thing should be there. So for that, I'm going to press P for pen tool and I'm going to remove this fill and I'm going to choose red color for the stroke, and stroke width, I'm going to increase it. Sorry guys. From here to here, I'll create one stroke and let's try to adjust this over here. Let's select these, try to adjust this, press P for pen tool and click one point over here again. And we will basically try to create a shape around this S. Hold Alt and close this. Then go over here, hold Alt and close this. Then try to create shape around over here as well. Hold Alt and close this. Hold Alt and close this. And hold Alt and close this. And create and hold Alt and close this like that. Okay, hit A and try to adjust this a little bit like that. Okay, select these, hit A, try to adjust this. Okay, and I'll adjust this like that and let's increase this value. Also select these and let's increase this. Okay, select these and try to adjust this like that. Okay, then select these, press P, create one keyframe and zoom in and let's try to move this over here. Then select these, hit A, select this portion, I mean this area, and try to bring this totally downwards like that. Okay, then select these and then let's save this and we will increase the stroke width till this entire text is gonna get covered. Then let's press P again, create one portion over here and by holding shift create another keyframe, then go over here and let's try to adjust this up to this. Hold Alt, let's bring this over here After this, and by holding Alt, let's bring this over here. Okay, like that. With A, like this. Hit A and try to adjust this portion like that. Select these, hit A and try to adjust it like this. Okay, hit A, select these and try to adjust this like that. Then hit A again, select these and try to bring this over here like this. Okay, or instead of that, let's keep it over here. We will select these and let's bring this over here. Okay, then press P for pen tool, create one point at this point, and then bring one point over here. Okay, so we got this stroke as well. Okay, like that. Okay, so now this B over here, let's press P for pen tool, then from here to here, create one stroke, press V and try to adjust this over here like that. Then for this one, press L, which is a shortcut key for ellipse, then press A. Let's select these and try to bring this over this point. Okay, let's select this, hit A. Let's try to bring this over here. Okay, like that. Now for this one, these other ones, I want they should come like a popping animation. So for that, what I can do, I can select these. I'll go to the click to target and select these, go to the click to target and choose layer sequence and bring this at the top. So we got this ones. Okay. And let's delete this and let's save this file. Now we'll go to the After Effects and we'll press Control I and I'm going to bring this Illustrator file, composition, return layer sizes and simply hit import and double click to open this, then hit Ctrl K to open the project settings and we are going to choose white color over there. Okay, like that. So can you do a same like now I am say like the expert and understand the tools of the software, then my problem is what I do and what's the animation style I do, I confuse. So from here what will I do next? I need to think about that because sometime this is the first time someone asked me like this. We'll come back to you later. Okay, so we got something like that, and then we have this words and this text. So let's first focus on the stroke layers, which are this ones. Okay, let's right click, create, and choose shape from vector layer and bring these layers at the top and let's remove these portions. Let's select these and go to the add menu and we are going to choose trim path. Go to the trim path and let's make this end value 0. Create one keyframe, zoom in and let's go somewhere around 1.20 frames and let's make this value 100. Then we'll go somewhere volume low hai. I guess मैं थोड़ा okay. So we need something like that and then somewhere around at this point I'll create one keyframe or at this portion and then I'll create another keyframe at the start. So let's select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select this graph and by holding shift bring this handle at this point and bring this handle at this point. So we will get something like that. And when this S comes over here, I want this animation should happen for all of them as well. Okay, like this. So if you check it out this, we are getting something like that. Okay, over here. So after this, I want this animation of this U should get happen. Okay, as well as this one. Then this B animation should get happen. So I'll bring them over here. So let's see how this animation is gonna look. When this cover this S, let's select this S and move this over here. Then this covers this U, move this over here. Then when this covers this B over here, I'll pick up this B over here. So if I check it out this, I'm gonna get this kind of a structure over there like that. Okay, and now right click new and create one null object, select all of them and make it apparent with this null. Okay, all of these is done. I'm going to select these and press P for position and let's bring this in the middle. Okay, like that. Create one keyframe at position, go few frame forward to create another keyframe, and in the middle, let's try to bring this over here. Select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these graph. By holding shift, bring this handle at this point and bring this handle at this point. So we will get something like that. Then we have these as all this text over here. I'm going to press P for position to create one keyframe. Go few frame forward to create another keyframe. Go few frame forward again, create another keyframe, and in the middle of that, let's bring these upward. And at the start, let's bring this totally upward. Okay, select those keyframe and hit F9. Go to the graph, select these, and by holding shift, bring this handle over here and bring this handle over here. Zoom in, select these, bring this handle at this point and bring this handle at this point. Then select these and bring this handle at this point. Select these and bring this handle at this point. So if you check it out this now, uh, we will get something like that. Now I'll take a gap of few frames and I'll try to adjust them one by one. Okay, with the head of page down button, you can go few frame forward. Now select all of them and enable their motion blur. Okay, like that over here. Now, after this, what we can do is that I can select all of these and I can type subscribe word again. Subscribe. Okay, like that, and press Control Alt Home, press S and try to adjust the scale a little bit and try to bring this over here like that. Okay, and I chose different font. Let's select all of these and hold Alt, close square bracket to trim up to this like that, and let's bring this over here. So if we check it out this, let's save this. First we got this and then we got this. And now what I want is that there should be a change in font after 5 frames. So go through the 5 frame forward, press Ctrl Shift D. Let's go to the font menu. Okay, but before that, make sure that you are at choosing center text. Then press Ctrl Alt Home, and let's make sure that this should be at the center. Okay, like that. So let's select these and go over here and let's bring this at the top again. Now I'm going to choose. I have already choose this Montreal font, then choose something different. For example, this one is too much big, something like this. Take a gap of 5 frames or a few frames, change the font to somewhere up to this. Again, go few frame forward, press Ctrl Shift D, press Ctrl Shift D, and change the font to somewhere again different. What the hell is this? Like this. And last, I'm going to choose Montreal bold version, and let's increase the duration of it. Okay, like that. So first I'll get this and then I'll get this. Okay, now if you think this animation is a little bit slow, you can select these and hold alt open not open, only open square bracket, hit page down button 2 times, hold alt close square bracket, trim up to this, select this one first, and then by holding shift select this one first, right click, keyframe assistance, sequence layers, and hit OK. Okay, select this topmost and let's increase the size of this. Okay, it totally depends on you, but I think this looks very fast, so let's adjust this a little bit more, like this. Okay, now even though we have created this, what I want is that this text should animate like this in a little bit of after some time. So what we can do, let's select these, let's move this over here a little bit. First, after this animation, I want this text should get reduced by the size. So let's select all of these and let's increase their duration for a while. Okay, like that. Select these, press S, create one keyframe. Let's select all of these text as well and make it apparent with this null object. Go few frame forward and let's decrease the scale a little bit. Okay, select those keyframe and hit F9. Okay, go to the graph, select these graph by holding shift, bring this handle over here and bring this handle over here like that. Okay, and then select all of these, hold alt, close square bracket, and let's trim up to this. And then we are going to bring all of these portions over here, zoom in, and let's try to adjust it like that. Okay, then select these, hit Control C, Control V, right click, keyframe assistance, time reverse keyframe, like that. Okay, over here. Select all of them and enable the motion blur of this text as well. Okay, let's select these, and if you want, then you can change the color of this text as well. It totally depends on you. Okay, like that. Now over here, another thing I want to do is that to create a grids over here, but over here grid should be gonna get created at this point, which is because this is at the lowest one. Okay, and for that I can bring this bg2, I guess. If let's see what is inside this bg3, and I think grid 2, I think grid 2 is suitable for this one. So let's go to that subscribe and let's bring this grid 2 over here. Let's bring this at the back. Okay, then press T for opacity and let's reduce this opacity of this grid. Okay, like that, and let's make this value 40. Then hit Control Y to, and let's bring this downwards. Okay, then select this grid and let's make it apparent with this null. Okay, so now you are gonna get that animation over here, like that, like that. Okay, and at 8 seconds I'll hit N, right click and choose train comp to work area. Now let's go to the main animation and let's see, we have created this animation up to this. Now I'm going to bring that subscribe animation over here at the top. Then select these and press F4 and let's make, choose track matte, and let's enable this layer as well. Okay, and this animation I want to be happen somewhere around at this point, so let's bring this over here. Still it's not proper, so let's see, we got something like that. We have created this and this, but still there is something that we need to do. So I'll hit N over there and go to the start, press S. Initially let's make this value 130, create one keyframe, go few frame forward somewhere over here, like that, and let's make this value 100. Okay, like this, then like that. Now at the start, if you check it out, this animation which is up to this one, I guess all this animation should be in scene 1, so including this bg. So I'll select all of this and I'll press Ctrl Shift C and I'll call it as scene 01. Okay, like that. Then all of these up to this portion, press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as scene 02. Hold alt, open square bracket to trim up to this. Now initially let's select the scene 01, press S and let's make this value 110 to create one keyframe. Go over here and let's make this value 100. So now we will get that little bit of zoom out effect over there. And if you want, then initial value you can choose 130 as well. So you will get that zoom out effect a little bit more. Okay, like that. Okay, but if you check it out, this there is one problem over here. So I need to hit Control Z a little bit because of this issue over there. Like these things is, if I'm not wrong, this is applied, this is basically parent with ninth this null object. Okay, so I forgot to select those that. So let's select these and then press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as scene 01. Okay, and now let me check. Yeah, it's working properly. Then I need to select this one up to this, press Ctrl Shift C and let's call it as scene 02. Hold alt close square bracket up to this. Yeah, and now I can create that 130, create one keyframe, go somewhere around over here and let's make this value 100. Okay, so I'll get that over there. Okay, then same thing, I'll select these, hit Control C, hit Control V. Okay, like that. I'll get that effect over here as well. Okay, again I did one mistake. I need to select these, go to the start, I'll hit Control C to copy. I'll go over here, I'll hit Control V, select the subscribe button, and let's make it track matte with this one. Okay, like that. And press F4 and select all of them and enable this continuous rasterize layer effect. Okay, like that. Now entire animation is ready. Now just to give it a proper grungy look, we need to add some textures just like our previous animation. I got this one texture which I'm going to use over here. I'll press R for rotation and I'll rotate it on 90-degree, and I'll try to adjust this up to this one. Okay, like that. Let's press F4 and we will choose screen, or let's choose multiply. Okay, so if you check it out, this we are getting this kind of a look. Now we need not too much of this, so let's make this opacity 30. Then we will right click new and create one adjustment layer. We'll go to the effect and presets panel and we will search for noise effect, and we will double click to apply and choose noise 15%. Okay, so we'll get that little bit of noise. If you want, you can make this up to 25% as well. Then we will add posterized time effect, which will make our timeline a little bit, like a cartoonish. And now if I hit play and if I check it out, this animation, let me render out this animation properly and you will get to know the final output.